So I wanted to welcome all of you. But we thank you that you took the time to come out and be with us. So I wanted to give you a little history of how we got here. I did for years and years, as many of you know. I went to Washington to give a speech, and I sat next to a table next to a gentleman who was from the VA, and he said they wanted to start veterans courts. And I knew there was a benefits appeals court, so I asked him what did he mean, and when he described it, I said, that's a mental health or drug court, but with a vet in it. I said, we have a model already, and let's help you use the same model. So a couple of us were invited to a conference with sort of the Washington bigwigs in D.C. to present the concept to them, and then we were asked to join a committee. Is that any better? Okay. We were asked to join a committee to put together the Veterans Justice Outreach Program, which focused on starting veterans courts and had a VJO that was connected to every single hospital center in the country. There were like 54. It was one of the fastest programs they stood up and one of the most successful. Each center now has 2 or 3 VJOs, and their veterans courts have just multiplied across the country. But when we started, as often happens, the right hand didn't know what the left hand was doing. This group didn't know what that group was doing. Every department was doing a little bit of something with veterans. So I put together the first kind of Connect the Dots Veterans Conference. And there's some people here that were actually at that event way, way back then. And we had the Department of Veteran Services, and we had Veterans Courts, and we had everybody that had any program at the pretty state court, the state level, the county level, and the court level, talk a little bit about what they did. And that was the first of 4 that I put on while I was on the Supreme Court. And then I decided I'd read 6 Feet of Briefs for 16 years, and that was just more than I could handle, and I was ready to step down and do this stuff sort of more full-time. As I tell people, I did not retire, I changed careers. And so I stepped down, and someone else stepped up. Justice Kennedy, she and I met early on when she was trying to decide to go for the court, and I said, do it. We need trial judges, and she at that time was a domestic juvenile judge, and she really had an experience for most people to touch the court system in that department than almost any other. But then I started talking about veterans courts after she was on the bench. She was a former police officer, and by golly, she got the fever, and she has left me in the dust. And I mean that very sincerely, because she has visited so many counties and talked to judges locally in those counties about veterans courts. She's talked to all sorts of agencies and individuals and programs. You name it, she has been out there promoting veterans courts, and she's going to talk about a new project with the AG that I'm really, really excited about. And so she did a conference then with the Ohio State Bar Association aimed at judges who wanted to start veterans courts. We had 54 attend who had not done a court yet. And then she said to me, we should do another statewide court conference like you did. So we did our first one. We filled up a month before it was to start. We had 250 attend. Fortunately, some people drop off and can't make it, and some people show up that didn't register, so it evened out. We had 10 generals even come. And then that was focused a lot on veterans courts. The second one was focused on the trauma of war and all the responses to it, but we had to switch to virtual. I think some of you were able to participate in that one by virtual. And then this one is back to the original concept, connect the dots. We have so many groups doing so many wonderful things that we thought, you should learn about all of them. So you have a robust program ahead of you that will hopefully give you a lot of education and resources to connect with. I want to give a special thanks to the Attorney General. He has been a funder for this for 3 times, and the Ohio State Bar Foundation. And without their funding, we couldn't really put this conference on without charging, and we do not want to charge for this, so we're really grateful for that. And we really had a very hard-working committee that put this program together. Melissa Knopp, who's with me on Stepping Up, my program manager. She had a medical issue and couldn't be here today, but she was on the committee. Danny Eakins with the Department of Veteran Services was huge in helping us get people. Judge Jackson, who's a retired judge, he would be here personally, but he's compromised, so he can't really go out in public. Joseph Schwati from the excuse me, I'm drawing a blank. Ohio National Guard, thank you. Ohio National Guard, longtime partner. Tammy Puff from the governor's office was very involved. And then James Connelly with the VA, who was involved in I think my very first one of the first people I worked with in Ohio. And of course, Justice Kennedy with all of her leadership, bringing all the parties together. And last but not least, but most crucially essential, Alicia Guthrie, who's still sitting up there taking in. She helped put it all together. And then we wanted to give a Mighty Crow shout out to them because they've helped organize, do the websites, get the registrations, and run all the slideshows. So I wanted to thank all of them for making this happen. So thank you all. And with that, I will turn it over to Justice Kennedy, who is the super champion for veterans issues.
She retired from the United States Army and the National Guard October of 2015 after more than 37 years of service to our country. In that time, she served at all levels of command. In 2011, she was appointed by then Governor John Kasich to a cabinet position as Adjunct General of the state of Ohio, commanding 17,000 service members of the Ohio National Guard, the Ohio Naval Militia, and the Ohio Military Reserve. She served as Adjunct General until January of 2015. Her career culminated by serving as Special Assistant Vice Chief of the National Guard Bureau in Washington, D.C. Major General Ashenhurst has received numerous awards and decorations, including the Army Distinguished Service Medal, the Legion of Merit, Meritorious Silver Medal with 1 silver and 1 bronze oak leaf cluster, and the Joint Service Commendation Medal. Please join me in welcoming Major General Deborah Ashenhurst.
Thank you, thank you. I have the envious position of speaking during lunch because I know you're not going to nod off while you're eating, right? I feel really short here. Hey. All right, well, you got a lot of what we do in our agency, the Ohio Department of Veteran Services from Ryan, but let me start by saying, hey, thanks for having me. More important, thanks for coming today. Thanks for having that open mind, being willing to learn and being willing to see what else is out there. And I know you get some CLE for it as well, and that's fabulous. But to take this interest in our military and our military families and our veterans, it makes my heart happy, all that. I want to thank the justices for including me in this, but moreover for their passion for what they do for our military members and our veterans. I've never, particularly non-military members, somebody who hasn't served in the military, to take up the causes that they have taken up for our military members is just incredible, and I'm always in awe. But what really is, particularly when you talk about Justice Stratton, I've never known anybody that can make connections the way she makes connections. She'll invite you to lunch, and you think you're going to have a social lunch. She's really connecting you to somebody else. I want to make sure you know so-and-so, because I think your paths are crossing, and you could probably benefit from each other. But then to have her partner up with Justice Kennedy and see what the two of them can do to break down barriers, bust down doors, and make things easier for our veterans and military members, I just can't thank the two of you enough for what you do for us. You know, I work for a great guy. I work directly for the governor, and his tasking to me is, General, go make Ohio the most veteran-friendly state in the Union. I'll try to quantify that. And that's my challenge, and that's what I'm here to do. To dovetail with what you've heard a little bit already today, and our governor, lieutenant governor, are being very aggressive of bringing business to Ohio, to increasing the opportunities for Ohioans to have jobs. But one of the things that's always asked is, can you ensure I will have the employees I need to run my organization, to run my company, to produce my product, whatever it is, if I move to Ohio. And there's almost always a secondary question in there is that, do you have veterans that we can hire? And that humbles me, but it makes me very happy because that means there are that many organizations that understand the benefit of hiring our previous military members and those that have that experience of the discipline and all those things that Ryan talked to you about for their business, and they see the benefit. So the question is, how do we make Ohio the most veteran-friendly state in the union? So we've got to lean forward in that, and we've tried to quantify it and figure out how we can move forward, where the gaps are, how to fill those gaps. Because once we find the gap, we usually have a lot of people willing to help us fill it and make it better. So, you know, one of the things we have to do is connect our veterans to the resources that they have earned through their service. And we do that through our county veteran service organizations, through our VA, through the VISN that Ryan had talked about, and find out all those things that they have. Because if they're getting everything they earned from their service in the military, it'll make them better employees, better citizens, and happier that they have everything coming to them that they've earned. We have to strengthen our relationships with all the veteran organizations, and there are a lot of veteran organizations, not just in Ohio, but obviously across the world. We're looking at nonprofit organizations. You know, I have an advisory committee that's made up of members of all these other veterans organizations. Congressionally chartered military organizations, and those are the big ones you hear about, the VFWs, the American Legions, the AMVETS, all those sort of things. But there are also other little organizations out there making a difference in the lives of our veterans and our military members, from Bunker Labs that's helping people be entrepreneurs and start their business, to Team Red, White, and Blue that helps connect veterans to positive things that they can do in the communities. You know, what we find a lot of is the current era veterans don't just want to sit on the bar stool next to another veteran and tell war stories. They want to make a difference in their community. They want to continue to give. They want to continue to make a difference. So these organizations like Bunker Labs, Team Red, White, and Blue, and those sort of places are really helping them make those connections and make a difference in our communities. You know, we advocate for veterans, and we call ourselves the voice of the veteran, because we have to find out where the resources are lacking and be their voice to make sure that we can help them get what they need. And I tell you, this is a very veteran-friendly legislature. And I say this one is, but I have to tell you, from my years as the Adjutant General all the way through, we have a legislature that if you just make a whisper of something that maybe we're lacking in the state of Ohio that would attract veterans, keep veterans, attract more military organizations, they're all over it. And they want to figure out how to make it happen. We have great support, great bipartisan support. It's the one thing that will unite all of our elected officials, is if there's something they can do for the military or something that they can do for veterans. What's really important, though, is to attract veterans to Ohio, is to facilitate that successful transition. And as Ryan told you, there's about 10,000 that make that transition back to Ohio every year. Sounds like a big number, but not when you look at the 750,000 veterans that we have in Ohio. But these programs that you've been hearing about this morning help them successfully navigate that transition from where they don't have to worry about what they're going to put on every morning to going into the work environment, acting appropriately, dressing appropriately, and being able to make a difference for an employer. And I'll tell you what else they do in helping that employer. They help the team in which they're assigned. So you put a military member or a veteran onto one of your civilian teams in your agency, in your company, you'll be surprised at how collectively the team gets better, and how that veteran, that military person, will pool people together and help them collaborate better and do things that obviously will help the business in the long run. I mean, expanding our workforce efforts, you heard Ryan, and for him to be able to get into the TAP programs, the transition assistance programs, as folks are coming out of the military is huge for us. And I'll tell you, I think it was Wisconsin that got way out ahead of us. And they've been doing this for a couple years before we went into COVID shutdown, to the point where they're even over in Japan talking to people who are transitioning out of the military in Japan. Hey, come to our state. And we're like, hey, wait a minute. Ohio is a lot better than Wisconsin. We just have to get out there and sell it, right? So he's been working with Department of Development and different organizations in the state that want to hire veterans, and we're figuring out how to do that because Wisconsin shouldn't get all the good vets, right? Ohio needs those. Had the opportunity just this week to talk to the Department of Education because that troops to teachers. Anybody ever heard of troops to teachers? Yeah, it was a big thing I remembered from the past. It's not anymore. Evidently, the federal funding has fallen. We're in the sunset of it. So Ohio is trying to figure out how to set up our own state type of transition for military members and veterans to go into the workforce. Because I tell you, my governor says to me, hey, General, what's happening with troops to teachers? I want veterans in there influencing the minds of our young children in the schools. They will make a difference in the attitudes of those children going forward. They are the best mentors we can put in the school. Go fix it, kind of thing. Like, well, I tuck my tail between my legs and go running off to the Department of Education like, hey, I kind of need to be educated real quick on what's going on with troops to teachers and how we can make this work. But that's the kind of directors I get from this guy that's running Ohio that wants to make sure that everybody has the opportunities to be the best that they can be. I'm helping our student veterans. As you heard, there's a veteran service office in all of our state universities and colleges, and that's helped so that because a lot of times the veterans that are coming back to go to school aren't the 18, 19, 20-year-olds, and they don't exactly fit in that environment. So for them to have a separate place where they can go where they maybe get a little more respect, maybe a little more quiet time, and aren't overwhelmed with some of the activities of the younger folks just starting their lives is really important to them and makes them feel comfortable and appreciated in that college environment as well. But let's not also forget that GI Bill that this current era of veterans get, they also pass on to their family members. So we have children of military and we have spouses of military that also get to go to college because of that service of that military member. So we have to make sure that they also are received well in our colleges and universities. So that work always goes on to make sure we maximize, because the amount of money that comes, now this is the business I have to sell to the governor, the amount of money that comes into this state through the GI Bill and the housing allowance that comes along with those service members coming here to go to school is significant. So we want to make sure that we make this good for them and that they'll tell their fellow veterans, you want to come to school in Ohio. You want to come to Ohio. I don't care where you're from. Don't go to Wisconsin. Come to Ohio. We think an important part of our job is to help veterans tell their story. Everybody has a story, and I can tell you, I can recount a time I went to our veterans home down in Georgetown and literally sat on the floor at the knee of a World War II veteran who was very articulate in telling me how he was part of liberating a concentration camp in Germany and was describing very vividly to me those people who were so thin their skin was hanging off their bones, and how it made him feel, and how they were so welcoming and appreciative for what the Americans had done. And then, of course, 2 minutes later, he couldn't remember what he had for lunch, but he could really articulate to me his service. And I think that we need to make sure those stories are preserved so that people don't forget the difference our service members have made. And then the guy sitting across from him is like, hey, come here, I want to tell you about my experience in the Korean War. So we need to make sure that we capture that. Those guys aren't going to be here for long. But I want to tell you, we also have to capture the stories of our current era of veterans, those just coming back. I had a nephew that as he was headed off to his deployment, I'm like, Daniel, you need to keep a diary of what happens with your involvement in this war. Oh, Aunt Deb, I'm keeping my platoon logs. I'm like, no, I don't mean just what your platoon did. I want you to capture your emotions, what was going through your head, your thought process. Oh, I'll keep my platoon log. But someday I just think of how valuable that would be for his family, for others who are trying to capture the experience of military arrest. Telling our stories is important. But we try to do it in many ways. We have a very active social media presence. If you aren't on Facebook with us, get on Facebook with us. Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, and I don't even know what Twitter and Instagram really does, but it's a good presence for us. But we use that platform to tell a lot of the stories of our veterans, what we do. We just had our induction ceremonies this year for our Ohio Veterans Hall of Fame. And that isn't talking about veterans and what they did during their service. That's recognizing the incredible accomplishments of veterans after they came home and hung up that uniform the last time and continued to serve in our communities, our cities, our state, our nation, in some cases across the world. I'll tell you, in just this year's class, we inducted a number of judges, an Assistant Secretary of Defense, an Assistant Secretary of the Army. I mean, these aren't slouches that have come, that Ohio has borne and put out there to serve. It's pretty amazing. We're amping up our outreach and connecting and listening. I had a fabulous visit this week to Portsmouth, Ohio. When you hear Portsmouth, Ohio, what do you think? Drugs, drugs, drugs. The terrible epidemic, the plight of some of those towns down along the river when we lost the ironworks and all that sort of stuff. And that's what you hear about. But let me tell you, there's a veteran that came home to Portsmouth and said, this isn't the city I left. This isn't the city I want to live in. I'm going to make this better. And he has made it better by opening, of all things, a CrossFit gym. And he opened that CrossFit gym right next to the counseling center for addiction rehabilitation. He has partnered with the counseling center. So as folks, what they realize, and I'm not the scientist or the sociologist or anything, but there's a connection with physical well-being, physical action and taking care of yourself, along with the mental and emotional part of coming clean, of giving up that addiction. So that's what he works with. So he works hand in glove with this counseling center to provide this activity that's all about teamwork. And I don't know if any of you are CrossFit people, but evidently it's not something you do alone. It's a team that does things on CrossWork. You have a partner you're working with to do this CrossFit. So that integrates them into society, and that sense of owing something to somebody else, having some duty to show up when you say you're going to show up, and all those sort of things. And honestly, as people are coming clean and ready to go back in the workforce, he's hiring some of them. He now has a small business where he creates, of all things, deodorant and first aid creams and things like that. So now he's hiring these rehabilitated people. And he's not just working with veterans, but anybody. And he's cleaning up the streets of Portsmouth, one addict at a time. And I love that story. Walked down the street and had lunch. Is it me? I back off? So right down the street is a restaurateur who's another veteran who came home and said, oh, this isn't the town I left. This isn't how I want it. So he opened a restaurant where he also hires people who were formerly on the street or had addiction issues, and tries to make sure that, because we know part of getting clean and staying clean is having a job and having social requirements of you. So awesome stuff like that I get to go exploit and find out about and help people do it. Now, and I'll tell you, that veteran that opened that CrossFit gym says, I'm not done. I've got to figure out what to do next. I'm trying to train other CrossFit facilities to do the same. Or maybe CrossFit facilities can team up with the National Guard and the reserve units right in their neighborhoods and help them, because those that are coming home with mental issues and maybe PTS, or just everybody who comes back from war, or just anybody that's had things happen in their lives, can really benefit from physical exertion and teamwork and all that. So they're trying to do those sort of things still. I love these stories. It's also important for me to help recognize the 67,000 women veterans in Ohio. You may not realize it, but women veterans, a lot of them don't identify themselves as veterans. Oh, I just did my one stint. I'm not a veteran. Hey, see that guy over there in the veteran t-shirt and the veteran hat? How many years do you think he put in? Yet he realizes he's a veteran. So helping the women realize that their service was valuable and the service they gave does make them a veteran, and that they need to embrace that. And they, and some of it is justified, their apprehension. Sometimes when women have parked in the veteran parking spot at the Home Depot, I understand that they have been confronted by people that think they are inappropriately parking there. Now, I would challenge women to not get angry about that, but see that as an opportunity to educate. And you can be funny about it. Say, oh, you want to compare DD-214s or something like that? Or just say, yeah, my husband served also, and I'm not taking his spot. Or, yeah, isn't it cool that they offer this for us veterans? and just leave it at that instead of getting angry. What a great opportunity we have to educate. But I also realize that you're not going to catch me wearing a veteran hat. 37 years in the military, I've had enough of wearing hats. So maybe I need to be the t-shirt wearer. And honest to goodness, I'd never had a veteran t-shirt until last year. My granddaughters gave me my first veteran t-shirt. And I realized that I probably need to wear it. If anybody, shouldn't I be setting an example of showing that women are veterans also? Thank you. It's really important that we do preserve the history of our veterans and the legacy that Ohioans have contributed to our victories and our wars and the efforts that we make. And we do have the huge vault of DD-214s. We have records going back to the Civil War of the veterans that served in Ohio. No, we don't have everybody's DD-214s, but if we have it, we can get it out to you. And sometimes you just have to go to that record center in St. Louis where everything burned up in the fire and they can never find it again. But we work through that. We have a veterans bonus program. For veterans that serve, have an opportunity for a one-time payout of a bonus. It's kind of a way that Ohio says, thank you. And we're trying to run that. Of course, that's about to sunset now that Afghanistan is closed down. That starts a time clock that veterans have 3 years to apply for that. And so that will be exhausting itself. Praise God, it exhausts itself and that we don't go into another war that would make more Ohioans eligible for that. Strengthening our alliance with other state agencies. Realize that veterans are a cross-cut of society, right? So we have partners that deal with cross-sections of Ohio. So whether it's the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, because some of our veterans have the same issues as Ohioans in that world, whether it's dealing with the issues of suicide that plague our environment today and our veterans at a little higher rate than civilians. It's important for us we can't do that alone. The experts on that are in mental health and addiction services. They aren't in the Department of Veterans Services. So we need their help to do that, and we work collaboratively with that. But I'll tell you, Department of Aging, how about license plates in the Department of Safety? You realize that about everything we need for veterans, everything we should be providing for veterans, is the same stuff we have to provide to regular old citizens that maybe didn't wear the cloth of our nation, right? So we partner with all those different agencies to make sure that they don't forget. And I frequently will just want to say, if you're putting together a public service announcement, just have somebody in there with a veteran hat, just to make sure that that veteran can connect to and recognize you're talking to them as well. So if you have any say in any of that stuff, please take that away if nothing else. The mental health issue we talked about, and just caring for veterans. Ryan touched on it just briefly. The largest portion of our budget, of your tax dollars that you give to me, thank you very much, go to running our 2 veterans' homes. So it's really to house and take care of those that don't have another way to be cared for and taken care of as they go into need nursing care or memory care. But we also have a little part of our home up in Sandusky, Ohio, that is called a domiciliary. It really is a place that for people that live that don't need health care specifically, don't need that day-to-day health care, but need a place to live. And if they weren't there, they would probably be on the street. Many of them have problems with addictions and issues that we can help them with. And so it's a great place for people to put there. And what I do love, the things that we hear from, obviously it's a nursing home. People die pretty much daily in nursing homes, including ours. But what I love is when the families come back and say, my mom or my dad was dying until he or she went to live in the Ohio Veterans Home and they started living again. And there's just something about being in an environment where everybody knows where you've been, the commitment you've made, the difference you've made, the sacrifices you and your family have made that make it a really comfortable place to live and to be engaged and active again. Now, I would tell you, COVID has taken its toll, not necessarily on the losses of people with COVID, although we have had 4 COVID-related deaths in our homes, and we've had COVID hit our homes, and I would tell you we were very active in prevention before it hit and mitigating it when it did hit. So I really believe we saved lives with the actions we took. But there's just something about isolation. When we told the veterans they had to live in their little room, and we would bring meals to them. And they didn't even get to, because there was no congregate dining, nothing, they couldn't get together. And that was hard. And we were pretty creative. I mean, having bingo, hallway bingo, where everybody from the room was trying to track their card while we were shouting numbers from the hallways, things like that. Massive amounts of crossword puzzle books and word search books and all those sort of things to try to entertain them. But I just remember going up and talking to one of the veterans who was standing out there. He says, "Can we just turn on the TVs out here so we could come out here and watch TV together?" Like, no, we can't. We don't want you watching TV together because we don't want you to share what one of you may bring in. So it's been hard, but I tell you, we're opening back up, and it's so much better that families can come visit. I mean, we did the window visits, but window visits didn't always work, particularly for dementia patients. We did the iPad visits. That was really confusing for some of the veterans. What's that? My loved one doing on TV? That's not TV, that's an iPad, but all good stuff. So we were very proactive in trying to keep them engaged, but it was hard. And it's so nice to be coming out of that now. But even though this Veterans Day, I mean, I had the best boss. So as planning for Veterans Day, my boss says, "I'm going to your veterans' homes. Let's figure it out." So we started the day up in Milan, I think we call it in Ohio, at the high school of Max Soviak. Max Soviak is our most recent fatality of the war. He was blown up in the bomb at Kabul as we were trying to exercise our exit strategy out of Afghanistan, and he was one of our losses there. Max was had 12 siblings and a very active family, so the governor got very engaged with them. It's hard not to. They're a very engaging family, and he said that he was asking, he said, "Yes, I will come and talk at your high school on Max's first Veterans Day that he won't be here to participate in." So we went up there and started the day there, and then we went to Sandusky, the Veterans Home in Sandusky, and then unfortunately we had to wave him off. He couldn't go to our Georgetown home because we had an active case of COVID and one of our staff members who had been throughout the home the day before, so we couldn't take that risk. But that's just the kind of boss I have, and that's just the kind of respect he shows for our veterans and the engagement that we have. So I think I've shoved in as much information as I can in a short amount of time to talk with you, but I would like to have a few minutes if you have any questions or anything else you'd like for me to share with you about what we do at the Department of Veteran Services to honor and show respect to those who've served our great nation that land here in Ohio. Oh man, I'm good. No questions. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate your attention, even though you were eating.
Well, good morning, and thank you all for attending. Thank you, Justice Stratton, for your friendship and your leadership. Our first panel today is Service Behind Bars, the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. Our panelists this morning are Brian Boyrith, the Regional Reentry Administrator from the Office of Reentry for the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. He has been active over the past 18 years with veterans population and is serving time in the department. Myra Jenkins is from the Healthcare for Reentry Veterans. She is a specialist for the Department of Veterans Affairs, based out of Northeast Ohio Healthcare System in Cleveland. She has been employed by the VA since 2008, and she came there from Case Western Reserve. She is a licensed independent social worker, and she is a supervisor for the state of Ohio. They are joined by Gina Kikos, did I say it right? Kisos, I apologize, a VA Healthcare for Reentry Services specialist out of Dayton. Gina earned her BA in sociology from Anderson University and an MSW in mental health from the University of Michigan. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. Well, good morning, everybody. I know this is difficult because it's kind of after COVID and we're not quite used to being out in public with each other, but thank you for being here. Thank you for bearing with the weather and the traffic. it is important that we're here talking about veterans. So it's a pleasure for me to work with Maya and Gina. I see some familiar faces out there, but also see some faces I do not know. So thank you for allowing Gina, Maya, and myself to give you a glimpse into a population of veterans that sometimes is forgotten about. You know, as we go through today, we're going to talk about a few things. We're going to talk about the Office of Reentry, which is what I'm a part of. We're going to talk about Incarcerated, give you some numbers, give you a picture of what the veteran looks like inside our walls. We're going to talk a little bit about service programs and support systems for those veterans entering the criminal justice system. We're going to let Maya and Gina talk about some release planning that's specific to and for the veterans. And then we're going to talk, we're going to have a video that's going to show you a pretty good glimpse, a picture of what collaboration's about and what we try and do in the department with all of our community partners, especially the VA, because we couldn't do it without these two, and then we have 4 total. I think we have a couple that are out in the audience. Thank you for what you do. You know, why am I starting off by talking about the Office of Reentry and the Department of Rehab and Corrections? We have an obligation to our community, to our taxpayers, to our families, our customers, the incarcerated and their family, to educate at events like this of what reentry is. You know, many of you have heard the word and the term reentry, and it might mean something completely different for you. But what it means for us is that we have an obligation to educate everybody in the community any chance we get on what reentry means to our department. So as we look at it, the Office of Reentry and its initial plan is to make sure that we work with communities to come up with some kind of plan or have a plan that deals with returning citizens. Communities have to know who's coming back and what they need, and of course have a plan on how they're going to accomplish that. I mean, think about it. We have a population of 43,000, which is still a lot. Do we truly know what each one of them needs that's being released? We do not. We hope we understand what they need, but a lot of times we depend on people like you that are out there providing the services. So as we operate with communities to try and develop a reentry plan. You know, the bottom line to that is, you know, if we have a plan and we're working the plan and we are working with those that are returning, we have a safe community, hopefully, right? And that's really what it's all about. Successful reentry planning gives citizens, restored citizens, a chance for change, a chance to be seen differently than just another person coming out of the prisons. As you talk about the Office of Reentry, we have some goals, and these are goals that we kind of live by. Number one goal is to actually make sure we help develop a successful transition plan for everybody being released. And what does that truly mean? It means establishing relationships with organizations, services, and people that are in the community to identify services, to be able to connect to services prior to release. We're also there to ensure individuals are being prepared to return home. What do they truly need? Sit down and asking them, what do you truly need? Not hearing us tell them what we think they need, but what do they truly need? What are their fears? And we'll talk a little bit about some numbers, but we're there also to equip individuals with some skills. What do they truly need? Whether it be communication skills, whether it be coping skills, whether it be trauma related. We're also there to assist individuals in developing a family, restoring the family again. Whatever that means, a supportive a support system for them. Everything we do in the office of reentry is about engaging the family of those that are incarcerated in the communities, because they've got to be on the same plan as the offender has coming out. If they're not on the same page, then it never ends up really well. We're also there to provide individuals with effective life coping skills. Give them some skills of being able to cope with whatever fears, whatever issues that they have. And you'll find out with this population, they're doing a lot of time, so the world to them is what it was when they came in. So if you've done 15, 20 years, guess what? The world that they're stepping back into is what it was 15 years up here. We're also there at the bottom, the sixth and final one is to enhance awareness of the impact of their crime and incarceration. And that's kind of why, they force, and I say this lovingly, people that aren't comfortable standing up and talking to come out and talk to you, because it is about educating and bringing, creating some awareness. Let's talk about some numbers. As of November 4th, we have 2,582 veterans, and that's based upon our data exchange with the VRSS system. Does that seem to be a lot to you? We have a population of 43,193 offenders. That ends up being about 6% of our population are veterans. Does that seem high to you? It seems high to me. What does this population look like? Average time served is 131 months, 11 years. Average length of stay is 126 months, which is 10 and a half years. Out of the 2,000, 81% of that are down for a violent offense, which leaves 18.6% down for nonviolent. The average age is 53.2. That always kind of amazes me, but we do have a combination of Vietnam vets and some recent war veterans. 2.9% of the veterans are serving life or life without parole. So that paints a really good picture of the veterans that are coming out. The veterans are doing a lot of time. So there's a lot of things going on inside of our facilities that allow for a change, an opportunity for change, an opportunity to do to live their life. And for many of you that come into our facilities, oh, please tell me that's not my phone. And it is mine, and I apologize. No, that's Gina's. That's really Gina's. So, as you look at these numbers, they're pretty drastic, aren't they? We got a beautiful, minus the person who's sitting in it, me, who's got the COVID spread. Great message of 2 veterans that we interviewed. And we hope it kind of paints a picture for you. So now I'm going to turn it over to Maya Jenkins.
So when we got together and we said, okay, the 3 of us were talking, how can we get the best message across about what we do, what we see, what that picture really looks like for us going in on the inside. And we said, hey, what if we could interview 2 of the veterans that I personally, both of these veterans are ones that I have worked with. We thought that's going to be the best idea to really show you what we see when we go into the facilities. So it took a lot of work, but I was able to convince Brian to be the one on video. I said, I'll do the coordination, but you have to be the one on video. He graciously agreed. So what you're going to see are 2 veterans that I worked with. Both of these veterans did a long time. I worked with both of them since, I think, about 2011 when I took the position. Both of them were seeing the parole board. So I worked with them going up to that parole board, and then I worked with them as they got denied and got an additional 2 years or more onto their sentence. Without further ado, I think we play.
Vince, good morning. Thank you for allowing us to spend some time with you and talk a little bit about your experiences. Let's talk a little bit about that time period after your service and prior to incarceration. Tell me a little bit about that.
My experiences after service, because of the violence that I witnessed in the service and the death of at least one service member by another service member, it caused me a lot of problems. I had an adjustment disorder. I developed PTSD. I turned to drugs and alcohol. I withdrew from family and friends. Securing employment, you were labeled as a non-vet because it was the period, and people wouldn't hire you because you were a veteran and you served during the Vietnam War. So that made it difficult, besides my issues. And my issues made it difficult to maintain a job for any period of time. I get one, and the drinking and using drugs would interfere with keeping one. You couldn't keep a job and do that stupid stuff.
The time you spent inside the department, what was it like being a veteran serving time?
When I entered the department, that was in 1995, they never asked you if you were a veteran. Nobody was concerned if you were a veteran at that time. It was years later they started to, which I was glad to hear. But with PTSD and other issues, doing time was kind of difficult because you were stuck in a cell, and it was hard. But I developed a mindset that I wasn't going to let it break me down. I wasn't going to let it ruin my life. I chose to do positive things. I got into maintenance programs. I completed 2 apprenticeships, 2 4-year apprenticeships, as well as a 2-year tailoring apprenticeship. I got my associate's degree, and I got involved with the Vietnam Veterans of America. And within a year, I was elected to a board position, and since then, 1996 until 2020, I was either elected or appointed to a board position with the Vietnam Veterans of America. They started to come around to where veterans were important again. And, they got a veterans block established in Grafton, and that was a good stepping stone. And we wind up getting good connections with the VA, which helped guys prior to being released.
What has been As you look at the release and your release, what has been effective for you? I mean, what exactly were your needs?
Well, first need was housing. I mean, I was homeless. The most beneficial and helpful was Maya Jenkins getting me into the domiciliary. Like me, it was getting down to the last minute. Like I say, it was within a week of either nowhere to go or somewhere to go. And that's not a comfortable feeling. You know, your time's running out. Your 25 years, day for day, is running out. Okay, now it's time I can leave. I can be free, and you get nowhere to go. That's totally. It could have been really devastating, but I was not going to give up now. I mean, I made it this far. I can't give up now. So, you know, it was just a new struggle that I had to work through. While I was at domiciliary, I was accepted into a program at the VA hospital, Wade Park. And it's a community work therapy program. It's a veterans benefit. And I've been there since. It's almost a year now.
You know, as you look at your release and what you needed, what kind of gaps were there?
The biggest gaps, again, we got to go back to, it was the COVID, was the lack of staff that could help you be connected to places. You know, I mean, like I said, once in a while, you got to talk to somebody on the phone because staff wasn't coming in. It was, you know, we had exposure there. We were under lockdown, so being those circumstances made it extremely difficult to actually do the process correctly.
Let's talk a little bit about what kind of pressure that put you in upon release. I know you leaned heavily on the VA, but things that didn't really fall into the VA side of it. What did that mean to you?
I really had nowhere, you know, to reach out to. You know, it was the places I was trying to reach out to with the barriers that I have due to my incarceration caused a lot of difficulty, a lot of no's, so that they were closing doors that I was trying to get open before I could get them open, and that made it really difficult. The call places from being incarcerated, you know, it's not, you can't make those kind of calls. So I was having some friends of mine do it for me, and I had a couple initial things, and in the background check, you know, that wiped that process out. They said, no, you incarcerated for this or that, and we're not going to hire you. So jobs weren't lining up prior to release. Housing wasn't available, you know, so it was like, what's going to happen now?
You know, my next question is really about what would you do differently. You've answered a bunch of that already. But talking, looking back, and if this was shown to the population inside, what kind of message would you be able to tell them?
I think it's important to get your education, to try to find a trade that they're offered through the facilities. I mean, a lot of them offer different kind of programs. Seek the help you need. You know, you got to get the help you need. You know, that's the only way I survived. I got to the point where I wasn't going to let it break me down. I stayed really busy, so coordinating, seeing a psychologist, I had to make sacrifices. You know, but I had to do them. You know, I wouldn't have been able to be the person I am today if I did not go through those programs. That's rewarding to somebody that's done a lot of time. It makes them feel human, because when I went in, you were a number. You weren't even, your name didn't even, the name's out. We won 311483. That's you. Come on, let's go. Yeah, I'll never forget the number. You know, I always look back. You know, that's where I was. Look where I'm at. Look where I'm going. This is what I want to do.
Good morning, Ed. Thank you.
Morning, Brian.
Thank you for taking some time out to give us a little bit of your life perspective.
You know me. I'll do anything to help vets out.
That's what we figured that. So thank you. So, talk a little bit about your military career for us.
I honor my time in the service. I believe I did honorable service. I did faithful service, and I can't say I love it because time in combat is not something you really love, okay? But I think I did duty that brought respect and honor not only to my family, but to my country. I knew things were a little bit different because society did not want to accept us, okay? Right from the get-go of being discharged, actually right from the point that I got off the plane from returning from Vietnam, I seen the hostility that was shown by a lot of society towards Vietnam vets. We had trash thrown at us whenever we go somewhere. I've been on airplanes, I've been on trains, I've been on buses where people refused to sit next to me because I served in Vietnam. I learned not to advertise that I was a Vietnam vet. I went through many jobs. Some jobs only lasted 6 months, some jobs a year. In time, I found that the best job for me was a over-the-road long-haul trucker. Ended up getting my own tractor. Okay, I loved it. It's the quietness of being alone. I loved it. Okay. But the downfall was that you don't get rid of the night bears. They're still there, okay? I developed self-medication by using marijuana. And because of the using marijuana, I ended up incarcerated in the state of Ohio. Did 28 years. Okay. I was released February of this year, and new to society, you might say. I mean, people don't understand 28 years, a lot changes in the world. A lot changes. Okay. And because of that, there are things that I don't know other people know, or I don't know what other people know. Okay, my brother got me a smartphone. Damn thing is so much smarter than me. It's ridiculous. I can make a call and I can know how to receive a call, and that's about it. The only other thing I can do is TikTok, you know, but that's about it.
What was your experience like being a veteran, being incarcerated?
I think being a vet incarcerated is the best training for incarceration. Incarceration, you're expected to follow orders. As a vet, you're trained from day one to follow orders, okay? So in one sense, that eased a lot of transition for me. In another sense, it was a torture because a vet, what you're fighting for is freedom and liberties, okay? What do you not have incarcerated? You have no freedom, you have no liberties.
If you would talk a little bit about, as you got closer and you knew you were being released, what services did you connect with?
I went to the parole board 9 times, so I really never knew I was going to get released, okay? But I figured ahead of time I wanted to develop something that when the day came that I walked out, that I would have at least something in place, okay? I developed a rapport with the VA, okay, because of the fact that I filed benefits for guys. At first there was a gentleman that represented us, and then we had a lady that came in. We were lucky. We had two very good people. And I don't know if you want me to mention their names. I think they were our first one was Dave Charleston, okay? And he worked with me on veterans issues, and he even told the guys when he'd come once a month, you got a question, go ask Green. He probably knows more than I do by now. And then when Dave says he's leaving, we were all kind of worried, who are we going to get now? Because everybody loved Dave. And then we got a lady called Maya Jenkins. And I tell you what, we went from good to great, okay? We had questions that were maybe outside of her scope, but she got answers for us, okay? And those who wanted or knew they were gonna be getting out had a way to access some of the information that the VA would have available for you.
Talk a little bit about the connection with the VA. What kind of comfort that gave you coming out?
I knew I'm going to need medical supplies for the rest of my life, so I made sure that my medical records, okay, by my final case manager, was sent to my VA representative, so there was no delay in getting the necessary medical supplies I would need. Okay, and my VA rep was Maya, and she was right on it. And matter of fact, she had medical supplies waiting at the halfway house for me when I was released. I mean, if you know what's going on and you get yourself involved into it because it is your life, no one else is going to step in and do it for you. You got to do it. And your VA rep is there to, if you go to them and say, this is what I need, how do I get it? They're going to help you get it. They're going to tell you what path to take, okay? What obstacles in the road you're going to face. Prepare yourself for it. Prepare yourself.
Let's talk a little bit about upon release, what kind of barriers, and what's been good, what's been bad.
Well, I think the bad part is that for me, I was incarcerated so long, and I was a little bit scared coming out. It's a whole different world. What I think was an obstacle for me is after 28 years, there was so much in society that changed. So much, okay? And the big thing is technology, okay? I never had a computer. I never had a cell phone, okay? At home, I had what they called a princess phone. Okay, I don't know if you remember that. And all of a sudden, my brother buys me this thing it's really thin, okay? And kind of square and everything, but I mean, it does everything. You not only make phone calls and get phone calls, I could be at my bunk and get a phone call, okay? I can be anywhere and make a phone call, okay? And if I got a question, this thing will give me the answer. I said, you're kidding me. One of my biggest obstacles to face right now in continuing my life is having a credit rating. Nobody wants to talk to you. Don't try to go and get a car. You want to rent an apartment? You know, they even want to know what your credit rating is so you'll be able to pay your monthly rent. For me, as a vet, I made sure that I had my connection with the VA, okay? To me, that was the most important. So I wanted those things that are the most important to me that is going to help me survive and give me the best chances. Because you will hear in the prison system, most guys, if you don't prepare yourself, you'll be back in within 6 to 12 months. Okay? So my contact was the VA. Okay? And knowing that Maya was always there to help. Whatever direction I needed information from, she helped. You're constantly faced with a new obstacle. And you've got to be fluid in your thinking that you can adjust to it, because it's not something you actually thought about in the past, because it's not something that you were dealing with. You know, they always had a bed for you, always had towels, and they always had toilet paper, always had food when you went to the chow hall. You're going to have obstacles. On a personal note, after coming out of the military, I've done all kinds of jobs, and I told you driving 18-wheelers was the best. I liked it, okay? Gave me privacy. I traveled the whole country, okay? And I will say that very few people understand vets and even care about vets. Yeah, Veterans Day comes, yip, yip, hooray, thanks for the vets. Okay, but you got your freedoms, you got your rights, you got your liberties 365 days of the year, not just one. Okay? Where I live now, in Ohio, in a suburb, this is a town that I don't go a day without at least 5, maybe 10 people come up to me and say, thank you for your service. I would say at least twice a month, I'll sit in a restaurant and have a meal. I'll ask for the check. And I'm told there is no check. Somebody else paid your check. That means a lot. That means a lot.
Well, thank you. Good job.
So I know that was a little long. Is this still on? But let me tell you, so the second veteran that was focused, that is 100%
That's
service-connected
good morning. Thank you.
veteran. His interview, Brian, it was over an hour just with him. He wanted to talk. And I wish we had the time that we could have showed the whole thing. It was just so chock full. And like I said, I've known him for years. We've worked together a long time. The insight that he has being a veteran that was released from prison was very, very eye-opening. I was off camera the whole time. That's probably why they said all the good things. But I walked away from that with a new perspective of different things I want to focus on personally in the next couple of years. You heard both veterans talk about technology. I've worked with them through that. You know, Mr. Green in the beginning, I would call him, but he couldn't answer because he didn't know how. So just working through challenges like that. But it was an honor to actually be with them and help coordinate those videos. I think Gina's up now.
You're not leaving me alone, right? All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about what we actually do for incarcerated veterans and before they're released and after they're released. The first thing that we do, which seems kind of like a no-brainer, is really work on developing trust and rapport. It seems a little more difficult with this population than maybe some other ones. They might have a lot of distrust in the VA. They might have distrust in the military, and that's transposed to the VA, or just systems in general. So a lot of what we do to try to counteract that is pretty simple, which is do what we say we're going to do. If we say, I'm going to send you this form in the mail, we do that. If someone writes us a letter, we respond to every letter. We often get feedback saying, like, no one but you returns my letters. And so it means a lot to them just that we follow through with the promises that we make.
Right, and it's those little things, that takes us, 5 minutes out of your day. Sometimes their letters aren't even asking for anything in particular. They're just looking for that connection, that support. And I hear that all the time. You're the only person. I sent letters out to all these community agencies. You're the only person that ever replied to one of my letters. So that kind of starts to develop that, they can trust us.
Sometimes we get letters from things that have nothing to do with the VA, asking questions just because they know that we'll respond, and they're questions about the military or questions about just Social Security, yes. Lots of different questions. And so we frequently respond to letters because outside of actually going and doing visits, that's our main form of communication with most people. We also we act as subject matter experts for not only the Veterans Health Administration, but the Veterans Benefits Administration. We technically work for the Veterans Health Administration. A lot of people don't know, who don't work at the VA, that those are very different systems, but we are the only people from the VA that goes into the prisons. And so we have to kind of know it all, and if we don't know it, we've got to find out. And so
learn how to fake it really well. But that is one of the biggest challenges, because it is just us, and we go in, we don't have a computer, we don't have a phone, it's literally us with our notebooks of papers, and we are the VA. They look at us as the whole VA system, whether it's benefits, compensation, health care, doctors, physical therapists. They always want to show us their wounds. I don't need to see that, but that is true. But so that really puts a lot of pressure, but if we stand up and we do what we say we're going to do, that instills that trust in the VA. And as time goes by, they start to say, well, maybe I can trust the VA. Yeah, Ms. Jenkins, maybe I will go to the VA for that appointment you set up for me. So that's kind of one of our biggest goals.
Yeah. So a lot of what we do when we go into a prison, now during COVID, everything ground to a halt, right? We weren't allowed to go into prisons. We did a lot of, initially a lot of interaction through letters, which, can you imagine someone sending you a letter and saying, please tell me everything that you need, all of your personal information, and we've never met, you don't know who I am. Like, I got a lot of people who did not respond to my letters, understandably so. And so we'll go in and we do these screening assessments, and we have about 10 to 15 minutes to figure out what are your needs going to be when you get out. What's your housing plan? What's your income plan? What kind of health care needs are you going to have? Mental health, substance abuse, employment needs. Family support, technology needs. That's a big one that's really been highlighted with COVID. And benefits. So this is where I had to learn when I started this job, the VBA side of the house, of how to help people apply for benefits, who's eligible for what kind of benefits, who's eligible for what kind of VA care, because not every veteran is eligible for VA care. It could be they didn't have enough time in service, they had a bad discharge from the military. There's lots of different reasons why someone might not be eligible for full VA care. So then we have to explain, you might not be eligible for this, but you could be eligible for, there's a couple housing programs that you might be eligible for, even if you're not eligible for, full health care. Benefits is a big question, especially when someone is initially incarcerated, because if you were getting financial benefits from the VBA, depending on the benefit, it might be stopped or it might be reduced. And oftentimes the VA and they don't communicate very well, so someone might be incarcerated for a while getting their full benefit, not knowing that it was supposed to be reduced, and thus incurring a huge debt that they then have to pay back when they get out. So we have to work with them on debt management, explaining that situation, and how to restart your benefits when you get out when you are released from prison. Anything else you want to say about that? So that's money is a big question. Housing is probably the number one question. Does the VA have a place that I can live when I get out of here? And the answer is maybe, but it's pretty difficult. We often refer to the halfway house system for that. And then we have more permanent housing programs that I know are going to be talked about this afternoon that people can apply for once they're out of prison. Let's see. So when someone's getting ready to be released, either if they have like a definite release date or they're approved by the parole board, a lot of what we do is from that initial assessment, we'll link them with appointments. I try to make appointments for people as soon as they're released to help with that continuity of care. Sometimes that's difficult. Sometimes clinics don't want to give an appointment until they talk to the veteran. And I said, well, you can't because they're incarcerated right now. And so that can be a barrier for our system. So we try the best that we can to link people with primary care, mental health, substance abuse, especially those people like the veteran mentioned who have medications that need to be refilled. Usually you only get a 2-week supply when you get out. And so we need to get those appointments pretty quickly for people. And that's one of the goals that we have. And then we also provide post-release case management. So it's not just the pre-release, the reentry planning, but I always say, I am your contact. If you're having problems when you get out and you can't solve them yourself with something related to the VA, give me a call and I will help work on that for you, whether that's getting into the doctor, getting your benefits straightened out. We've worked on developing good relationships with staff who work at the Veterans Benefits Administration so we can get some inside info and help people around the barriers that they might receive. The biggest barrier that I've noticed that's been mentioned is the technology gap, right? So we are very blessed that we have these cell phones that we can give people since we're part of the homeless programs. We can give people, so if they need to make a video appointment, they can click and go to their video appointment. But the problem is, like, I had a veteran in February who got out after 38 years. He was incarcerated in 1983, I believe. And I give him this like Samsung Galaxy something or other. And I don't know what this is, Gina. He's like, he couldn't figure out how to set up his voicemail. I tried to tell him, get with your grandson. He can help you figure this out. But it's still a difficulty. He finally did learn how to answer the phone. Yes, I don't think he knows how to check his voicemail still. But it's a big barrier, is that gap of just adjusting, learning 40 years of things that we've kind of gradually learned along the way that they just haven't had the opportunity for that.
Well, and it's not only that, it's other things in society that you wouldn't think of if you haven't been incarcerated for 20, 30 years. I actually had the opportunity to pick up some guys that were just releasing after 30 years of incarceration. I was taking him to one of our housing programs. Well, he gets in my car. Well, guess what? He doesn't know how to put on his seatbelt. Because when he went to prison, all the seatbelts were down here, right? There's nothing up here. So I have to show them how to put on a seatbelt. So when you're working with this population, I guess why I'm telling you this, patience, patience, patience. Because for us, it's easy. We know how to get gas at a gas pump. They don't. So just walking through the world with them now can be challenging.
Yeah, the veteran I was just talking about, he called me one day. He goes, Gina, I went to Walmart. Have you been to a Walmart? They have everything. I'm like, yes, I'm familiar. He's like, stores weren't like that before. I'm like, I wouldn't have thought about that, that it's a completely different world. And people it's funny that the little things that mean so much. So yesterday, one of my recently released veterans contacted me and said, Gina, I know you got me these clothes, because we have relationships with donations that we can get clothes and hygiene items and stuff like that. And he said, but these pants won't stay up. So I got him a belt from our volunteer, and I dropped off the belt, and this morning I woke up to this message, thank you so much, that means everything that you got me this belt. And it's very humbling what's important to people, right? It's like, correct. Yeah. Let's see. So the biggest barrier for us is also a technology barrier. So the VA has this system where we can do video appointments. However, in ODRC, there's some firewall issue where they can't get our appointments. So we still can't do video conferencing. We were given these iPads, but that didn't work out. There were concerns about security issues with the iPads. So we would still love to find a way, technology-wise, to do video conferences, directly with inmates. Or doing JPay or Kite, which is kind of like an email system where we could just, instead of sending these old-fashioned paper letters, directly contact the veterans. That would be very helpful for us. Is there anything else I'm missing?
Nope, that's the name.
All right, so Brian, we have our contact information up here. Are there any questions? People? Yes.
Well, I hate to tell you this, but I really don't know how to answer that, but I can tell you that our director is constantly looking at ways of getting people back into the communities. We just recently, over with the COVID, we found out that all the beds that we pay for at halfway houses were going unused. So we opened those beds up to anybody that was releasing from our facility that didn't have a place to go, which is a big change for us. Those beds are always designated just for people coming out on supervision. So anybody that was coming out, period, that didn't have a place to go, they had a place to go, which is in one of the halfway houses, which meant that they had access to all the services that the halfway house provided. So there's things that we're working on, but I can't tell you what's down the road as far as budget and other things. So I apologize for not having that answer. So.
Anything else? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we turn to a panel. It's a discussion led by the Ohio National Guard, the Ohio Department of Veterans Services, and the Ohio Veterans Service Commission. They focus on interlocking services that these organizations provide to active members of the Guard and veterans. This session is led by Buck Bramlish and Michael Magnuson. Director Bramlish assumed the role of Executive Director of the Franklin County Veterans Service Commission in February of 2016, and in this role, he's responsible for the Commission's operations, which annually serves approximately 5,000 veterans. As the Commission, they provide emergency financial aid and veterans benefit direct application support for more than 67,000 veterans living in Franklin County. The agency's mission is to assist veterans toward a sustainable solution and improve quality of life made possible by the collaboration and support of other organizations. Mr. Magnuson is an Air Force veteran and a public servant for 45 years. His tenure with the Ohio National Guard began in 2007. Prior to joining the Guard, he served as a department liaison for the Guard for both the Ohio Department of Education and the Ohio Department of Alcohol and Drug Addiction Services. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
Yes. Well, good morning. It is great to be here. I want to start, obviously, thanks to Justice Stratman and Justice Kennedy. It takes a lot of effort and to keep this going, and so thank you. I also want to thank everybody here. Everyone here has got to be in some kind of a position to help others. And in the world that we're in and the folks that we're trying to help, often veterans that are in great distress, that's a very kind and a very trying at the same time environment to be in. So I thank you. You know, it is a great day. I appreciate the way we started. I was on time, you know, so I was like when I make it here on time. I've got a 150-pound dog, And usually he finds a way to slobber on me or get dog hair on me. He's a Mastiff. And so I dodged him. Of course, my wife had to take him out this morning in the rain, so I'm probably in trouble when I get home. Wireless mic. Yeah, if you know me, and a few of you do, give me a wireless mic is courageous. Villa Milano. You know, COVID has cost so much and so many small businesses, and this is a place that I have been so many times. I don't know, who's been here before? Would you raise your hand? So an awful lot of you. You know, military events, Valentine's Day events, Armed Forces Day events, winter dinner dances. You know, I was telling my wife where I was going, and she reminded me that she came to her prom here. And then for some reason she said, oh, by the way, my prom date reconnected with me on Facebook recently. I'm sorry, Meta. She reconnected with me on Meta, I guess their new name. And so this is a great place, and so I'm glad to see that it survived. I have a story I call 10-100. It's very short. But because we often are in this environment where we're helping folks that are in tough times, sometimes they're hard to help, sometimes it's their willingness, sometimes it's just the environment they've lived in. But our staff sometimes will talk about, you know, we've helped this veteran and they keep coming back and they don't do what we ask them to do, and they're taking advantage, you know, of the situation. And so I started this kind of 10-100 story, and it's very simple. It just basically goes, okay, would you all agree that, you know, out of the hard to help folks that we see, let's say there's 100 of them at any given time, that over time, 10 of them could find a pathway to a better place. And I said, it's when opportunity, that's us, meets a mindset, that's them, and we can't control their mindset. Would you agree that at least 10 of them would reach a better place? So we debate it. Someone will say 1, someone will say 50. And so we usually settle on around 10. And I said, okay, great. Point out those 10, we'll help them. We'll save a lot of time and money. You can't. You got to help them all. You got to figure out how to have boundaries and barriers. But, you know, if you got into the poverty cycle as a child and or you lived in that, you grew up in that, you went to the military, maybe you were very successful, maybe not as successful as you could have been. You get out of the military, maybe you're back in that struggling area. You know, just because we paid rent twice doesn't mean someone's all of a sudden going to be doing great. Oh, thanks for paying our rent, I see the light. It doesn't work that way. And it's all the good work and the challenges that you all do. And then finally, someone talked about connecting the dots. And that's really what this is about. I mean, just listening to the folks previous to us, I've got a couple of ideas. Hopefully when I'm done, someone will have a couple of ideas. So it really is about connecting the dots. And then I'll finally note, because I want to make sure I keep you all smiling, I talked that long and it was just one slide. So we'll see. I told you, give me a wireless mic. It's scary. So veterans service commissions, every county's got one. So that we all have the same basic mission. It's providing financial assistance. Generally, we call it emergency or immediate, and then providing a pathway to veterans benefits, and then service, and we call it referral. Veterans, their dependents, survivors, we provide these services to everybody. We're also a veteran-run organization. The leadership are veterans. All of our staff are veterans or their family member of veterans. And one of the great things, we're very fortunate that you know, we're an independent agency inside our county. So we're funded by property tax. There's no levies that we have to fight for. You go back to just at the end of the Civil War is when this great thing started. It was local Ohioans wanting to help local widows and veterans. And that was codified in the law, in the Ohio Revised Code 5901 later. But that's really what it was about, local Ohioans helping local veterans. And then finally, the last part I put on there is we're not part of the Veterans Affairs. But man, are they great partners. And we're here in Franklin County in Columbus, so we have a VA clinic. We talk to their social workers, and I know there's over 100. We talk to them every day. You know, we sometimes say our job is to as a soldier is to stop the bleeding, to do the triage. What's the immediate thing? Their job is to help develop solutions and help, you know, provide them a pathway. And so I'm going to talk more about that. Again, though, as an old soldier, I like to do what I guess I'm supposed to be doing this. I talk about a frame of reference. So what does Ohio look like? So when you look at 2020, our population depends on which source you go to. If we go to the VA, though, our population as of 2020 was around 750,000 veterans in Ohio. It makes us the 5th or 6th largest veteran state in the nation. I like to say it's a very patriotic nation. When you look at our wartime veterans, almost 550,000 wartime veterans. Now that doesn't mean they all went and fought. Wartime veterans mean they served during a theater or a war. As military members, we don't control whether we're called up or not. We don't control where we go. So they're all veterans, and those that happen to serve in the wartime, it's important to note that because that enables some benefits through the VA. And then when you look at the rest of that, I'd like to say about a third of our veterans are the Gulf War veterans. About a third are still the Vietnam era veterans. And maybe a third of those are the peacetime veterans that did not serve during a war, but they raised their hand and they were prepared to do what their country asked. And so that's what our veteran community looks like in Ohio. If you look on the right side, I don't know if you can see the red dots, maybe you can, but there's about 55 VA facilities. And so if you can't kind of figure out where you are, how many folks are not in Franklin County? Would you raise your hand? So I just have okay, a lot of you. So great. So there is a website. I'm gonna lay it out for you, but a simple Google search will get you there. But it's www.va.gov. So real easy. www.va.gov/find-locations. And you can find the VA locations that are closest to you that you might want to work with. And then the green dots just represent our veterans are everywhere in Ohio. So this kind of sets the stage. If you do have a question as I'm rambling on at around 30 miles per hour, just please raise your hand and stop me if you have something that you want to ask. I like to drill down then just a little bit, more central Ohio, since that's my world, and it kind of gives you a flavor. So you look at Franklin County, our veteran population, you look at the surrounding counties' veteran population, you look at the top right, Cuyahoga with the largest county, you look at Vinton County, the smallest population. The bottom line, all of the counties have the same 2 core competencies that I started with: emergency financial assistance and access to VA benefits and other state benefits as well. Those are our 2 main core competencies. So let's talk about emergency financial assistance. First, about eligibility. What makes them eligible? It's some type of honorable discharge. Many, many times we see a lot of folks that have a general discharge under honorable conditions. All kinds of reasons that they could have got that general discharge under honorable conditions. It can be misconduct. It can be a health issue, a medical issue. They're still honorable discharges. Now, inside the Ohio Revised Code, for us, if they have an other than honorable discharge, then that is an individual that we cannot help with financial services. So all those that have a general or general type discharge, we can. You have to have served on active duty for some reason other than training. And so the idea there is that, if you got in, you did 2 years, you were only on training, and then you went back and you weren't on active duty, you're not eligible. Most are eligible, but that's something that we have to help our veterans discern. It's not something, to be honest, that I'm thrilled about. That's one of those rules I don't like, because it's not a very friendly rule to our National Guard and reservists. Because if a National Guard person, you may go to basic training, get through basic training, come back, serve 6 years. You might go to Korea for a warfighter exercise, but because you weren't on active duty for other than training, you're not eligible for our services. And that's one of those things I think is unfortunate. But I want to end this little part with, most of the veterans that you'll be in contact with have a good chance of being eligible. And so that's something that we would help them determine. And then finally, you got to be a resident of your county for at least 90 days. Right? That eligibility is true for all of the 88 county veteran service commissions. In Franklin County, we focus on needs-based. I would say 60% of the veterans we work with are in the poverty cycle or in and out of the poverty cycle. And so we spend a tremendous amount of time there, and I'll kind of talk about that here in a moment. But I do want to let you know that any veteran is eligible. We have veterans that have been very blessed in life, doing very well, and then one of them loses a job, or they have a family member that's sick and have these huge medical bills, and all of a sudden they have a need. We're need-based. We look at income, but we're need-based. So we're able to help veterans and their dependents when they have these kind of situations. So what's it all look like? I'll focus a little bit on rent and mortgage because I know a lot of this was housing. In 2019, we provided 1,132 veterans rent support to the tune of $1.3 million. So now we're a big county, and Franklin County's got deep pockets, so it's different in every county. But I want you to know that that is something we think that's homelessness prevention. We want to link with our VA partners, reentry folks, because sometimes we can be part of the solution. Someone's in a halfway house. We can pay a rent deposit. We can pay a rent deposit and the first month's rent. In some circumstances, it might be the first 2 months. The idea is there a plan? When there's no plan and it's a veteran asking for support, we help and then we start referring them. But if we have a social worker involved, who's a social worker here? Raise your hand. Would social workers stand up? I know. Everyone give them a round of applause because I really, thank you. I did not have this appreciation or understanding for social workers. I'm a 34-year veteran. I was blessed. I never really had to seek that kind of support. But what we've realized in our world is that while we have the money and we're able to make time and space by paying bills, it's the social workers that get in there and start charting a course forward, that start helping, with behaviors that are not helpful, that start, really supporting those veterans and frankly any citizen that is struggling. So with the rent and mortgage, we're looking for other ways to help. We mentioned, that one of the gentlemen mentioned credit issues. That's a real challenge sometimes when you're trying to trying to sign a lease. There are organizations, one of the ones we work with is St. Vincent de Paul. They'll sometimes help and they try to build credit while they're helping. They'll help repay a loan, provide an avenue for a veteran to repay a payday loan. We haven't talked about rent, and that's an interesting concept, because what St. Vincent de Paul wants to do is they want people to build credit. And they're looking for ways to help veterans build credit. So we could be a support there. We also provide a ton of nutritional support. So in 2019, over 2,300 veterans we provided nutritional support, and it was about $800,000. Right now we use Aldi cards. A single veteran that has the need can get a $400 Aldi card for us for a month. If they have a spouse, add another $200. If they have a child, add another $200. We know the importance of nutrition, and so these are the things that we try to do. So as you're trying to help people in and out, either into new living environments or new living conditions, keep in mind that these are resources that we have. We probably spend $300,000 or $400,000 a year on utilities. We provide car repair. Sometimes we'll make car payments. What we look at is how can we help this veteran get to a better place. Now when I first started and I did the math, 95% of the people that we were helping, we provided all or part of what they were asking, and I was real proud of that. I thought, boy, who has that statistic? And then we started thinking a little bit and said, are we enabling sometimes? Are there some times when we either should say no or we should be a little bit more stringent about referrals? So in the end, I'm going to show you our referral partnership, but I want you to know that if someone has an issue that's a temporary issue, we may pay rent and provide food vouchers. If someone has a long-term issue, one of the criteria to keep getting our help is going to be to participate in our referrals. And it's the VA social workers, Jobs and Family Service social workers, the Office on Aging in your particular counties. These are the heroes that we start relying on when we provide referrals. Medical transportation is another thing that we provide. In our county, some counties, most counties, in fact, they use vans. They have a really neat program, and they have vans that transport to various medical appointments. We use a taxi service because we have a lot of veterans. In 2019, we provided over 10,000 round trips to medical appointments. Let me talk about the VA. Is anybody from the Columbus VA here? Okay. Buck's opinion, hopefully, I don't get in trouble for it. There are some veterans, and everyone's got an opinion. There are some veterans that say it's not fair we don't have a VA hospital in Columbus. We're a big area, we ought to have a VA hospital. And right now I'm not using VA healthcare, so I need to throw that in. So my view of this is working with the VA in Columbus. But here's what we do have. We got some of the best hospitals in the country. And so what happens when you go to the VA clinic and you need to get knee surgery? They send you to Ortho 1, or if you've got cancer, they send you to James Cancer. And so in reality, the model that we have here in Central House is a pretty good model. And so those medical transportations are, that service we provide gets them from their home back and forth to those appointments. Sometimes they're one a year, and sometimes they're one a week for a long time if there's some type of cancer treatment. The last little note I made here was on reentry again, because I think that's so important. We want the courts to know what we do. We want parole officers to know what we do. We want them to know that, if you've got a veteran that has need, that's going to be paroled, we have some resources for them. Let me go to the next slide. Forgive me. So just real quickly, veterans benefits. Now, here locally, the VA, there's a VBA group that's inside Columbus. A lot of times they send the veterans to us. And they do it for a good reason. We're not the VA. Great partners, but we're not. We can advocate for veterans. The VA can't advocate against itself. So we actually, if a veteran needs or wants to file a claim, we'll help him fill out the forms. We'll help them go after their medical records. We'll be with them and we'll file it for them. We'll be with them in the beginning. If it goes to appeal, we'll support them through the appeal process. And if it goes to like the board, the Board of Veterans Affairs or the Board Appeal, the organizations we work with, like the VFW or the American Legion, will provide attorneys to help them get through these appeals. And so we're able to advocate for them. Great partnership with the VA, but we're able to work with them and advocate. So let's talk about VA benefits. If you're not familiar, in Franklin County, about 65,000 veterans, about 20% of them get some kind of VA compensation. That VA compensation is well over $250 million a year. So these are life-changing. For some people, it's, at the least, generally, it's $144 a month tax-free for the rest of their life. But the average is probably around $600 or $700 tax-free for the rest of their life. Depends on if they're 10% or 100%, and you can just, if you're not familiar, it's basically just, by the VA's calculations, we're going to compensate you based on how disabled that you are according to their scale. It's not the same as Social Security disability. I have folks that are 100% disabled that work for us and do great work. So it is, and are able to work and still receive it. So it's a different program. But for some veterans, it is life-changing. All of a sudden, they're getting $400 or $500 a month tax-free for the rest of their life when they were only getting maybe, $600 Social Security disability. And now they have more of a livable wage. It's not a great wage, but they have a livable wage. So there are claims that are for dependents. There are claims that if a service member passes and their illness was related to their service, that we call it dependency indemnity compensation. So there are benefits out there. Rather than trying to get you to learn them all, if someone served, refer to us. That's going to be kind of the message the whole time. If you got somebody you're trying to help and they're a veteran or they're a spouse or a widow of a veteran, refer them to us. Our service officers are state and nationally accredited. In 2019, I use 2019 because it was pre-COVID, then I'll use 2020, but in 2019, we filed over 1,300 service claims. That's a lot of claims in a year's time, so we do it a lot. We filed another 1,000 intent to files, which means that it wasn't the claim itself, but we wanted to save the date so they would go backwards if they pay, if it was approved and it paid the veteran all the way from when they filed. So you know, 2,300-ish just service compensation claims or intent to files. 2020, the numbers were a little bit lower, right, as we all try to navigate through the different world we're in. But in 2020, we still filed 709 claims, and we still did over 500 intent to file. So, and every county does these same things for veterans. So I am kind of moving fast toward the end here, and I'll turn the stage over to Mike. Okay, thanks, Mike. Programs, partners, and referrals. So again, we decided about 3 or 4 years ago that we needed to focus a little bit more on the long term. We needed to focus on sustained solutions. And it was hard, you know, because you got veterans that come in and you want to help. I had a jobs and family service social worker that said to me one time, Buck, I don't know, sometimes, we hate to say it, but sometimes they need to go through the eviction process. And I said, wow. I mean, because, you know, you go through the eviction process and what happens to suicidal ideation? It goes up. And so she wasn't wrong. It's just hard. They're people. They're all different. Situations different. But what we realized is if we just keep on providing and we don't refer and hold them accountable, is maybe we're doing them a disservice, because we're not trying to nudge them toward a better place. And if we provide that kind of support for months and then years, next thing you know, we've got veterans that are 55 or 65 and they've had nothing but part-time work, and we never put them in a position to try to make it better. We can't make it better for them, right? We can't take that upon ourselves. I learned that very quickly. You can't take it upon yourself for someone's success or someone's failures. All you can do is the best you can do. So when you look at some of the programs, partners, and referrals, the VA social work team is really the first lever we pull. We've helped someone, it's their third time they're asking for rent. Their job search isn't going well. They kind of give us the runaround. And so we're okay. If we help you, you're going to connect. First of all, are they eligible for VA social workers? Sometimes they're not, and we have to use other partners. But if they are they eligible? We're going to connect you with the VA social worker, and you're going to go to Higher Means Jobs. And you're going to fill out you're going to go and work with them. We don't want to try to find jobs, right? That's not our expertise. But we just nudge and push them towards these partners. Again, it's when opportunity meets the right mindset. And they own the right mindset. All we can do is keep putting that opportunity out there. Lutheran Social Services, Faith Mission, all these different organizations we try to work with as we try to help veterans navigate toward a better place. So if you work with us, all I can tell you is, we'll be able to, we call it make time and space. We'll be able to, in most cases, provide for a rent or maybe help with a car repair, and make time and space for solutions. And again, the solutions are often some of these partners that we've listed here. I want to talk real quickly about Veterans Court. We've got a great Veterans Court in Franklin County. We just changed over. Judge Barrows, who is a veteran, was the judge for quite a while. It was very fun to watch him in action. Compassionate and tough, was what he was as at Veterans Court. We've got a new judge now, Judge Skinner, who was kind enough to spend an afternoon with me, and just he's a model, I think, for a judge that's not a veteran, because he just was thirsty for information. He wanted to understand. He wants to visit places. You could see the commitment he has to Veterans Court and carrying on the great things that Judge Barrows did. We might have 18 to 30 folks involved in Veterans Court at any one time. Are most of you familiar with Veterans Court? Okay. Eviction court, Franklin County, I think, has the highest, pre-COVID had the highest eviction court numbers. So we try to work with eviction court, legal aid, jobs and family services. It's a group of us. There's an organization called Community Mediations that does a terrific job trying to work with landlords and trying to find a middle ground to keep this person from getting evicted. And what's our role? We sweep in and say, okay, mediate it, and legal aid helps. We can pay the bill. That's what we can pay the bill for 2 months, as long as they're part of a solution. And that's what we try to do for eviction court. We started we're part of a start of a veterans jail pod, and in Franklin County, as their new jail opens, it's a pod-centric jail system. But the idea is, we had a veteran service officer that went there once a week, and we could actually start claims while we were there. We could support them while they were in that pod, and we can't wait for the new jail to open and COVID to be in the rearview mirror so that we can kind of get back to that important business. Finally, on this slide, I did put a link at the bottom so that if you're not a Franklin County person, you click on that link. If you downloaded the slides, it will get you to the Veteran Service Commission that's in your county. So this kind of wraps it up. We talked about federal benefits. We talked a little bit about state benefits. I'm not going to talk about it much because they're really Ohio Department of Veteran Services benefits, and I'm sure that they'll touch on it. There's some great benefits. We just help veterans fill out the forms, and so, but there are state benefits that are great. There's some state veterans homes, and I think some really great things inside Ohio, but we'll leave that to ODVS. I've talked about emergency financial assistance. I talked about transportation. Let me just throw out one that I like to talk about: dental. Most veterans aren't eligible for dental at the VA. The VA got a great dental clinic, but most of us aren't eligible for it. And so we have these programs, and they're based on a federal poverty level. So if you're at 250% poverty level, which is pretty generous, if that's a single person, that's $29,000 a year. You could earn $29,000 a year. If you're at that level, and then of course you're a resident and a veteran, you and or your spouse can come to us, and we'll provide dental support up to and including complete dentures, uppers and lowers. We've done it. Some veterans might have medical issues, and they have to go to a hospital to get those kind of dental cares. Sometimes it's $8,000-$10,000. We provide that probably a couple of times a year when the situation merits. So I know other counties do some things like that. Again, we're blessed in Franklin County, but dental is not just a quality of life thing. It's just it's a health thing. And so I wanted to mention the dental care. So then again, on the right-hand side, it gets back to just our goal. It's quality of life. We're trying to get them to a better spot. So in the end here, I've got our information up there. I'll talk just a minute about the Veterans Crisis Line. I do not have conversations anymore without mentioning the Veterans Crisis Line. Veteran suicide started to go up again. The Army National Guard numbers have started to tick up again, and they've been unacceptable. And of course, any suicide rate is unacceptable. But it's a very scary thing. Having, probably most of us have been around it, been part of it. I used to tell the story that, I had a spouse that was with her kids, their husband was overseas, and I'm on one phone with her. I'm on the other phone with the police department, who's doing what they do, trying to figure out how to find her. I don't know if it was a phone thing or whatever. And then I've got the brigade commander, one star, on a speakerphone, on a different phone, and it's a scary time, and our belief, and I know for the social workers, I'm preaching to the choir, but in case there's a couple that haven't had to deal with it or want their staffs to learn how to deal with it, part of our solution is always this 800 number, and press 1. And we call it the warm handoff. We've had people in our office where I've had some really great veterans who work for us that have said, well, let's make this call together. And we make the call together and put them in touch. So the Veterans Crisis Line is something I always want to mention. So those are my prepared comments. If there's no questions, I failed, so someone's got to bail me out. And if there's only one question, you probably all win, because we'll keep this thing going. Anybody got a question or a comment? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Matt Zelnick is my assistant, and he was supposed to raise his hand if nobody else did. Yes, ma'am.
I'm a fellow Air Force vet, so I have to bail you out. That's all I can say. So my name is Linda Bernard. I'm a 30-year retired extraordinary, and you get much better care. But going to the VA hospital is more than a medical appointment. I have to tell you, from my experience going there, and for the social workers in the audience who maybe have had some interaction with vets who go to the VA, I wonder if they might have any comments about it. Because when you go to the VA hospital, it's not just about going to see the doctor. It's about going there to be with the people you served with. And so if you get a call from a veteran at a veteran service center that says, I really want to go to a VA hospital and you don't have one in Franklin County, I hope Franklin County is getting them to a VA hospital, because it may not be about their broken leg, if that makes sense. And I just wanted to hear your comments about that, and anybody who maybe is working with that who might have that. I've never been to a hospital like the VA hospital where guys just kind of sit around, where they were in Vietnam, and it's okay if you wait an hour and a half to see a doctor there, because that's therapeutic time, if you get what I'm saying.
I think it's a great comment, and I'll make a quick response, and then I love the fact that, let's bring others into it. Again, as you would have guessed, I could not agree more. But to get to the James, you don't go there. You go to the VA. You've got a primary care doctor here in Franklin County at Chalmers, and that's that person that you rely on. And that environment, when you walk in there, it is very welcoming. Again, daggone COVID, right? But you walk in there, there's always veterans volunteering. There's always folks saying, hey, what are you here for? And it is a community. So where there are hospitals, that community probably is even a little different, a little bit more entrenched. But believe me, it's a community at Chalmers as well. I've been in there many, many times, and I think vets would be very sad if they didn't have what you described at the VA clinic or the hospital. But for those of you who don't know, a clinic still has all the primary care, still has all the specialty doctors. There's just no overnight care there, and so they refer out for their care. So would someone else be willing to? I'm going to walk this over if you don't mind, because I know what you have to say is important. Okay. There you go. Thanks.
So we have the Mission Act. So what was being shared is, so a veteran is, if they need care, and because we don't have 24-hour health care, the veteran has the right to not need to travel all the way down to Chillicothe or Dayton to spend the night. So that's the reason with the Mission Act that the VA will pay for care locally in Columbus in some very excellent hospitals. But it is up to the veteran. So you have the right, if you want to stay in the veteran hospital, I mean, there's Dayton, Chillicothe, Cincinnati, and then, I mean, most often it will be Chillicothe because it's the closest. So many of our veterans do get care in Chillicothe, especially, for surgery, like if there's, I mean, and so I work in the homeless division, so some of our veterans may not have somebody to spend, the next 24 hours with them after they have anesthesia. So they may need to so they might have surgery in a local hospital and then travel down by ambulance down to Chillicothe just to spend the night. So there's services like that. So it is up to the veteran. So the right to have the services locally is for the family. You want your family, travel expenses. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Anybody else have any input on that? It's funny, we don't get a lot of requests to get veterans to Wade Park or some of the other hospitals. When we do, we find a way. Sometimes we'll go to the other Veteran Service Commission, a local county, because they have a van going up there, and we'll do it that way. But it is a community. I'm so glad you said that, because that community is part of the success. I think that's why the veteran pod idea, I'm sure that's why the veteran court idea, the idea is the commonalities that veterans have will hopefully help them be a little more successful in getting to a new place in their life. So with that, thank you very much, and I'm going to turn it over to a very good friend of mine, and truly someone who's been helping veterans for a long time, Mike Magnuson.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I will tell you the nice thing is that there's a high probability of partnership in the state of Ohio when it comes working across organizations and agencies, and I've always found that very satisfying in my public service. And I'll add to something that Buck said, and he always has some good things that these phrases that you'll hear, right time, right place, right opportunity. And the one that he said today is really important, and that is when opportunity meets the right mindset. And I want to also say something about that, especially after hearing from the Ohio Department of Rehab and Corrections and the experience that the folks have had that work in the prison with veterans and what they hear back. And that is, you're the first person to answer my phone call. You're the first person to answer my email. I will tell you that even happens inside the Ohio Army National Guard. When people reach me, they often say, you're the first person to return my call, especially those that are no longer in service or in the process of leaving service. And so what I would say, and I know Buck would agree with this completely, is the right mindset needs to exist on both sides. I've never, ever picked up a phone and told somebody I couldn't help them, ever. So I think if we have the right mindset, no matter who we're dealing with, and if we're willing at least to do the research or find the right place to direct that individual or family, I think we all win. And I found that to be the most important thing. I can't tell you the number of times that I'm frustrated when I'm trying to assist a veteran, and the issue is, can I get a hold of the person that kind of holds the keys either to the information or the ability to make something happen? And that can be very, very frustrating. I will tell you, when I first came to the Guard in 2007, and then 2010 became the Transition Assistance Advisor for the Army National Guard, I spent time with veterans talking with the VA because of frustrations about different things related to getting care. I always try to help. In my case, I work with any branch that contacts me, but when I hear from a soldier, I always say to them, I want to also help you become a little more realistic about things. If you want to find a good group of people to complain about the VA, you'll probably find a group of veterans that will do that. And if you want to hear bad news about the VA, all you have to do is, turn on national television. I'm convinced the VA will never get a positive story on national news. I would tell you, though, today, I participate in out-processing for anybody ending their term of service or retiring from the Ohio Army National Guard. And today, what I do is I say something about the VA. I have a VA representative there that talks about the VA. But then I ask for testimony from the audience. And 90+%, I would say 9 out of 10 times, and almost always, so we do this every month, 2 days in a row, out process folks, testimony comes from soldiers. And 98% of the time, it's always positive. Because folks, I don't know if you know, but when the VA provides services, they open up what they call the medical benefits package. And they offer them all kinds of things, not just for their service-connected illness, injury, or disease. That's how they're referred to by the VA. The other thing I want to mention, too, for those of you that are working with veterans that maybe did not serve on active duty, I don't know what the percentage is. I wrote it down to make sure I look it up. But I will tell you that there is a high percentage of people that receive VA health care and compensation for injuries that occurred as part of their training. Military service is hard on the body. And so you'll find that a lot of people go to the VA for skeletal, muscular, orthopedic kinds of conditions. And that's really important to know, because I think there's a public mindset out there that thinks that everybody that goes to the VA has post-traumatic stress disorder. And you're 20 years at war, you're going to increase the likelihood of those kinds of things. But the reality is they go for all the things that you and I go to our doctors and dentists and so forth for, is care. just the impacts of life that influence your health or your mental health. The nice thing that's happening too over time is we're starting to see health, not just from a physical perspective, but seeing it from a psychological or a mental health perspective, from a spiritual perspective, and all those things are very important. So that's my side note, just listening to Buck talk, and I worked for Buck for several years, and one of the things I'll show you today is something he created, which is still being produced today, so almost 15 years later, still being produced today every year. And it's the responsibility of the Guard. So we're talking about people in uniform. How many active duty bases are in Ohio? It's right, there's one. And if you count the Coast Guard, which serves under a different branch of government, there's two. One Coast Guard in Cleveland, and then Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So we are, for those serving in the military, are largely, approximately 29,000, somewhere close to that, are all Guard and reservists, either serving for the National Guard in the Army or the Air, or for one of the reserve components in the Navy or Marines. And that's unusual. And by the way, their leadership in the reserve component is active duty folks who are assigned to Ohio and are here about 2 years and then they're gone. So sometimes when you're interacting with those in uniform, you might find you're like, oh, I'll just call so-and-so. Well, that person's gone now. So every 2 years you're going through this cycle of rebuilding these relationships. And relationships are key. My personal motto throughout my public service is see opportunities, focus on solutions, and always act with those you serve in mind. And I would invite you, even if you're not a public servant, if you have that right mindset, it's pretty major things can happen. And by building trusting relationships, something Buck and I have talked about a lot, because it really does come down to relationships, doesn't it? And when you do that, I think we can best serve our veterans. So what I'm going to share with you is really this. Matter of fact, Kathleen, I apologize, and thank you, Justice Stratton and Justice Kennedy, for inviting us here today. But I gave her one thing that I was going to do, and I was going to hand it out, but it was last year's product. And yesterday, this year's product shows up in my email. It's not printed yet, so I send her even slides. When I told her I'm not going to use slides, I'll just do this handout, and I'll talk from the handout. Well, all that changed yesterday late afternoon, so I apologize for that. But this product is available to you online as part of your participation. So you'll have the newest, latest, greatest that isn't even been distributed yet. It will get sent to every home of our Army National Guard folks. That's not an exclusion of Air National Guard. We tried for many years to try to create this kind of purple experience, we called it. But we operate very differently. So you can see on this first slide here that there are 6 major subordinate commands under the Army, 6 brigades, and then on the wing side there are 4 wings. And the wings really are really under the direct authority of the Air Force because they have Air Force assets that need to be available to Mother Air Force, so to speak. Whereas on the Army side, we have brigades with about 40 units all spread out across the state of Ohio. So our function is unusual and also sometimes pretty difficult. 80% of the force has full-time civilian jobs. Only 20%, or even maybe less than 20%, but it's around there, are full-time active duty folks that are there to be that full-time force that manages the administrative needs of the entire force. And as you know and have witnessed over the past 20 years, is the National Guard has become a part of the operational force, meaning augmenting the active component. We have National Guard soldiers and airmen all over the world on all kinds of different supportive missions. A very different way of life for those reservists who once, 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks in the summer, it doesn't work like that much anymore, which has been difficult on employers, which can compound problems for service members. Ohio employers have been amazing over the past 20 years. But I do tell people when they're out processing, you've now just become very attractive to employers because you no longer have a military commitment that's going to pull you away from the job. But So what I want to share with you is the way we deal with issues like preventing and I'm going to use the word prevention and intervention, homelessness or unemployment, is kind of by creating those wraparound services, largely led in the Army side by the Office of Family Readiness and Warrior Support. On the wing side, they have full-time wing airmen and family readiness program managers. But I'll share with a number here for you that if you remember this or keep this file, you can always call those numbers provided on the Army side, and they'll get you connected with the Air side if you're working with a service member from the Air Force and or the Army, or it's someone from another service component and you're just trying to get the dots connected. Somebody said about connecting the dots. I think it was Justice Stratton. Yes, it is about connecting those dots and building those trusting relationships that can provide the appropriate intervention, or in our case, prevention, in order to ensure readiness and retention of our service members. So that gives you the idea of what the Guard makeup is. You know, it's around 16,000 service members. And oh, by the way, so how many people that enter the Army National Guard make a career in the National Guard? It's actually only 14%. 86% will serve their country and move on. And that's important to know. And I also want to reiterate that point, that there are a lot of folks may not end up on active duty, but may have suffered a service-connected injury as part of their training. And that's important, because if we first read something that says have to have served on active duty, we might miss out on the fact that service alone does include benefits. For the simplest one is the home loan guarantee. Every home I've bought since 1980 I use the home loan guarantee. It's a great program. The other thing you get as a benefit that comes to you is the Veterans Group Life Insurance. Without any active duty service, those two things come to our folks. But now that we're being used in all kinds of other conditions, eligibility requirements are changing as well. So this resource guide is sent out every year to family members, and what it essentially does is reinvigorate and make them aware again about all the services that are available to them. If anything, these services are underutilized, and it's because of human nature. When do people come to you? When their pants are on fire, right? It's just human nature. And, you know, I'll have soldiers say, I never heard about that. I said, well, actually, you've probably heard about it 10 times, but those 10 other times it wasn't of concern to you or didn't have a direct impact on what you were currently experiencing, so you probably didn't pay that much attention to it, or you just saw it as information that was important but didn't have to be retained. So this message comes from Brigadier General Moore. He's the Adjutant General for Army. And basically, he's encouraging the force. And when I say the force, I'm talking about service members, soldiers, and their family members, loved ones, that being in the Army, there is a lot of trials and tribulations and stresses that can be put on your life. But if you embrace and utilize all the programming that's in services that are available to you, you can manage those challenges throughout your Army career. And so even in that part, he's talking about holistic health. He's speaking now, which is unusual on the military side of things. It's not that it just started now. It's this discussion about taking care of the mental part of your life, your mental health or your spiritual health or your resiliency has been part of the force for some time now. But it's like anything. It takes a long time for it to really become, part of the infrastructure of who you are and what you do. And it is changing and evolving, as did Family Readiness and Warrior Support. We look at things now from key transition points. So, Buck, you planted the seed, right time, right place, right opportunity. So we've shifted our focus to transition points throughout a military career, regardless of the length of that career. When's the first transition point? Entry into the military. And all of this is intended to do a better job of improving readiness and retention from a military perspective. So what does readiness mean? Readiness means the ability to, when called, to go. And what do you want when you got people to go? You want them to have things squared away, whether it's their health, their home life, their relationships, their finances. All of those things are of primary concern. So the way we look at it now is let's do certain things at very specific times throughout a military life cycle that are key transition points that you reinfuse the information about these resources that can best ensure a positive military life. So this reintroduces folks to that. This is a big change. A lot of times, all of this programming that Buck helped build when he was the state director of Family Readiness and Warrior Support was done through contracting, which is great that companies get the opportunity to participate in service through these federal contracts. What the negative side is contracts are cyclical, and what happens is there's money, then there's not money, or there's a great contracting agency and a not so good contracting agency, and every time the contract changes, the one place that's impacted the greatest is the person providing the service usually gets paid less and has fewer benefits. So the state family program directors went to the federal government and said, we got to stop this. If we're going to serve as a support to the active component, as an operational force, we have to have folks in place that are there like you would if you walked onto an active duty installation, that all those resources and services are right there, and we can count on them from now as we go forward versus putting it on quicksand when we don't know year to year how the funding will be for contracted positions. So today we have what we call Operation Solid Start. The people that are identified, they're all veterans. Their job is to have a relationship with new soldiers coming into the Army National Guard for 2 years. And it starts with them attending the Recruit Sustainment Program. So this person now focuses on all those other things: finances, education, career, relationships, where do I turn if I need psychological help. All those kinds of things are part of their curriculum that they provide under a thing called Rucksack Essentials. And the essentials aren't, what's in your rucksack related to going to war. It is, but in a different way. It's about, having your finances squared away, having a solid relationship with your employer, and your career is on the right track, and the relationships at home are solid so that you can manage the stress together as a family. So our director calls this our guidance counselors. So if you think about them like that, they're really focused with these brand new soldiers that come in as early as 17, and they're going to see them in person while they're in the Recruit Sustainment Program, and the goal is to get them through basic training and their technical training school, and then stay with them for another year once they're assigned to their unit. So they're their mentors, but they're mentoring on topics like I've already mentioned. And this just started this year. We also decided, because of the unique role that we have as an organization, that 80% of the force has civilian jobs, are not full-time military, we got to do a better job of making sure not only do they have a job, but do they have a career that has the potential to be sustained. So these employment support specialists are in the different regions throughout the state, and they'll work with them to connect them not just with military-friendly employers, but employers that hire and retain and promote veterans, and employers that have careers that have a future. So that it really becomes a career more than just a job. Our education resources are significant. If you don't take advantage of them in your military, that's your choice. You don't have to take advantage of them. But they're always changing to some degree. And what's even happened with the Ohio National Guard Scholarship, just recently approved by the Ohio House, is to allow that scholarship to be used for licensing and certification and credentialing provided by institutions of higher learning. I'm getting tongue-tied. But you can see, I'm only just a couple pages into this, in the significance of the resources, services, and things that they have to take advantage of to support a positive military life experience, both in their civilian life and in their military life, are quite significant. Deployment. There's a whole thing around deployment cycle support, preparing the family and the soldier for their deployment, and then managing through that deployment through the personnel that we have that can respond to family needs, and then ultimately taking them through a post-deployment process. There's 3 events. 2 events involve family. The 3rd event is like a final assessment of where you are in your post-deployment process. Falls under what we call Yellow Ribbon. And Yellow Ribbon was born in Minnesota, wasn't it? Yep. It shows good ideas kind of spread across the state, or across the country. A whole array of youth and family programs that are done with professional organizations that have been quite successful. Our Camp Kelly's Island program, I'm going to say it's 2014, somewhere back in there, wasn't it the 4-H's National Program of the Year? So we're talking about programming that kids really, really enjoy and come back to be counselors for. So not everybody's going to the same school, right? Those military kids are all over the state of Ohio. And even one of our members in the youth program helped develop the Purple Star program with the Ohio Department of Education that recognizes schools that are really focused on supporting and encouraging military youth within their school district. Financial readiness. This is something I saw early on in like 2007, and it seemed the Navy was really focused in that area. I think they even provided the presentation on it. Now it's become force-wide. We're across all branches of service where there's a new focus on this whole idea of financial readiness and programming throughout your military career. And today, we have, in the state of Ohio, when all the positions are filled, we have 9 personal financial counselors that serve those folks in uniform. And they are accredited personal financial counselors, providing that service free to service members. And not just for problem-related kinds of things, of credit card debt and those kinds of things, but for really becoming proficient in how you manage your funds, as well as how you prepare for your next step, whether you're going to ETS after 6 years, end your term of service, or retire from the military, to put you in good stead financially. So we have full-time professionals providing those services. This is just more about financial readiness and all the different things. And again, it's the mindset has changed even on financial readiness. Key transition points throughout your kind of financial life, from entry in the military, for each promotion, to your thrift savings plan, which is a new program 2018 began, where service members who serve and move on actually take money with them. Whereas when I first started, in up till 2018, when you left the military without making it a career, you walked away really with nothing. Today, their funds, and if they work with their personal financial counselors, can invest in the thrift savings program, and after 2 years, they're fully invested, and everything that's in it, they can take with them to their next job and roll over into another 401k. And wellness has become more significant and larger than just this issue of being physically fit. That's the mentality of the military, is that physical fitness. But now the evolution is taking place where it's more than just physical fitness. It's mental health, it's spiritual health, it's all those things, it's resiliency, it's relationships. Ohio Cares is something that Buck and I were involved in from the very beginning. Him as the state family program director and me as the chief of prevention for the Ohio Department of Alcohol and Drug Addiction Services. And it has sustained itself over time. We interact with the larger community, and now today we also have psychological health folks who are independently licensed, who serve each of the 6 brigades. We also have behavioral health officers. So this focus more in being aware of mental health needs has really improved. I see you, Justice Kennedy. I'm moving. TRICARE, we have a great medical package at a reasonable price. You can see for an individual soldier, it's $47.20 a month. For a family, it's $238.99. Military One Source is like the employee assistance program for all of DOD. And what they have available is pretty amazing. And now it's extended 365 days beyond the date of ETS or retirement. They provide tax services, healthy coaching program, non-medical counseling, all kinds of great programming. Strong Bonds is done by our chaplains, and it's all focused on relationships. We do Financial Peace University, which is a Dave Ramsey program. We have the Strong Bond weekends that focus on developing those relationships or helping you get ready for a relationship so you don't destroy your relationship. Uh-oh. My clicker. There we go. So this is the numbers I'll ask you to remember, and these are the people, and you have this electronically available to you. So if you have a question at any time, you could dial the 800 number, or you can email these people directly, and they will help you. They'll help connect the dots. They don't have to be a National Guard soldier or airman. Regardless, they'll help connect the dots. I'm pointing in the wrong direction, aren't I? What's that? Oh, thanks. Doesn't like me anymore. This is, again, thinking about it from a transition. How do you get ready for retirement? What's that? Up here? Ah. It doesn't like me anymore. I think I killed the battery. But anyway, regardless, I know I'm out of time. This product you have, our focus is on ensuring our individuals are ready and resilient. And we're more than happy to assist, even if it isn't one of our soldiers or one of our airmen. We'll try to help you get to those right people in your area so that you can best assist veterans. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, see if this thing's working now. There we go. Okay, we're good. Well, thank you, Justice Kennedy and Justice Stratton, for having us here as part of the conversation today as well. I hope everybody's as confused as I am after hearing about all these services so far, and we're just going to throw another wrench in it because I come from the state. But if you leave today knowing anything, just know that there's a lot of resources out there. And, hopefully you're getting a better idea of what's at the county level, what's at the federal VA level through the National Guard. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we do through the state of Ohio as well. So I'm also going to try to be a hero today because I know I am keeping you from lunch. So I will try my best to get out a little bit early. My colleague, Danny Akins, who's our policy administrator, was supposed to speak with me today, but he couldn't make it. So the first few slides are his. We're going to give a very brief overview, high level, of where the state services kind of fit in. And then I'm also going to talk mostly about employment today and how we help veterans on the employment side, but not so much working with veterans. And I'll explain that a little bit as we go through here. So I'll also caution you, Danny's slides were very heavy on the custom animation. So I'm going to try to go through the flow here without, as best as I can here. So like I mentioned, you're probably a bit confused already on what the VA offers and what the Guard offers and what the counties offer. But really what I like to point out is really all of it all kind of flows through. And that county veteran service office that Buck talked about is really that one-stop shop at the county level. I've spoken across many states before where they don't have a county veteran service office in every county. It's actually a pretty rare thing. So to have 88 county veteran service offices is pretty exceptional for the state of Ohio. So if you're working with a veteran in a county, that's a great starting point, is that county veteran service office. And then you also have the federal services like the VA, and I know we have some great VA representation here. They already spoke, and the county level. And then this is where I come in on the right side here, the state services. Whether it's my workforce team on the employer side, but I'll talk a little bit about some of the other things we do. And you're going to hear from my director after lunch as well, and I'm sure she'll explain some of the things we do as well. So for the VA, you guys have already been through some of this, so I'm not going to harp on it too much. But they really have their three areas. The healthcare, the benefits, and also the cemetery side. So when you're talking the healthcare, that's what we already talked about today. With those 5 medical centers, the outreach clinics, the outpatient centers. The benefit side, which is done out of Cleveland, we have a couple liaisons at the state level that work in that Cleveland office as well to be kind of that liaison between state and federal benefits. And then 2 VA cemeteries here in Ohio as well. All of that falls under what's called VISN 10, which is basically a 3-state region at the federal level. So again, I'm not gonna, you guys have heard the VA stuff already, so I'm not gonna spend too much time on that. So here's my office, and here's where we fall under. Again, we're the state level. We're an executive cabinet agency. Our director is appointed by the governor. From there, it really branches out into 2 sections. We have our central office staff here, mostly in Columbus, but in a few other places across the state. But then, you know, a lot of our mission is with 2 veterans homes. These are living facilities, nursing care facilities, Alzheimer's wings for wartime veterans here in the state. And I'll let my director talk probably a little bit more about that later, but we have one in Sandusky and one in Georgetown as well. So it's a pretty unique state agency when you look at it that way. Because we have 900 employees, but a lot of those are doctors and nurses and STNAs and LPNs that work at these veterans homes. So when it comes to the left side of the screen under veteran services, you're talking 30, 40 employees that do that other part, where we really fit in on the employment side. So under that veteran service part, we have a communications office, runs a great social media campaign to really communicate benefits and resources and events to Ohio's veterans all across the state. We have the Office of Policy and Veteran Programs, that's where I fall under, working on legislation, whether it's developing new programs, but also what I'm gonna spend a lot of my time on is the Veterans Workforce Team and how we help with veteran employment, but on the employer side of the veteran hiring coin. We also have a military and veteran community liaison who is out there connecting in the local communities or connecting with the National Guard or the military installations. We also have what's called the Office of the State Approving Agency. Every state has one of these. So for a veteran to go to a higher education institution like Ohio State, to utilize their GI Bill benefits, that university or college has to be accredited by the VA, and that is done through this team with the State Approving Agency. We focus that on a lot with employers too, because not only can universities and colleges get approved for GI Bill funding, but so can employers to get their apprenticeships and on-the-job training programs. So veterans can use those GI Bill benefits while they're going through a workforce program like that as well. So that's an important aspect of the department as well. We also have the Office of Education and Compliance. We work with all of those 88 county veteran service offices, like you heard from Buck here with Franklin County. On providing some oversight and training to make sure all their employees are up to date with the current benefits and resources here in the state. So that's a little, there's that custom animation that surprised me. That's a little bit of the overview of our department and what we're doing here at the state level. And we like to think of ourselves as kind of the influencer, the partner, the collaborator. Because again, we work with a lot of different agencies, whether it's the federal VA, whether it's the National Guard, and some of the other things we do here as well. We have a records management office. So if you're working with a veteran that needs their discharge paperwork, their DD-214, call our office. We have a records management office here in Columbus to where maybe we have it, maybe we don't, but it's a great starting point to where you don't have to start calling the National Archives in St. Louis or something like that. So a great starting point for that. But you can see all the other things that we're doing and partnering with a lot of other state agencies and state partners, whether it's with mental health and addiction services, suicide prevention, the Secretary of State, the county offices. That's really what our role at the state is to do, is to work with all these different agencies at the state level to provide these benefits and resources. So that's really the high-level overview of the Department of Veteran Services. Again, the state agency, we do a lot of different things, but hopefully that gives you a good picture. And I know you're so confused already with state and federal and county, but just know that's some of the things we do, especially with the veterans homes as well. That's an important mission for us. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Veterans Workforce Team, because this is my job and what we do really when it comes to employment. So I like to think of it, we started this about 5 years ago. And there was a lot of, I think by that time, a lot of companies in Ohio were saying, yes, I want to hire veterans. Veterans are great. I know their work ethic. I know their soft skills. I really want to hire them. I just don't know how to. I don't know where to find them. I don't know how to translate their skills. I don't know how to read all this jargon on the resume and all these acronyms that I don't understand as a non-veteran HR employee with this company. So that's really where we stepped in and said, let's be that liaison with the employer. Let's train that non-veteran HR staff, those talent acquisition teams, the hiring managers, the ones that are reading the resumes and making the hiring decisions with these big companies, small companies, public, private, whatever. Let's provide that free support on the employer side so we can start educating their human resources staff on how to hire veterans. But not just how to hire veterans, but how to keep them, how to retain them, how to give them successful careers. So that's a lot of what we do. Now, I will say over the past 5 years with the labor market, the number one question we get asked is, where can I find veterans to hire? Because everybody is trying to hire right now, and veterans are a hot commodity. We'll look at some of the other numbers here in just a minute. So that's something else we do as well, is build those partnerships with, I don't work with veteran job seekers, but I want to make partnerships with those people that do so we can start bridging that gap from the employer side as well. So we have a regional team. This map is going to look really sad on Monday because I'm losing Tiffany to a promotion, so it's going to be me. So no matter where you are in all 88 counties, you can contact me and we'll provide that support. If you know an employer that might need some support on the veteran hiring side, if you work with local chambers, even if your firms have hiring needs and want to connect to veteran talent, reach out to me and we'll get you all hooked up with the resources that you need. So we started this 5 years ago with one presentation. It was called our Veteran Hiring Overview. And it basically had just some general best practices, some things employers could do. Now, over 5 years, we've asked employers, what else do you want to learn about when it comes in terms of veteran hiring? So we've really created all these other presentations just based off what employers have told us. A lot of times we just get the military culture thing. I wasn't in the military. I don't know what an E5 staff sergeant is. I don't know what jobs and leadership schools are in the military. So we created a presentation on military culture. And now it goes all the way down to some of our latest, like managing veterans, where we focus on retention best practices. And military spouses, some great stuff happening this year, even just last month. And I'll share some of that later on the military spouse front too, because, my goal is to really make Ohio the most military family and veteran friendly state in the country. If you want to look at those presentations too, and not listen to me again, you can just go online and download them. They're all PDF'd and uploaded on our website. OhioVets.gov is our website where you can connect with the workforce team, but all the other stuff I talked about at the beginning can be found there. It's really easy to remember, OhioVets.gov. So let's look at some veteran demographics. So a lot of the next slides are the stuff that I am out there talking with employers about. Again, a lot of the non-veterans, because even as a veteran coming back to Ohio 10 years ago out of active duty military, I wasn't really sure. I didn't know we were the 6th largest state in terms of veteran population. I know Buck mentioned, I think 750, 730. It's somewhere in that range of veterans here in the state. But we are the 6th largest state in terms of veteran population. Now, when it comes to unemployment, I think there's also a stereotype out there too, because I get a lot of employers that will come to me like, I want to hire veterans. We have 20 openings right now, and I know veterans need jobs, so let's get them a job. But actually, veteran unemployment is under 4%. And it's been that way for really the past 20 years. Veteran unemployment trends a point below non-veteran unemployment, which is a great thing. Veterans are finding jobs. But it can make it tough for employers to find them. So that's really where we come in to help. And I was listening to Director Ashenhurst's interview with Spectrum this week, and she mentioned underemployment. And I was very happy to hear you mention that, because underemployment is something that affects veterans more than non-veterans. And there's many reasons why that happens. Oftentimes it's that transition out of the military. So I take my personal example. So I was in Afghanistan serving on a deployment 2 months before I separated from active duty military and came back here to Ohio. I wasn't really sharpening up my resume or, doing job hunts or networking. So I got back to Ohio and I said, wow, I need a job. So I took that first job that was offered. While I was at that job is when I did my job hunt. So I left within that first year, and I'll show you some stats later on retention and why that's an issue. So all that being said, just don't see a under 4% unemployment rate and think there's no veterans out there looking for successful careers, because there's still a large national veteran underemployment rate. And there's estimates out there, 1 out of every 3 veterans are underemployed. So there's still veterans out there looking for work, whether that unemployment rate is 0. So just keep that in mind as well. You can see, I think Buck had a good slide too that showed kind of where veterans are located across the state. No surprise, they kind of follow the big cities. Cuyahoga is number 1 in terms of veteran population as well. So here's some numbers for you as well. So I just told you we have about 730,000 veterans here in the state. 10,000 more transition out of active duty military from all over the world and come back to Ohio every year. That's the population that we really try to work with, because it's hard. It's hard to know who's coming back. It's hard to connect with them before they separate, so we can start telling them all about these great benefits and resources, whether it's the county offices or the VA or the National Guard and all the great stuff they offer. So we're really trying our best now to really tap into that 10,000, because that's the population that's going to become underemployed, because it's that transition out of the military that can be difficult. We partner a lot with our Ohio Department of Job and Family Services folks through Ohio Means Jobs, and I think you're going to hear from them this afternoon as well. But they have a ton of great veteran resources, and they have over 50,000 veteran resumes on their state job board through that Ohio Means Job system. So higher education is another great place where I point employers to find veterans. There's over 25,000 veterans currently across the state of Ohio utilizing post-military education benefits. And a lot of that reason is because they get paid to go to school now. That post 9/11 GI Bill just doesn't pay your tuition, but it gives you a monthly housing stipend too. So when I went back to Ohio State, not only did I not have to worry about any tuition, I got $1,200 a month to help pay rent and buy groceries and do all that stuff with. So we see that population growing a lot as well. And you can see some of the stats with some of the higher education initiatives here across the state. We have a great team at the Ohio Department of Higher Education that works a lot on transferring military credit into college credit, and they work tirelessly on that stuff. So here's that question I told you earlier where we get asked all the time, where are the veteran job seekers? I want to hire veterans, I don't know where to find them. The first spot is that county job board, because I just mentioned there's over 55,000 veteran resumes on there. So if you as an employer go onto Ohio Means Jobs, it's a free site. You can register as a military-friendly employer. It's free to do that as well, saying I want to hire veterans, and you get put on the state's military-friendly registry that has over 7,000 employers on it. I remember when I started 5 years ago, there were 600. There's now 7,000 employers on that military-friendly registry. But as any employer goes in there and just searches a keyword, for looking for forklift drivers, whatever it might be. All veteran resumes go to the top of every search on the site. And there's a big red, white, and blue V right next to their name. So it really does a great benefit for veterans to get on this system, and it makes it really easy for employers to find them through that system. I know, and there's that military-friendly coin as well. There's some other great things built in, like a military skills translator. So if you see that alphanumeric job code that this person did in the military, you can plug it in there. And it's going to list out comparable civilian skills. It's going to list out current jobs on Ohio Means Jobs that kind of match that job in the military, so you can better understand it. But then really, I mentioned higher ed as a great place for employers to contact. And we passed the bill about 5 years ago now too that requires every public university in the state to have a veteran service office on campus. So I tell employers, don't go through the Career Services Center, but make those relationships with the Veteran Services Office on the campus. They have folks there that work nothing but with veterans on, utilizing their GI Bill, finding their classes, developing an education plan, and also post-graduation support as well. So it's great for employers to connect there as well. And then the big one, and I know Mike with the National Guard talked a lot about it. I've been able to travel around the country the last few years and speak at some of these national veteran events. And I always get jealous when I hear from states like California and Texas and Florida that say, oh yeah, we just go to that military installation right there. They separate 10,000 people a year. We hire all of them. We don't have that here in Ohio. We have that one active duty military installation, and that's Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. It separates 800 people a year. It's not a huge population of, people coming right into our backyard that we can hire right off active duty and get a job. We just don't have that here in Ohio. But we have the 4th largest National Guard. And I know Mike mentioned some of the numbers, 16,000 service members. A lot of times, like Mike said, they're, 4 out of 5 are full-time employees out in the civilian world right now as well. So we work a lot with connecting employers to that National Guard employment program that Mike talked about, because also, their highest unemployment rate in the Guard is that 18 to 25-year-old. It's the entry-level folks that need that first civilian job while they are doing their National Guard service as well. So that's a big part of what we do too. So that's some of the demographics and where we find the veterans, but we really get out there and start talking with employers about how to hire veterans and how to do it effectively and then how to retain them. So it really starts with this slide here, and I throw this into every presentation because this is what I get a lot. I will go out there and work with an employer and I'll say, okay, what are you hiring for? What's the technical skills you need? Is there a job in the military that translates well? Let's look at that. And more often than not, they tell me, I don't care what they did in the military because I can train them. I know they're going to be easily trained and I can do all that. They want this stuff. The soft skills, the accountability, the flexibility, the communication skills, the ability to work within the team, all the leadership skills that come at such an early age in the military. That's what a lot of employers want. And that's why hiring the veterans becomes so attractive. So we walk employers all the way through the veteran hiring process, whether it's creating job postings, what recruiting events to go to, what platforms to use, how to interview a veteran. That's one of our 9 presentations now. That one really shocked me when I was getting out of the military and hearing, yeah, veterans interview very differently than non-veterans. And I'll talk a little bit about that here in a minute as well. And we focus a lot on retention as well and retention best practices. I've mentioned that a couple times now, but it is an issue, especially within that first year after their military service. So almost half of veterans leave their first job after the military within the first year. I was one of them. I told you why that was. I didn't have time to do it. I got back here, I needed a paycheck. So I took that job while I searched for my real first job. And there's other reasons that go into that and you can see why, but I don't focus so much on that 44% number. I focus on, okay, well there's 56% that stay. Why are they staying? And increased pay is probably going to keep veterans and non-veterans. That's going to be number one always, so don't even worry about that. But look at some of the other things employers could be doing to get through that first year to retain their veteran employees. Because once you get past the 2 or 3 year mark, veteran attrition is actually lower than non-veterans. So how do we get them past that 2 to 3 year mark? The biggest one I tell employers is just paint that picture of career growth. The military is so structured. We know where we're going to be in 2 years. We know where we're going to be in 4 years. We know where we're going to be in 6 years. And it's not always like that on the civilian side. So when we can, have employers at least try to paint that career picture a little better. So yeah, I got to start down here, but in 2 years, John and Susie over there were at that same position and now they're a supervisor or managing a team. So it's important to do some of those things. Accelerated leadership opportunities. Also, employee resource groups, veteran employee resource groups, so they have that internal network within the family, within the organization. There's also a great program called the Department of Defense Skill Bridge Program, and this is something we've really tried to connect with here as a state over the last couple years. This program is designed to let employers connect with service members that are still on active duty before they separate. So there's a service member out in California. He or she knows they're getting out in 6 months. They know they're coming back to Ohio because they got family here, or they just love Ohio State, or they really want to be close to Cedar Point, whatever it might be. They come back here and can actually take a temporary assignment while still getting paid by the big Department of Defense, whether that's the Air Force or the Army, and come do a 12-week internship with the Cleveland Clinic, or with Huntington National Bank, or with Procter & Gamble. The employer pays them nothing because they're still getting paid by they're getting that active duty paycheck. And the goal of these programs is to get that foot in the door in these organizations before they separate. That way, they know they're a good fit for the organization. They go back to California, they pack their bags. Now it's time to get out. A month later, they come back to Ohio, that job's already lined up. And that's something that is kind of the goal of the program. There's limitations with it. Every installation's a little different. But we're really trying to leverage this program as much as we can here in the state. One of the other things we're trying to do is attract more veterans back to Ohio. We're already the 6th largest state in terms of veteran population, but we want more. 10,000 transition out every year. We want to do more of that. And I was actually in San Antonio just a few weeks ago. It was during whenever that whole American Airlines debacle was going on. That was me flying through Dallas on that Sunday. But I got to speak in San Antonio at a national conference about all the great things Ohio has to offer. And now we just need to get out there and tell service members that. We have great benefits. You've heard from all these great people this morning. We just want to tell these separating service members about them before they separate and say, Ohio's got great jobs. We have a great cost of living. We have great benefits. We got tax-free military retirement income, all these great things. But now we need to tell the separating service members. So our goal next year is to get out, to go to these large military installations that are separating 10,000 service members, because we can't do it within our state borders. Like I said, we have Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and that's it. But we can go to Fort Campbell, we can go to Camp Pendleton, we can go to Joint Base Lewis McChord in Seattle, where the separating service members are, and half of separating service members don't know where they're gonna go when they separate. Only 25% return home, 25% stay at that military installation region, but another 50% don't know where they want to go yet. And it's going to be something different. So that's what we're going to try to do as a state as well through some of our partnerships. We also highlight, there's a lot of military-friendly recognition programs out there. Like I mentioned, the state has one. It's just a registry. You check a couple boxes, you get put on it. But kind of above and beyond that, the first federal program really to recognize employers and veteran hiring. It's called the Medallion Program. It started in 2018. They just announced award winners last week, I think, for this year's cycle. And it's a Department of Labor, so it's a federal program. You actually get a signed letter from the Secretary of Labor if you want it. We had 25 awarded in 2020. I think it was 28 for 2021. Like I said, that list just came out. But there's different criteria for small, medium, large employers. There's different award levels. But it's really a great opportunity too, because the Department of Labor also contracts out the Transition Assistance Program at all these military installations. So all these transitioning service members that are transitioning out of the military get this list and say, well, I'm going back to Ohio. Let's see who is at Ohio and which one they are. So there's a little more, I mean, you have to submit your resources and your hiring numbers and retention numbers, but it's a great program to be recognized at the federal level for veteran hiring. Real quick, I'm going to go over some military culture stuff. This is one of, like I said, probably our #1 requested presentation was just, I want to learn more about the military. I wasn't in the military. I'm interviewing veterans and hiring veterans, but I don't know anything about them. So that's really what the military culture presentation goes to. And we focus a lot on the enlisted force, because that's about 4 out of 5 military members are on the enlisted side. So if you ever see a resume and see I was an E4, an E7, an E9, that E means enlisted. And that's exactly what it means. For me, I was enlisted. I woke up one day, said I want to join the Air Force. I walked down to the recruiter's office and I enlisted myself in the military. So that's how you get there. Now, when you start seeing about that E4 to E5 range on a resume, those are supervisors already in the military. This could be 3-4 years of service that they're becoming supervisors and going through leadership schools and things like that. So that's important to know as well. And it says a high school diploma, but I tell you, more and more we're seeing college degrees, 2 years degrees, 4 years degrees on the enlisted side as well, before they get out of the military. Because there's the GI Bill, but while you're in active duty service, you can also benefit from active duty tuition assistance. So you don't have to touch your GI Bill yet. You can get your tuition paid for by the military while you're currently serving. So we see a lot more of that as well. The other side of that is the officer side. And that's the O. On this side, you're probably going to see at least a 4-year degree, if not more. But they're commissioned through military academies like West Point or the Air Force Academy. Lots of times through ROTC programs, that's the Reserve Officer Training Corps at universities, where they're going to a public university like Ohio State, but going through their ROTC program. Once they graduate, then they're required to do military service that way. If you ever heard MOS and ever thought, what is an MOS? That's what it is. It's the Military Occupational Specialty. It's a fancy word for saying my job. It's my job in the military. And to make it even more confusing, the Navy and Air Force use different acronyms. If you thought your organization had a lot of acronyms, you've never served in the military, because I'm telling you, it gets pretty ridiculous with some of this stuff. But it's basically my job. Here's what I did in the military. And there are a lot of jobs in the military. I think of it as just a giant technical career training school. 25% of the jobs are in STEM categories. There's also that misconception out there too, I think, especially as we come off wartime operations, that everybody in the military is jumping out of planes or driving tanks or throwing grenades over hills, when really only 1 out of 7 jobs in the military is labeled as a combat specialty. And I guarantee you, those roles come with great project management experience, logistics management experience. But look at some of the other jobs that have that same kind of 1-to-7 ratio. Engineering, transportation, logistics, vehicle mechanics, there's thousands and thousands of jobs in Ohio right now that would love those skill sets. And don't limit yourself to that. There's all the other support stuff. There's HR, there's media, finance support, administrative support. All of that is in the military. It's just a giant career center, is how I like to look at it. The problem is we have trouble putting that on our resume sometimes. I think it's getting better, but I go back to my example. I wasn't working on my resume. I look back at my first resume when I got out. It was terrible, just terrible. Acronyms everywhere, vague statements. And this is one, so I get reached out to quite a bit by veterans that want me to review their resume. They find me on LinkedIn or something, and I'll look at them, and I think they're getting better, but there's still a lot of limitations with them. And this was a real one I received a few years ago. Now, there's a lot of good stuff in there. I mean, albeit you have to dig for it a little bit, but a lot of HR people want to see attention to detail, leadership skills, high stress decision making, all that stuff. You got to dig for it, but it's in there. But then we also see statements like this. How many people in here, non-veterans, know what a field service representative for MaxPro and RG-33 mine-resistant ambush protected vehicles does? You see that, you see the acronyms, you see these vague statements that don't really tell the story. And it's because, we're also taught to be a team member in the military. We like to talk about what the team accomplished. It's hard for us to talk about ourselves when we get out, especially talking to employers. So we see a lot of this. I was given this presentation to COTA, the Central Ohio Transit Authority, the bus line here in Columbus, if you're not from Columbus or Franklin County. When they learned that a FSR for MaxPros and MRAPs was a vehicle mechanic, their eyes lit up. Say, we hire 10 vehicle mechanics a month to work on our buses and maintain our bus lines. So it's just making that translation. And that's what our team is out there to do with employers. So that hiring manager sees this resume and just doesn't go, nope, I don't know what that means, and puts it on the bottom of the pile. We're hoping that they now have the resources and knowledge to know, well, let me throw that into a skills translator. Let me call Ryan and see what this means, because maybe it is. Maybe they are the most qualified candidate for the position. It's just hard for you to realize that without military experience. So that's a lot of what we do, is just that military culture training with employers. Our target audience is the non-veterans, the people that didn't serve, that don't know what some of that stuff means. But hopefully, like I said, it's not going to the bottom of that resume pile, that you can better understand it as an employer to make a better informed hiring decision. Lastly, I want to focus on military spouses, because this has been a big topic, especially here lately here in the state of Ohio with some of the things we do. So there's almost 1 million military spouses across the country, which goes in line with some of the force numbers as well. It's a really diverse community, lots of great skills. They're more highly educated than their civilian counterparts. They have more work experience than their civilian counterparts, but oftentimes they face struggles. Unemployment can be 4 times higher than even veteran unemployment on the military spouse side. There's a lot of reasons for it. Frequent moves, obviously a big one. But I also see a lot of gaps in resumes. And when you're filling out a job application, a lot of times on these automated systems, if there's a 2-4 year gap in your work history, you automatically get red flagged and don't even make it through the system. So it's important for employers to realize that, because they're flushing talent right out the window again. Just because their automated system doesn't like their gaps in their resume. Why do they have gaps in their resume? Well, probably because they were stationed stateside. Their spouse got stationed in Europe, and now, due to the status of forces agreement, they can't work off a military installation in Europe. So they got to find a job at the coffee shop on base, or maybe at the local electronics store. So instead of doing that, they're just going to stay back home and work with the family and do that. They'll find their next job when they return stateside. Or maybe they were in San Diego working for a big company. Now their next duty assignment's the middle of nowhere, South Dakota, to where those job opportunities don't exist. So again, you're seeing that gap in the resume, or from an operations manager to a barista, and that's a red flag for a lot of these automated systems. So we really try to focus on military spouses here in Ohio. Those are the national numbers. I'm not sure if I threw the Ohio numbers in here, but for Ohio, we have about 20,000 military spouses. 5,000 of those are attached to service members serving on active duty. So that's where you're going to see some of those frequent moves and things like that. But the other 75%, 15,000 of them, are connected to members of the Guard and Reserve. They have their different challenges as well. When their service member gets called up to leave for 12 months, they might have to come back home and, take a hiatus from their job as well. So it's important to understand a lot of what military spouses bring to the workforce and how to connect with them as well. So it's also tough to connect with them. So we're doing a lot with an organization called Hiring Our Heroes. This is a nonprofit arm off of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. They do a lot of great events for veterans and military spouses, whether it's hiring events. We're going to start getting an access database for military spouse resumes from all over the world, ones that are coming back to Ohio. But if the last 2 years did anything good, it's highlight the importance of remote work positions. And I was at a conference 2 years ago before the pandemic started, before we were all Zoom and Teams and WebEx experts. And they said the premier remote workforce in the United States are military spouses because they have that flexibility, that adaptability. They want to take the job with them to their next duty assignment. So there's some great organizations out there that highlight military spouses. And just last month, we were able to launch Ohio for the 20th location nationwide as a military spouse economic empowerment zone. So we've created working groups within the state. Here at our department, connecting with the National Guard, with Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, with employers, with the Department of Higher Ed, and bringing all the resources together to start focusing on military spouse issues, barriers, and creating solutions and programs or policies to help overcome some of those barriers within the state. So we had a great ceremony at the National Veterans Memorial Museum here in Columbus to launch that, which if you haven't been there, I highly recommend you go there as well and walk through that new museum. It's absolutely breathtaking. All right, I end all my presentations with a quote from our governor saying, hiring a veteran brings so much to your company, experience, leadership skills, and a great work ethic for starters. So I hope going over some of that stuff really focuses right back on this quote, and now you have a better understanding why. Why do they have all these great attributes and great features? And if you have any employers out there looking to hire veterans, please send them to ohiovets.gov, get connected. That's what we're here to do. So with that, I'm a hero because I ended about 20 minutes early. So it is right before lunch, but are there any questions out in the audience? Yes.
I work as a veterans justice outreach social worker. Part of my role is I'll get referrals from the community justice partners. And I go into jails and I will do a 1010 easy to get veterans VA health care. But sometimes the eligibility office will stop and say they want a DD 214. The veteran's incarcerated and doesn't have access to that. Can you tell me a little bit about how I could help them get a DD 214 to incarcerated veterans with appropriate releases of information?
I would have to research that a bit with our records office and see. Yeah, that's obviously an issue, but we can certainly look into it and try to get some answers. I'll give you my card after this, and we can kind of connect offline and try to find the solution.
The actual request for DD 214 form, which is a VA form. You can have them sign that, and then you can enter all that into eVetRec, and it will issue a DD 214. Or there's also ways through DEERS that we can collect that information.
I don't have access to any of those systems, but I would like to get access to them. But I know I've tried National Archives and they're really backed up. And then I was told that if we discharge back to Ohio, that your office keeps the DD 214s. I've been referring people to the Veterans Service Office, but I have to wait until after they have been released. So I would like to talk to you, and I would like your talk.
Sounds good. That's what we're here for. Yes, that's great. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
So if you have these partners in other states and where they're severing service and they're looking for jobs, how can you access that world? So there's hundreds of jobs available in Ohio government. So how can we send those links looking to hire a specific whatever to those installations? Or can you pick it up and send it on to all the other military installations?
Yep, and that's a great question, and that's what we're working on right now, is building that platform of saying, where can we make that link between those service members out in California that know they're coming back to Ohio and us employers in Ohio that want to hire them? So we're working on that right now to try to bridge that gap and find that platform of what it's going to be. So our partners at Jobs Ohio I had a call yesterday just about just that, because these career summits and us going out there could start as early as February. For some of these big, large installations having these transitioning events. So we want to be ready, but we also want to have a place where employers, we can talk to all the great transitioning service members and point them to all these great employers, but we need that platform, and that's what we're working on right now. Whether that's going to be a page off of Ohio Means Jobs or a separate page. But that is something we're working on right now, and hopefully have a better answer for you in a couple months when we're out there. But yeah, for the meantime, it's me and some other partners that are going to be going and talking to these service members and saying, here's some great employment opportunities. You could work for the state. You could get an apprenticeship. You could go back to school. So we're going to highlight all those different options out there to them. But also just try to build that relationship and collect that contact information so we can stay in touch with them.
So does Ohio Means Jobs actually pick up from all of the different agencies in the state of Ohio?
Yep.
All of those opportunities that exist?
They do, yep. So that flows in the state job boards, it flows in the Monsters and Indeeds, and all of that is on that state job board. It's really just an influx of all those other job positions. So yeah, all those opportunities will be on there. But yeah, it's bridging that gap and finding the right spot to do that is what we're working on right now, if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay. You're welcome.
Actually, I'd like to ask Linda Monet to talk about the new program for spouses.
Thank you, Justice Stratton. She's actually the expert on this, but I'm the chair of the Ohio State Bar Association Military and Veterans Affairs Committee. And through Justice Stratton's guidance, assistance, and very valuable work, Ohio was able to become one of the states that now recognizes the military spouse with a JD degree for temporary licensure in the state of Ohio to be eligible to practice law while they are accompanying their service member, active duty guard or reserve, in the state. And I can't tell you how hard that was for us to do, and Justice Stratton's incredible dedication to making that happen, along with Justice Kennedy, who helped to make that happen, and the price they paid in making that happen. And one of the questions we were asked in the process is, how many women and men who hold JDs is this going to impact in the state of Ohio? And my question in response was, what does that matter? If it's one law school graduate who's $100,000 in debt, married to a staff sergeant who gets stationed at Wright-Patterson, that spouse needs a job to pay the student debt. And if we only help that one, that's one person who might live above the poverty line. And I have to tell you that without Justice Kennedy, without Justice Stratton, we would never have made that happen. Our plea was, please don't let Ohio be in the bottom third of the states in the country that recognizes the need to allow these folks to practice so they can come to Ohio. And it was through their effort that we made that happen. And I can't tell you how many times I have been contacted now by individuals who hold JD degrees who are now working in the state of Ohio. They are not stealing our lawyer jobs. They are not. They are doing state jobs. They are doing pro bono service. They are assisting our veterans who need pro bono services through legal aid. They are doing things that they will do for the time they are in Ohio. So my hats are off to the two women who are over here in this corner, because they're the ones that made it happen. Thank you.
And just to piggyback off that too, there's been a lot of legislation done on military spouse and licensure reciprocity. Senate Bill 7 last year was passed. A bunch of that. This one turned on. Because military spouses, over a third, I think 35% of military spouses have some sort of state license. So that becomes a huge barrier to employment when you're moving from state to state and you can't translate that license. So there's been a lot done for that, and thank you for your work, especially with that as well.
When you talk about that licensure, one of the things that I'm asked when I go to groups, so if they were driving a truck in the military and they're in Afghanistan, why can't they just come back and get their CDL and other training, that transition back? And is that something that's going to be more expeditious in coming to Ohio to allow that?
So there actually is a waiver through the BMV that they can get that will skip the written portion of the test. If they had so much military service, you have to align the dots a little bit to see, how recently separated they were, when was the last time they were driving, how many hours, all that. But if they meet that criteria, they can skip the written portion of the CDL exam. We have tried to work at the federal level to get the driving part done with the National Transportation Safety Board. But it has failed twice, I think, just because of safety reasons, because there are a few differences. So they're still going to be required to take the actual hands-on portion of that exam. But that's something that we get a lot just because there's so many CDL driving positions out there. But there is sort of a fast track, if you want to call that, to skip the written portion.
So can they do that right before they sever service, where they're stationed? Is there an opportunity to say, okay, so we're going to let you do this driving portion while you're still in, right before you sever service, so you're ready and you don't have to wait?
Yep, and there are a few trucking companies that have set up shop on military installations utilizing that skill bridge program. So instead of having service members come here, those states that have the large installations, a lot of times the employers will go on. So they set up truck driving schools. I know BMW Auto set up a mechanic shop on Camp Pendleton in Southern California to where they can do all their training right there on the installation, then get out and work for BMW. So there are things like that being done to try to get that training more and more before the separation. But yeah, that's a great point. And I know there is a BMV form where they can at least skip the written portion to fast track it a little bit that way. But there's limitations there still too, so unfortunately. Yes, sir.
I know that you talk about corporations learning about the military skills. When I had my second life working as an engineer at CenturyLink, I spent a lot of time with HR, deciphering and decoding resumes. If the company has a diversity group or a small pool of military within the company, that can help them a lot in deciphering those resumes and explaining to leadership and HR what they did, what the skill was, how skillful they would be, and how they would fit within that company.
Yep. That's a great point. And oftentimes I'll talk with employers and say, your best resource for hiring veterans are the veterans you already have working for you. So if you have, as the diversity and inclusion really kind of continues to build over the last few years, we see a lot more veteran employee resource groups to where they have a team that will work nothing but with HR staff to write job descriptions, even to say 4-year degree, and or equivalent military experience. To open the door that way. But yeah, that's always kind of the first stop shop. I tell employers that if you have a question on a resume, before you throw it in a translator, before you call me, walk down the hall and talk to the veterans you have working for you, because they can probably give you the best answer. Yep, absolutely. Great point. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I do some job development at the VA a lot, and what I see is the sharing of the job between the VJO, to different organizations, to the VBA, to the DOA, all these organizations that have job development. And you said you do the same thing to some aspect. Is there a way that we can all share this all together, not necessarily to the veterans yet, but to decipher the veteran to go to the job they need to go to?
Yeah, and that's usually the common theme when we get groups like this together, right? Is just we have all these resources, we just need that one place, and it's always a little more difficult than it sounds. But I would love to talk offline and see if maybe we can at least brainstorm some ideas, and I'll make sure to give you my card. But yeah, I think we've already learned just, it's not even noon yet, and just how many resources are out there for veterans, and that's usually the common theme is let's just find that one-stop shop and try to connect them all. So yeah, Yep.
I get that all the time. It's like, I don't have jobs, I don't have the veterans to fill it.
Yep, absolutely.
I work for a local municipality in the city of Hamilton, and we are starting a workforce development program, and one of the sectors we're focusing on is employing veterans. And we are including, Miami University and UC, so local universities. The Veterans Commission is just downstairs. They're heavily involved, and this is a very, and we're in the getting weeks of it. But it does seem like everybody wants to hire a veteran. Veterans need jobs, but it's finding that uniform system that you can funnel everyone into to get them together is where we kind of struggle. It's like everybody's spread very thin. You know, do you go to the GI jobs or, you know, where are the jobs posted that we can direct them to?
Yeah, that's a great point. That's where we always start with our state partners at Ohio Means Jobs, just because it funnels already a lot of that stuff in. But, you know, there's not a cookie cutter approach to it, unfortunately. It's connecting with the National Guard. It's connecting with some of that as well. Yes, Justice?
Just sharing. So could she actually send her link to the installation?
Every installation is going to have a transition office on the installation. Wright-Patterson has one, has a transition assistance office, and we can connect you there. And you can connect with the other ones. The problem is every employer in the United States wants to do that as well. Every employer wants to get on every installation and recruit these people too. So it's going to differ from installation to installation, but at least connect with Wright-Patterson and connect there. Whether you could, you know, military spouses, veterans, separating veterans. So
what we're trying to do is, I mean, we're not opposed to work, you know, all of the companies and businesses within the county, but we are trying to be like the hub for, you know, we communicate with the Chamber of Commerce and all these other businesses that are needing to hire people. And so part of our workforce development is the outreach to companies and then the outreach to the people that need jobs. My focus is just specifically on veterans. There's an array of, you know, different sectors that we're focusing on, but that is, we're trying to bridge some of the gap there.
Sure.
Between connecting veterans and connecting jobs.
Sure. Well, email me after this as well. I'd love to set up a time to talk. I do a lot of work in Cincinnati. The University of Cincinnati is pretty unique. They have a veterans task force that focuses on not really student veterans, but veteran employees of the university system there. I just had a call with them yesterday, and they do a great job. And I know the Cincinnati Chamber does a lot of great work there as well. So it sounds like the right pieces are there, but maybe it's all about connecting those dots. So I'd be happy to talk more. Any other questions? Yes, Buck.
I just wanted to mention the question that was in the back of the local county veteran services commission can do that for you. And we sometimes get requests from prison in the mail. There's a form to fill out. But I would think that, I'm not sure which county you're in, but I would think that sometimes we might ask also to do a power of attorney so we can look up and see if they might have pending claims or claims already into the VA. But I would think that'd be a really ready resource, and we do that quite often.
Yeah, I refer to them a lot. It's just it would be better if I could get the DB 214 before they leave jail, so I could do like a direct amendment and put it on the salary. But I'll reach out to them and see if they're willing to come to the jail office.
We would actually just allow the veteran to sign it and mail it to us from you. You know, and we do go into some of the jails, but you know, it's not a jail. So I mean, I would think that would be a way is just take a form in, let them fill it out, send it to your local veteran service commission, and they'll process it for you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Thanks, Buck. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
This afternoon, we begin the conversation of veteran homelessness. With us today is Jim Kennelly, and he will introduce his panel members. He is a network homeless coordinator for the VA healthcare system serving Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio. The network homelessness coordinator serves as the primary contact within the network for the VA homeless programs. As network homeless coordinator, he is responsible to provide coordination and oversight for the whole VISN, which is 10 number 10, and the National VHA Homelessness for Justice-Involved Veterans and others assigned in the mental health programs or initiatives for the network. He serves in an advisory capacity to the network director through VISN 10, Chief Mental Health Officer regarding service needs, resource allocation, proposed program development, and or the enhancement of programs to meet the needs of homeless and justice-involved veterans. He received his master's degree in social work from The Ohio State University in 1997, a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology from The Ohio State University in 92. He is a recognized licensed independent social worker, supervisor of the state Ohio since 1999. Thank you, Jim.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Really happy to be here, happy to be anywhere these days, so thank you for the invitation. I've put together a panel of subject matter experts from our VA and community partners that work with our VA homeless programs across the state of Ohio. So I really want to thank them for joining us today. Two of our attendees, two of our presenters will not be here. They did an audio recording, so we'll play that during the session, but we'll have their material on the screen for you. We'll have Reaver Nelson and Diane Waite, both coming from the Cleveland VA, or the Northeast Ohio Healthcare System of Ohio, as it's now referred, formerly Louis Stokes Medical Center. Both of them are social workers in our homeless program. Reaver Nelson is the program director for the Community Residential Care Center in Cleveland, and Diane Waite is a coordinated entry specialist serving the Cleveland service area. In addition to Reaver and put it up a little, is that better? Okay. In addition to Diane and Reaver's presentation, we will have Sarah Steepleton, who is here representing Lutheran Social Services Faith Mission. She's covering for her director, who was not able to attend today, Eddie Rapp. But Sarah is a SSVF outreach worker and has a bachelor's degree in social work from Ohio University, and is also has been working with Lutheran Social Services since 2015? Yes. Okay. So we're glad to have you. Thank you. A valued partner. In addition, we have Patricia Ufferman, who is with the Columbus Central Ohio Healthcare System of Ohio, formerly the Chalmers Wiley P. Wiley Ambulatory Care Center. Patricia is also a licensed independent social worker with a degree from Ohio State University, and is the HUD-VASH program supervisor, program manager at the Columbus VA. And we have Diane Smith Foster, who is the homeless program coordinator for the Dayton VA Medical Center. That's the only name that Dayton has right now, is that right? Diane, as the homeless program coordinator, has been in place now for 3 years as the program coordinator. 1 year. Time flies. Okay. And Diane also has a licensed independent degree in social work and has been with the VA for 13 years. So I want to thank all of them. They have a lot of experience in the homeless arena. The clicker is here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and advance these slides, but I will have everyone coming up. But the first slides, just a quick overview. Whoops, wrong way. Somebody needs to train me on this. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, so that's the introductory slides. You heard about our network and the VA organization earlier today. There are a total of 18 VISNs across the country, and we're VISN 10 as was mentioned. When I started this, we were just Ohio. We had 5 medical centers in Ohio. We merged in 2016 with a network that included Indiana and Michigan. So it's a much bigger footprint with 11 medical centers total. This slide is just providing you a little historical background for homeless services that we are authorized to provide. Beginning in 1987 with the Homeless Assistance Act, also known the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, Our first program was funded, HCMI, which is Healthcare for Homeless Chronically Mentally Ill Veterans. It is now Healthcare for Homeless Veterans is the new name for that program. And you can see the chronology here, a number of programs. HUD-VASH program had a pilot program in 1990. The Grant and Per Diem program, the Veterans Justice program that you heard about earlier today, SSVF, which you'll hear about in a little bit, HPAC, which is a partnership between our homeless programs and our primary care medical teams, and our HVCES, which is a Homeless Veterans Community Employment Service. So it's a partnership with homeless and our employment programs. And then we have a call center, national call center for homeless veterans that was established in 2016. There were also recently, this last year, there were 3 pieces of legislation that greatly expanded some of our authorizations. One of them is really more limited to COVID and giving us some additional flexibilities due to the public health emergency. Some of it was related to some additional funding. But we also had some legislation that offers some permanent authorizations, which allows us to provide more expanded services to some veterans who weren't currently eligible for healthcare services, but they are eligible for our homeless services, as well as some legislation that authorizes the VA to contract for legal services. So that's something that's new, and we're waiting for that to be operationalized. So more details on that to follow. Okay. And I've also included in this slide deck some chronology and some definitions for our acronyms. We love our acronyms. So these are more just for information. I'm not going to go through all of these, but a number of the programs that you'll hear about are listed here, as well as the time frames. Okay, so I'm going to now flip over to our first session. This is going to be presented by Ms. Diane Waite and her colleague, Reaver Nelson. They've prepared an audio recording, which we're going to play, but they're going to be talking about the coordinated care and the VA and HUD approach to providing a coordinated approach to services as for homeless veterans, as well as some outreach activities that are available through the VA.
The Northeast Ohio VA Healthcare System Coordinated Entry Overview. My name is Diane Waite, and I am the Coordinated Entry Specialist at the Northeast Ohio VA Healthcare System. I provide support to the catchment area of the Northeast Ohio VA Healthcare System in approximately 19 counties outside of Cuyahoga County, Ohio, in my role. A VA Coordinated Entry Specialist is a bridge between the Veterans Health Administration, homeless programs, and local housing crisis response systems. Next slide, please. The United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, defines a veteran as someone who, regardless of their discharge status, has served on active duty in the armed forces of the United States. This does not include inactive military reserves, nor the National Guard, unless the person was called up to active duty by presidential order. HUD defines literal homelessness as an individual or family who lacks a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence, meaning 1. Has a primary nighttime residence that is a public or private place not meant for human habitation. 2. Is living in a publicly or privately operated shelter designated to provide temporary living arrangements, including congregate shelters, transitional housing, and hotels and motels paid for by charitable organizations or by federal, state, and local government programs. Or is exiting an institution she or he has resided for 90 days or less and who resided in an emergency shelter or place not meant for human habitation immediately before entering that institution. HUD's definition of a veteran and homeless will be used throughout the presentation today for purposes of continuity. Next slide, please. The website for the National Alliance to End Homelessness reports that since 2011, the number of veterans experiencing homelessness has dropped by 43.3%. But since 2019, the number has increased 0.5%. On a single night in January 2020, 37,252 veterans were experiencing homelessness. 22,048 veterans were sheltered, while 15,204 veterans were unsheltered. Most veterans were without children. Only 2% were homeless as part of a family. 91.3% were men, while 8.4%, 3,126 veterans, were women. Next slide, please. Even though the VA has several programs to support veterans at risk for experiencing homelessness, fewer than 1 in 5 veterans who were homeless report using such services. With significantly fewer veterans who live in non-urban areas accessing such services. Together, we can identify and serve more veterans in housing crisis through a process called coordinated entry. Next slide, please. Coordinated entry is an approach to coordination and management of a crisis response system's resources that allows users to make consistent decisions from available information to connect people efficiently and effectively to interventions that will rapidly end their homelessness. Next slide, please. Why coordinated entry? I will use the theme of water to describe coordinated entry through a metaphor, a bucket filling with water from a faucet. The water represents households entering the local housing crisis response system. The households that have landed in the bucket are lacking basic necessities, living outdoors, living in a homeless shelter, and so on. HUD outlined 4 steps to manage the metaphorical water problem through coordinated entry. These steps are access, assessment, prioritization, and referral. Coordinated entry requires that the community advertises to the public how to access the local housing crisis response system. Households experiencing a housing crisis need to know how to find the faucet of the coordinated entry system in order to get help. As close to the faucet as possible, the system is required to assess the household. When the needs and barriers of the household are assessed early in the process, the household can be routed efficiently to the program that will get the job done. The coordinated entry system uses a shared assessment tool so that providers can agree to the process and language of the evaluation of the household for the next step. Prioritization in coordinated entry identifies households with the most barriers and highest need so that these households get routed to the most intensive and most limited services. Households with less barriers or who have more supports available to resolve the housing crisis are assisted with less intensive and less expensive interventions. The referral step in coordinated entry means that the system intentionally chooses what cup is pulling the household out of the bucket based on shared language and eligibility, rather than subjective or arbitrary decisions based on limited information or program-specific motives. The referral process is consistent, transparent, and accountable to the larger system. Next slide, please. HUD requires that all communities develop and operate a coordinated entry system for all homeless individuals, including the subpopulation of veterans. In 2017, the VA Deputy Undersecretary for Health Operations and Management, Duchamp, issued a memo that establishes the roles and responsibilities of the VA in each of their local continuums of care and the continuums of care coordinated entry systems. These are the buckets throughout the state of Ohio. Next slide, please. The VA role in coordinated entry includes facilitating community case conferencing for veteran households in housing crisis, maintaining by name lists of all known veterans experiencing homelessness in each geography, working with local communities to share common assessment tools used in the prioritization process, and share data between the VA and community partner systems. We will now hear from Reaver Nelson, the VA Northeast Ohio Healthcare System Community Resource and Referral Center Manager.
Thank you, Diane, and good morning, everyone. My name is Reaver Nelson, and I am the Program Coordinator for the Community Resource and Referral Centers at the VA Northeast Ohio Healthcare System. Currently, there are 32 Community Resource and Referral Centers at VA facilities across the country. Community Resource and Referral Centers serve as the entry point for veterans who are experiencing a housing crisis and who are eligible for health care through the Veterans Health Administration. Although we do not have Community Resource and Referral Centers at every location, all VAs offer some form of outreach and partner with community agencies to assess a veteran's need and link them with appropriate services. Community Resource and Referral Centers are an essential part of the continuum of homeless services for veterans. The VA Northeast Ohio Healthcare System is responsible for homeless outreach in 21 counties. VA Northeast Ohio Healthcare System was awarded 2 CRCs that are in Cleveland and Akron, Ohio. CRC conducts outreach services that connect veterans to the identified access points for coordinated entry systems throughout our catchment area. Next slide. Referrals. Community Resource and Referral Centers are alerted through various notification streams that include calls from the veteran's family, neighbors, local authorities, community partners, and others. Veterans present as walk-ins to our facilities, internal referrals, street outreach, or in response to notification from the National Call Center for Homeless Veterans. The National Call Center for Homeless Veterans offers free help for veterans who are homeless or at risk of homelessness and their family members, friends, and supporters who can also make the call or chat online. The National Call Center for Homeless Veterans has trained counselors who are ready to talk confidentially 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at 1-877-424-3838. Family members and non-VA providers receive information about available homeless programs and services. They can keep their information confidential or leave contact information so staff can follow up. Assessment. CRCs conduct a comprehensive assessment, and upon completion, the veteran receives information regarding our homeless programs and other VA and community services that are available to respond to the current housing crisis. Veterans who are at risk of homelessness are connected to services intended to stabilize the housing need and divert the veteran from entering homelessness. Next slide. Facilities and services. Though CRCs are similar in daily operations, each has services that have been established based on their site location. The Cleveland and Akron Community Resource and Referral Centers offer the following on-site services: laundry and shower access, bedbug oven, veterans resource room, storage rooms, which house clothing, housewares, hygiene, and other items. Cleveland and Akron hours of operation are from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. CRC has an interdisciplinary staff that includes social workers, rehabilitation technicians, vocational, and homeless primary care services. VA has the authority to establish legal partnerships. Our Cleveland and Akron locations have partnered with legal aid programs to hold on-site advice clinics. other community partners such as the Veterans Service Commission and the Veterans Benefits Administration also offer in-person and virtual services for veterans. In closing, the diversity of the CRC staff enables us to provide comprehensive care as we work collaboratively with our veterans to secure housing, employment, and other services to achieve housing stability that improves the veterans' overall quality of life. Thank you all very much, and we will now have a presentation from Ms. Steepleton on VA Community Partnerships.
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Sarah Steepleton. I work with the SSVF program through Lutheran Social Services. I also have helped with our Healthcare for Homeless Veteran program and our Grant Per Diem program. Both are veteran-specific programs that are funded through the VA. We work really closely with our VA partners to make sure that any homeless veteran that is presenting to any medical center in our catchment is connected with one of our homeless programs. Okay, so this is our building in Fairhaven. We have quite a few programs that we run out of this small building. We've had this building since 2001. It started off as a 20-unit facility. It has changed quite a bit over the years and now houses, I want to say 9 different programs, but here's a breakdown. We work closely with the Atom Board for some of our programs. I'm going to take this off. We work closely with Sober Living. We also operate 2 houses that are not on site that are specific to sober living, and we just recently switched one of our new houses over to a female facility. Those are not veteran specific, but a veteran could enter into those programs. We also run a 24-bed community emergency shelter. We've got Shelter Plus Care. We have 10 beds that are specific to the Healthcare for Homeless Veteran program. We've got 16 Grant Per Diem beds, which is a long-term program for homeless veterans. We run the SSVF program out of that building, which last year we served 160 households. We've got residential apartments. We have 4 buildings altogether with 33 previous clients. We say previous because we do have a veteran preference and a homeless preference. So we try to, our higher barrier clients, we will put them in one of our units so that we can make sure that they're still maintaining services and getting what they need. And then we also run a social enterprise, that is our Patriot Painting, and we're able to hire on veterans to that program to help get them employment. It's meant to be kind of a stepping stone and build skills so that they can hopefully move on to a better paying position. And this is some pictures of our vet programs and our regular shelter. Each of the rooms in the shelter have bunk beds, but they also have a small kitchen. They have a bathroom, so we try really hard to break it up so that it's more of an efficiency apartment for them than going into what you would picture as being a homeless shelter situation. So moving into our Healthcare for Homeless Veterans, this is a program that we receive funding through our Chillicothe VA. And we got this grant in 2010. We've currently got 10 emergency shelter beds that will be able to house men and women. That is a 90-day program. So basically, if a veteran presents to our coordinated entry specialist, they can send them directly to us, and we will get them into a bed immediately where we can start getting them services. Last year, we did only serve 36 veterans in the HCHV program. This is largely due to the push that the SSVF program, which we'll talk about, had with the VA to not put high-risk veterans into a shelter to help combat the COVID epidemic. So we did have lower numbers, but we also want to note that with the lower numbers, we were able to do a lot more with those veterans. We were able to help quite a few of them get their service-connected pensions, their non-service connections. We helped get about $10,000 back into the pocket of veterans that entered into the homeless program, which for some of them, it was getting them 100% service connected. Some of them, it might have only been 10%, but it was still something more than what they had coming into the program. So that was one of the really nice things about that. While they're in this program, we are providing all of their meals for them. We are providing case management services. They are able to stay in the shelter all day long and meet with case managers. They're able to work with the employment reps. They're able to look for housing. They're basically able to get any service that they might need in one spot. We work really closely with our VA liaison. He is coming in at least once a week. He's normally there 3 times a week, meeting with the veterans to help make sure that they're getting everything that they need from the VA so that they can become a stable person in the community again in their housing. Moving on to the Grant Per Diem program, this is also a veteran-specific emergency housing program. This one is just more long-term. So this program, we have 4 separate apartments set up at the Fairhaven building, and it can house up to 16 veterans. And it's a maximum of a 2-year stay, but typically they only need 6 to 9 months. Sometimes it is a little bit longer depending on what they're working on, but this is our more long-term program. This is specifically for veterans that need more of a clinical model. They will be working with, if they've got mental health, if they've got any substance abuse, we are working on addressing those issues before we're putting them into housing. This program is set up so that they are able to learn basic living skills that they might not have been able to get if they were coming straight from jail or they've been incarcerated for a long time. This is a really great program for them because it does help them transition back into the community. Again, last year we did only serve 12 veterans in this program, but it was largely because of COVID, and we had such a large push to put veterans into hotels through the SSVF program, which those numbers will reflect a lot more with the SSVF part. So, and also with this being a long-term program, out of those 12 veterans, 7 of them were able to be placed into permanent housing, and they have been successful in that housing. So that's a really good thing to note. Now, the SSVF program, this is the program that I work for. So this program, we do a lot with this program. They really like to come up with these grand ideas and say, let's let the SSVF program figure it out and lead the way on it. They're notorious for that. So our program specifically does serve 9 counties across the state of Ohio. We are very active in those 9 counties. We work closely with the by name lists with the whole state. So we are in more of the rural areas, so it is a little bit harder for us with our program to get veterans into housing, because if you are familiar with the housing crisis right now, it is very real. So this program, that's primarily what we're working on. So we work with families who are imminently at risk of losing their housing, or they are literally homeless. So they do not have to be in a shelter program for us to work with them. A lot of times there's veterans that you'll come across that they do not want to go into a homeless shelter. They will not go into a homeless shelter. So the SSVF program becomes a really great option for them, because we are able to meet them where they are, and we will work with them and try to help them figure out what issues they have going on and how we can help resolve those issues. Our program was initially awarded the grant in 2014. We are a CARF accredited agency through our SSVF program, which is a pretty big deal. We currently have an average of 36 days to house, and our success rate for housing is pretty close to 100%. Those are really great numbers that are hard to come across. So this is kind of the number I talked about. So our goal is actually to only serve 115 households a year. Last year we served 160. This was because of the pandemic. We had a lot of veterans that we had to put into hotels. This became a whole issue. It's very hard to put a veteran in a hotel in the middle of a pandemic and try to figure out getting them out of that hotel and into housing. It was a very large barrier that we were facing, but we did it. So just to kind of talk a little bit about the SSVF program more, like I said, they like to really come up with these grand ideas and put it on the SSVF program to figure it out. So in 2018, they came up with the rapid resolution idea, which was, it is a great idea. Basically, it's the SSVF provider's job to screen every veteran as soon as they enter into the homeless systems or reach out to a coordinated entry. And basically, it's the idea that if we can catch them within that first day, 2 days, we can help them self-resolve it. We are helping mediate with family members, trying to get them to not enter into the homeless system, because it is a very traumatic thing for somebody to enter into a shelter, and we don't want that. So we try really hard to get placement with family. It's the idea that if we can get them out of the shelters, out of their situation, and back with family, they will be able to self-resolve. It is a great idea. We don't typically get a whole lot of people that we can do it, but we don't not get people that are eligible for that. In 2019, they came up with the Returning Home Initiative. So working with the homeless population, we find a lot of transient people. So that means that we get a lot of veterans that have shown up in Ohio from California. I had one guy that he got on a train, basically. He got here and he was stuck. He has no family. He has nobody here that could support him. He was from California. We were able to link him up with his family back in California. We got him on a plane. We got him back to California, linked up with services there, and we got him back where his supports were. So this is a really great idea for the veterans that might be in an area and just don't have anybody here. There's nothing holding them here, and they would do better back in their hometown. In 2020, that was the year of the healthcare navigator. So one of the really great things about the SSVF program is we can work with veterans that might not be eligible for VA medical, which if you are working with veterans, you know not all of them are. So that means that they don't have access to the VA, which can be a huge barrier for some people. The idea of the healthcare navigator is they are linking these veterans up the same way that the VA would provide those wraparound services. We have somebody on staff that will help with the wraparound services also, with getting them linked up for their medical appointments, getting them their dental, getting them whatever they need medically wise, so that we can keep their bodies taken care of, so that we can keep them in housing. Another thing they just rolled out on us in September was the idea of a shallow subsidy. So SSVF now has the option also of being a 2-year-long program. We are able to basically provide rental assistance for 2 years for veterans that maybe they're low income and can pay a small portion of their rent. We can help supplement that rent for them in a more long-term setting. We also have this year gotten some really great new funding for the SSVF program that will help us work closer with legal aid. So SSVF has always been able to work with legal aid, and now we're going to have the funds to work with actual lawyers, not necessarily doing the pro bono services. We can pay for a lawyer to sit down with a veteran now and get their stuff taken care of. This is going to be a really great resource for a lot of our veterans because a lot of them do have extremely high barriers when it comes to housing. We'll be able to help get certain things taken care of that we wouldn't have been able to before. This is still brand new. We are in the process of working on getting MOUs set up. I believe there's a call set up for tomorrow with our national office to get a little bit more information. So this is going to be a really great thing for our veterans. And I think that's all I got. So you guys can always, I think this is on the site, correct? The slide? Okay, so this is all of our contact information, so if you have any questions, you can always reach out to one of us. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, very, very valuable partner, a lot of services that they're providing on behalf of the VA to our veterans, so I thank you for that. Next up, we have Patricia. Patricia Efferman. Patricia?
Well, hello. Let me make sure I know how to work this. So I'm Patricia Ufferman. I am a HUD-VASH supervisor in the Columbus VA. And okay, here we go. Okay, so the HUD-VASH program, it is a partnership between HUD and the VA. So literally homeless veterans, they do need to meet the definition of homelessness that was discussed before, would be able to get a housing choice voucher. That is the current term, it used to be called Section 8. A lot of people still call it Section 8. So an eligible veteran would get a voucher to allow them to be housed, but at the same time they get the wraparound clinical services, case management through the HUD-VASH program with the VA. So we work very closely, the HUD office and the VA offices work together to assist these veterans. Okay, so HUD-VASH is considered the gold standard for housing homeless veterans. Our goal is to end veteran homelessness. That is something we actually do talk about, like ending veteran homelessness. There's a lot of passion in the VA and in HUD to do this. There is 105,000 vouchers nationwide with 80,000 veterans right now currently housed with those vouchers. In Ohio, there are 2,725 vouchers with over 2,000 veterans currently housed. So the numbers are, basically we can recycle those vouchers. There's new vouchers. So veterans come into the program for different reasons. They graduate, they leave the program. Those vouchers are reused. So some of the differences between those numbers that just shows that there's new veterans coming into the program all the time. They're getting housed, there's veterans graduating, there's new vouchers that have come out various years, so the program has grown over the years. In Columbus, we have over 400 vouchers, and we do really maintain most of our vouchers are in use all the time. Even if they're not all leased up at once, they're usually all identified to, attached to a veteran. Either they're housed or in the process of being housed somewhere. And with the gold standard, anybody who actually knows me professionally at all, they're going to know that I really, really believe that. I really, I'm actually very honored to work in HUD-VASH. I've grown so much. I've been in HUD-VASH for almost 10 years now, but I've been a social worker for maybe over 25 years-ish, so for a long time. And I've had other social work positions. This is the program that I have believed in the most. It's been the best position I've ever been in because, and there's other really great programs, some of them like we've talked about here. There's wonderful programs helping veterans, helping people who are not veterans. But the structure of HUD-VASH is really special because we have this just wonderful voucher resource that will meet the needs of the veterans financially to actually like get them off the street into permanent housing that needed subsidy, and then the clinical services that will also really help deal with those other reasons. It's not just a financial reason that someone's homeless. There's a lot of complicated reasons that somebody's homeless. So then the VA is able to partner with HUD and really wrap around those the services to meet the needs of the veteran. So basic program eligibility, like I said before, they do need to be literally homeless. And that was defined earlier in the program. And they need to demonstrate a need for case management. So some of the reasons that somebody would need case management, they may have a severe behavioral health disorder, mental health, medical problems, substance abuse disorder. Most often, if they're in HUD-VASH, it's probably more than one of those things. It's sometimes all three of those things plus, lack of support, or the entire family is very needy and vulnerable in many ways. So it is very complicated why somebody would come into homelessness and require the services that we're providing. And they're assessed for those needs. So each veteran, like in the recorded session that we just heard, they talked about coordinated entry. When a veteran comes into the shelter or homelessness, if they are living not in the shelter but on the land also, if they're coming into the homeless system, they're assessed at that point. We're receiving referrals at that point, but it's not just a one-time assessment. We work very closely with our continuum of care regarding the veterans, with SSVF partners, with the Service Commission, with shelter staff for an ongoing assessment of the veteran's needs. Because, that first assessment, right when they enter, that might not be accurate. Maybe the veteran was ashamed or embarrassed and didn't want to, disclose some of their needs or, different reasons. So as the different providers get to know the veterans better, we're able to really sharpen that assessment and identify the needs and work together. And the veterans for HUD-VASH are prioritized based on the need and length of homelessness. And basically, the longer somebody is homeless, almost always that indicates more needs for the veterans. So, it should be prioritized based on length of homelessness, and it is. So that's how we kind of prioritize and work together. In the HUD-VASH program, it's not just about housing. So, like I said, I've been in HUD-VASH for almost 10 years. I started out as a case manager, then I was a team lead for the lease-up team. So we're team-based and interdisciplinary. We have, in Columbus, we have a lot of social workers. We have some peer support specialists, which function very differently than a social worker, but then very similar. They are veterans who have been through homelessness, and our veterans have been through recovery. And they are great mentors for our veterans. They've been through it. They can relate to the veteran in a different way, or the veteran can relate to the peer specialist in a different way. And that builds trust. And we're very... we're great partners with them, and we work together. We have a housing specialist. Some HUD-VASH programs have more nurses. We don't have nurses locally. We have some nurses that we partner with in the facility in a different way. So how the different HUD-VASH programs decide how they're staffed, it is based on the local needs within the facility and the structure of the facility. and what services they have. Like we have HPACT in Columbus, so we have an RN that we partner with that stands, I know we have all those acronyms, that's the Homeless Primary Care Team. So then they work with a lot of our veterans, for example. And when I say it's not just about housing, the first thing that we do is provide them a voucher, look at the goals, and try to get them housed as soon as possible. We will take them on housing searches, work closely with veterans. We help them get other resources, such as utility assistance. We do not, like in Columbus, and I bet a lot of HUD bashes are like this in Ohio, we don't consider someone housed on our team until they have utility assistance, because they're not going to stay housed in most cases unless they also have that, because they're not going to be able to afford the utilities once they're housed if they don't have the income. So on our lease-up team, many of those veterans are most of them are going to be transferred to the other teams for ongoing services, but we're going to wait until we have everything lined up. They're going to have furniture. They're going to have their utilities. They're going to be housed, certainly, and have an initial treatment plan done. And that has been very effective for us and our veterans. Then they go on to work on other goals. So HUD-VASH is considered a clinical treatment for homelessness. So we have, independent providers on our team. They're providing clinical services where, we're trained in, like our social workers, they may be experts in recovery services, the aging population. We really, one of the things, because when I first started, we weren't doing team-based model of care in HUD-VASH. I will say that I've been around long enough where I've seen that grow. We have a lot of talent and areas of expertise amongst our team, so we will work together, they will work together, but where we have an expert in this area and an expert in that area, and sometimes the veterans are assigned based on the expertise of that social worker, or if that need hadn't been already identified, we will, they will collaborate in huddles and team meetings to meet the care of the veteran. Because the veterans who are in HUD-VASH, they have a lot of different reasons that they became homeless in the first place. I mean, we have a lot of veterans who are aging, and they have, some of them are developing dementia, cognitive disorders. They may not meet level of care. They may have a lot of obstacles, such as legal obstacles. Like, we have veterans who really would benefit from perhaps a higher level of care nursing home, but then they have a hard time maintaining in a nursing home because of their behavior, and then they get kicked out of the nursing home, and then they're in, so it's pretty complicated. But then we have a lot of young veterans too that have PTSD, another acronym, but the OIF veterans, those who are just recently served in combat, they're also in our program. Their needs are going to look very different than the aging population. So we're going to vary what we're doing depending on what their goals are, what their needs are. And it honestly is amazing. We don't have time to show videos or have veterans talk here, but I will just tell you that homelessness is such a crisis, such a traumatic crisis. Like Sarah was talking, when they go into shelter, she said something about that is very traumatic. So we're meeting the veterans when they're at the lowest point in their lives. Maybe it was lower if they were incarcerated. That's probably a little bit low. I mean, that is lower. Often they are just recently incarcerated, but it is one of the lowest, if not the lowest point in their lives. And to be able, and that's a basic need where you need to have housing to do other things. So that's why one of the other words that we use, we say we're housing first. And we are housing first. We're meeting the veteran where they are. We're not expecting them to get sober, get a job, do this, do that before they get housing. We come in and we help them get housed. Most of the time they are housed. But they're the ones, they're doing work. The veteran themselves are also doing work in this process. And it has been amazing to see the changes in people's lives. Like, it is truly life-changing for veterans. I've seen people who have gone to college. I mean, we have, one of our peers was a HUD-VASH veteran, I guess, before I was there. But I mean, I can't even imagine where he claimed, where he tells me he came from, both of them, where they were at one time. So we've been able to see veterans go to college, just do amazing things. So it's long lasting. So they get to stay in the program as long as they need to stay in the program. Sometimes somebody has a severe mental illness, they're going to be in our program for a very long time, and that is okay. And then we're going to meet them where they are, work with them on their goals. And then as long as their income is lower than what is allowed. And basically, earlier they talked about the poverty levels. For HUD-VASH, it's the same as HUD. Generally, we're supposed to be under the 30% poverty level, which is about $17,000 for a single person. But we can go up. With HUD-VASH, has a little bit special rules compared to other vouchers. They can be a little bit up above that. They can never be above the 50th percentile for the poverty level according to HUD. But we are allowed a little bit of special rules. So they can stay in the program. A lot of our veterans graduate. They become over income, or they need a higher level of care. They do go into nursing homes or assisted living. And we recycle those veterans, and another veteran gets housed with that voucher. So that is how we're able to, maintain and admit new veterans every month, really. And then veterans are met with, depending on their acuity, some veterans are met with every week, more than once a week, if they have very intensive needs. Some veterans are met with only monthly or a couple times a month, but then there are some veterans who are only met with quarterly. Now, those are the veterans who are preparing to graduate out of case management, and they can, if they're under the income level, they can stay in the voucher program without case management if they don't need the case management, and then come back in any time they want. But it's just very, very different depending on the veteran's needs, what services they're getting. But, it is very exciting to be able to see the changes. That's it for me.
Thank you, Patricia.
Thank
you. Yeah, we could spend the whole afternoon talking just about HUD-VASH, so it's a very valuable program. Okay, next we have Diane.
Okay, is everyone feeling that wonderful lasagna right about now? It was awesome, so thank you. Before I begin with my presentation, I just want to quickly say thank you to Justice Kennedy, to Justice Stratton, and everyone here for your service to our veterans. And if any of you are veterans, thank you for your service. Justice Stratton, I do want to say that I am so happy to meet you. I have one of my staff who absolutely raves about you and adores you, William Page Lehman. And he talks all the time about how supportive you are of our veterans, and so thank you so much and everything. Okay, all righty. Here's what I want to say, because we've talked a lot today about homelessness, and that word in itself has can be negative. It sometimes does not show the brighter side of things. And what I want us to leave here today is remembering this, is that guess what, you guys, as much as we talked about it, all of these great resources, the beauty about what we've talked about and what we're doing, it is paying off. Homelessness amongst veterans, the numbers have gone down. So please do not get discouraged and weary in what we're doing and everything. Keep up the good work, because it is working. The other thing I want to say is that thanks to all of our community partners. Sarah, I love those crazy things that they put on you guys, because we could never do and house the number of veterans that we have housed, at least I know in our Dayton catchment area, without our SSVF partners, and they are absolutely wonderful. So I hope they keep getting crazy and coming up with ideas to put on you guys, okay? All righty, thank you. Now, I'm not the savvy tech person, so Jim?
Just there.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Okay, ending veteran homelessness. Success in ending homelessness among veterans is happening community by community, and measuring that success is now easier. New guidelines, which are benchmarks for us to meet, have been released by the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness. Help communities benchmark their progress towards ensuring that every veteran has a place to call home. And some of those benchmarks are identifying all veterans experiencing homelessness. And the way that we do that when we talk about coordinated entry is that this is where our continuum of care partners come in at. And for Dayton area, and I'm personalizing this to Dayton, that would be our Dayton, Kettering, Montgomery County continuum of care. For our veterans that are in those rural areas, we work very closely with Ohio Balance of State. And then our catchment area just goes just over the Indiana line to Richmond, Indiana. So we also work with the Indiana Balance of State. But identifying those veterans very early on, meeting in our monthly continuum of care meetings, developing those by name lists of veterans that identify every veteran that is homeless, either staying at the shelters or they're in our per diem transitional housing programs or in our emergency housing program. And then developing a housing plan for every veteran and working with that veteran and referring them to those services that are going to help us move them from homelessness to permanent housing. Okay. Capacity to provide immediate shelter to unsheltered veterans. That is crucial to move people out of street homelessness. Let's say that they are living in tent cities, on benches, abandoned buildings. We identify those veterans. Dayton VA has 2 emergency housing programs. One is our grant and per diem transitional housing programs. We have 30 beds allocated. 15 of those beds are what we call service intensive beds. Those are beds for our veterans who are homeless, but maybe as of yet don't have a really concrete plan as to what how they're going to move forward in permanent housing. And then our role becomes to work with them to develop that plan. The other 15 beds are what we call bridge beds. Those are veterans who are homeless, and let's say they have been awarded a HUD voucher, and they're waiting for their housing. Then we would work with those veterans, of course, coordinating with our HUD VASH program to help, again, move those veterans to permanent housing. And if I think that Patricia talked about that, is that the beauty about our homeless programs is that we operate on a housing first model. Whatever comorbidities a veteran may have going on, substance, PTSD, if there's trauma, unemployment, whatever's going on, unless they are clinically unstable, then what we would do is, of course, get them linked to those needed services. Once they're stabilized, and they return to us, and we move forward in the housing plans. But whatever's going on with that veteran, then guess what? We can continue to move forward with their housing plan and work together with those different agencies and resource providers. Dedication to the housing first model, I just talked about that. Limited service intensive transitional and rapid permanent housing placement. The goal is to quickly move veterans out of homelessness, stabilize, and within 90 days try to have them in permanent housing. And I can say that in Dayton we've done a really good job of that this year. And then to continue on with whatever needed services they may need to sustain that housing. System capacity for sustainment. It's not just enough to help veterans get housed. There are resources that have got to be put in place to help sustain that housing so that we don't have a return to homelessness. And this is where we continue to work, if needed, with our SSVF agencies. Let's say that we have veterans that may experience some delinquency in their rental payments, utility payments, maybe there's a loss of income, or a medical emergency, and so we want to continue to provide those wraparound services that are going to allow them to stay in that housing. Okay. Ending veteran homelessness. VA is committed to ending veteran homelessness community by community. Our work in collaboration with large and small localities proves that through their leadership, cooperation, and evidence-based practices, it's possible to ensure that every veteran has a home. Thus far, 3 states and 82 communities have what we call effectively ended veteran homelessness. And in Ohio, Dade, Montgomery County, Akron, Barberton, Summit County. And I'm proud to say that, I'll toot our own horn here a little bit, Gina's smiling over there, that Dayton was the first VA city in the state of Ohio to end veteran homelessness in 2016. So we are very, very proud of that. Very proud of that. And ending veterans homelessness came out of a call to action by our First Lady then, Michelle Obama, in June of 2014, where there was a call to action to all mayors around the nation to work very closely with the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness, local community partners, the League of Cities and Mayors, to work together, develop a collaborative and comprehensive unified plan to address veteran homelessness and work to meet a metric that would say that we have effectively ended veteran homelessness. Now, when a lot of people hear that, the first thing they think is that, so if Dayton ended veteran homelessness, does that mean there are no more homeless veterans in Dayton? Of course not. That's not what that means. Basically what it means is that we have come together as a community and developed a unified, collaborative system that allows us, number one, to rapidly respond to the needs of homeless veterans, to come together to develop a plan of action to rapidly get those veterans out of, if it's street homelessness, as I said, and to sheltered emergency housing, and then to quickly move them forward to permanent housing. Okay. And also to hope that in the future, episodes of homelessness for veterans is rare, and when it does occur again, that we rapidly and quickly move towards getting those veterans rehoused. All righty. And I talked a little bit about that already, about the call to action from our mayor. And I just want to read a quick statement about what the mayor said, some of our community partners said in terms of responding to that call to action. In the summer of 2015, our mayor, Nan Whaley, said, "I proudly pledge my commitment to the mayor's challenge to end veteran homelessness. Together, the city of Dade, Montgomery County, and our community partners have worked to ensure that every veteran has access to permanent housing. Targeted collaboration among our partners has streamlined a community process that ensures that any veteran in Dayton, in the Dayton community who needs assistance, receives a rapid connection to housing resources. And then Montgomery County and the Dayton region remains committed to protecting the men and women who bravely protected our freedoms." Added Montgomery County President Judy Dodge. "We will continue to work with our partners to ensure our veterans have access to safe, stable housing." I have often said, and I say this all the time to our community partners, years ago, I used to say many moons ago, but then I didn't want to tell my age, so now I just say several years ago, I did my student internship at the Dayton VA. And, back then, the World War II veterans were pretty much our main population. And VA kind of operated as a city, this big bureaucracy, a city by itself. It is so wonderful today coming back as an employee to see how Dayton VA and other VAs around the nation are now collaborating with our communities. You know, yes, we may be the federal government, you all. We may have some money. We may have resources, but we cannot do what we do for our veterans alone. And we've come to understand that. And that's why when we talk about ending veterans homelessness, the one thing that I will say to you as a takeaway is what is key is developing those collaborative relationships and those coalitions with the community, those state, county agencies, to work together with VA so that we serve those veterans who have served our nations. Okay? That is very, very important, and that is how you end veteran homelessness in your community. And then the last thing I want to just touch bases on about challenges and barriers to sustaining that. Number one, what do you think number one is, everyone? What's the hot word for the last year, maybe year and a half now? Say it, come on, say it loud. COVID-19. Are we ever going to stop saying that we're COVID-19? That's probably number one in terms of is to ensure that we know that veterans that are homelessness, I think I read a statistic somewhere that they are 3 times likely to be exposed to and impacted by COVID. And so again, if we can quickly move them from shelter to emergency housing and then to permanent housing, the less chances for exposure as well as contracting COVID. Housing stock, big issue. Okay, for anyone who's trying to buy a home these days, you don't have to be a homeless veteran. If anyone's trying to buy a home these days and deal with the housing market, we know that around the nation, housing is there's a shortage there. So imagine if you are a homeless veteran and you're out doing housing search and you're trying to find affordable housing. That's a big issue now. So trying to work very closely with our private landlords to increase those numbers through having landlord fairs and identifying different corporations that will come on board with us to provide housing for our veterans, really important. And then there has been since 2001 a steady increase in rental rates. And we know that many of our veterans are on fixed incomes. And so, again, going back to those community resources that we have, like SSVF, Veterans Matters, our veteran service organizations that help us financially with those veterans to help sustain their housing. And then the need for, we've talked about this, and I know they're going to talk more about that in the next session, but the need for our veterans to have a livable, sustainable income. Okay, I heard someone say earlier that, you know, I think that's right, housing is not a privilege, you all, that's a right. And it is not okay for our veterans, for people to go off and, you know, and say that they will give their life for this country and then to have nowhere to come home to, literally. And so that is not a privilege, that is a right that we need for our veterans. And then last of all is to is just continue to identify, again, affordable permanent housing resources for them and to continue to work with the community on sustaining our efforts. And I think that that is it for me. So are there any questions? Okay. Or Jim, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Diane. One of the things I hope you pick up from our panel today is their passion. It takes a lot of passion with the folks that work in our homeless programs, and I really appreciate all the work that they're doing. And COVID absolutely created a huge number of challenges for you all, so thank you. We are over our time, but I just wanted to alert you to this slides. We have some additional information that's available. This talks about the VA's strategic plan. for homelessness, ending homelessness for 2021 through 2025. I started my role in 2010 when then Secretary Shinseki announced that we will end veteran homelessness in 5 years. 10 years, 5 years after that, we're still working on it. So the work continues, and we have a lot of resources out there, but a lot of challenges with working through coordination. But this has an outline of the strategic plan here. And then this sort of just lists the objectives, the 6 objectives that we have. So I'm not going to take time going through this. This information is available to you. Additionally, we have some resources that I've made available to you here. Some information, some links to our VA resource or VA sites, websites, as well as some videos, some testimonials. The videos you heard this morning were powerful. Some of these videos are very well done, and these are on our national website. So please check those out if you have some time. I know we're transitioning to a break, and then we go to the employment session. I'll be coming up after that, and so we'll try to work in, if you have questions, we'll try to address those questions, and I'll stick around during the break if that's okay for me to address questions. Are you guys able to do that as well? Okay. So let me just throw it out. If you need to take a break, please do, but let me just throw it out to see if anybody has any questions. Yes? Yeah, so specific to homeless women veterans, well, certainly there are when you're talking about some of the resources that were out there traditionally, oh yes, I forgot. Thank you very much. We talked about needing the mic for the audience so everybody could hear. With homeless women veterans, some of the programs are geared towards male veterans, but we have done a lot of work to ensure that homeless women veterans have access to services they need. And the 2 primary programs that we have to help with permanent housing, HUD-VASH and SSVF, those help any veteran. So it doesn't matter if you're a male, female, transgender. If you're homeless and you're in need of those services, we are going to try to help you get connected to those services. The SSVF resources that were provided during COVID to help what we call hotel veterans, that was in an effort to decompress these shelter environments and place veterans in hotels so they could have social distancing, reduce infection control measures, that sort of thing. Same thing, we'll place a veteran family into hotels. Some of our transitional housing emergency shelter beds are geared towards single adults. So a veteran with a dependent may not have the same access to those shelter beds or transitional housing beds. So using the flexibility that we have with our SSVF program, working to get those veterans permanently housed as quickly as we can, and using other resources that are available to veterans in the community, those are the ways that we're going to try and help support all veterans. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, well, I really do want to thank the panel, and just to emphasize that, I had this set up with talking about the coordinated entry system, coordinated entry at the beginning and then ending with a community that ended homelessness. The main message here is all about coordination. The services that we have are great, the resources that we have are great, but if we don't work together to coordinate, if we're not doing our part to help identify veterans that are in our communities, if Lutheran Social Services knows they have a veteran, but the VA doesn't know about it, we're not able to make best use of all of our resources available. So that's what we're trying to do to coordinate our systems. And I appreciate the time that you took today. So thank you. So this is the second half that I was asked to assist with, and this is on employment services available through the VA and in general. So you heard earlier this morning. about some of the resources to assist veterans with employment. We'll have two guests, two presenters, two panelists that are representing VHA, our VA, and we'll have two non-VA representatives, both of them veterans. So I'm very glad to have them here today. So first up, we're going to have Dr. Ryan Faulkner, who is going to be talking about our residential programs at the VA, a treatment program, various programs. Dr. Faulkner has been with the VA now, how many years? 15 years. 15 years. Psychologist by training. And from the Cincinnati VA. His domiciliary program is across the river, though, in Fort Thomas, Kentucky. But it is still our resource here in Ohio. Next, we have Chelsea Judson. Chelsea is a licensed, certified rehabilitation counselor. Sorry about that. I'm so used to talking to social workers. Working at the Central Ohio Healthcare System of Ohio, Columbus, VA. And Chelsea, you've been 3 years? Yeah. 3 years with the VA, and is the program manager for our vocational rehab services, is what we're referring to it these days. So thank you, both of you, for coming today. In addition to Dr. Faulkner and Chelsea, we have Zach Ludi, representing Ohio Department of Job and Family Services. Mr. Ludi is a U.S. Air Force OEF veteran and serves as the Veterans Program Manager for Ohio Department of Job and Family Services. So we're very glad to have him here today. And finally, we'll have John Rust. Mr. Rust is a co-founder of the Overwatch Partnership, and he'll be speaking about that today. And Mr. Rust is also a veteran, serving in the U.S. Army Reserve for over 16 years, including tours, deployments in Iraq in 2005 and 2007. So thank you again, both of you, for your service. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Faulkner.
Just flip through. Yep. All right, everybody hear me okay? Yes. All right, great. So I'm going to talk broadly about the residential treatment programs across the VA system, and try to highlight some of the differences across those programs and what that looks like in different locations. The residential level of care is an intermediate level of care that exists between outpatient and inpatient psychiatry. It is fairly unique in that those beds are often few and far between to find. Most places have the outpatient and inpatient, but residential is a little bit of a more scarce entity. We're fortunate in the VA that there's been a large investment in residential treatment over the years, and that's been something that's been very, very valuable for those veterans who really need that slightly higher level of care than what we can do in outpatient. These are programs where the patients live with us, they reside with us, thus the name. And the length of stay in these programs does vary a bit by program. On the shorter end, for especially short-term stabilization, alcohol and drug treatment, it may be 21 days, 30 days. The program that I'm affiliated with, which is a homeless domiciliary program, they can stay up to 7 months. And so, depending on the nature of that treatment and what the goals of those treatments are, there can be a variable length of stay to try to meet those needs. Some important things to keep in mind when we talk about the residential level of care. These are voluntary programs. So in the eyes of the VA and with the veterans who come to us, they are coming of their own free will. Even if they are court required, court ordered to come to us for treatment, to complete treatment, they are still voluntary in our eyes. And what that means is if a patient decides for whatever reason that they are going to discharge themselves from the program, we have no ability, no right to hold them against their will, with those very exceptions of if they're imminently suicidal or homicidal. So if someone is court ordered to treatment, and on occasion we will have someone say, well, I want this person to do 6 months of treatment in your program. We can't guarantee that they're going to get 6 months of treatment in the program. If the program is set up to allow for that length of a program, If they're compliant with all elements of the program, if they choose to stay with us, then that's certainly a possibility. But again, if they should relapse, if there should be behavioral problems, if they get into a fight, any number of conditions that might lead to a discharge prior to that 6 months, that's the challenge for us. It also means we can't take custody. So for people who may have not a great track record with treatment, if they are court involved and you really want them to be in custody, you're probably going to have to look at your community correctional programs to be able to really do that. The VA would not be able to serve that need. Many of the programs throughout VISN 10 do have residential programs, but not all. And Columbus happens to be one that does not, as an ambulatory clinic. So historically, veterans in the Columbus catchment area who have needed that residential level of care, many of them have been referred down to Chillicothe, who does have a number of residential beds, sometimes to Dayton, on rare occasions down to Cincinnati. One of the big initiatives that we're working on is the residential programs across VISN 10 right now is a coordination of care. And we're trying to set up situations where if we have a patient in any part of VISN 10 who needs residential care and the local VA cannot serve that need, can we get them into a bed at another location? And so trying to really leverage those available resources to make better use of those. And if there is places where that's harder to come by, can we get them into treatment elsewhere? And so we're working through that and developing some strategies to try to make that a more seamless transition. Many of the RRTPs do have a particular focus. I mentioned, a couple earlier. Some of these are short-term SUD, substance use disorder stabilization programs. My program, as I said, is a homeless program. There are some that have more of a severe mental illness program, and we do have residential PTSD programs where that is the primary aim, is treating intensively PTSD. So usually they're going to fall into one of those categories. In all honesty, many of the residential patients we serve across any of those bed sections usually have a variety of those issues going on. So mental health, addiction, and a variety of others. So it really comes down to what is sort of the emphasis or priority for care in terms of figuring out what's sort of the best way to make use of those resources. It's also the case that not all VAs have all of those bed sections. So for example, in Cincinnati, we have a homeless dom, we have a SUD stabilization program, and we have residential PTSD. We have those 3 bed sections available to us. As with everything else, it has entirely been hurt by COVID. In my program, for example, most of our patient bedrooms are 3, 4, and 5 person rooms. And under COVID, at one point, we were only allowed to have 1 patient in one of those rooms. And so that dramatically decreased our census from where we once were. We're now up to a point where we can have up to 3 in some of our larger rooms. So we're gradually increasing that bed availability, but that has been a real challenge in terms of meeting those needs with the appropriate COVID precautions in place. Obviously, when you're living in close quarters with one another, the risk of COVID spread is quite high. And so trying to do everything we can to continue to provide that care while also reducing the risk of infection. In terms of basic admission criteria, these are true across the entire VA. These are standard criteria that are used to apply to really any of our residential programs. And what that's really highlighting is trying to find that goodness of fit. Is this someone who does not require a higher level of care for any number of reasons? Many of the patients we serve in residential are designated as high risk for suicide. They have made prior suicide attempts. They could decompensate very quickly and become suicidal again. So that in and of itself does not preclude them from being served in residential, but if they're imminently at risk, then they probably need at least some period of time on a psychiatric unit to stabilize before they would be proper in the residential setting. Medical complications can also be a barrier. If they truly need to be in a medical bed or a skilled nursing facility or they cannot manage their ADLs, they again would not be appropriate in the residential setting. We would need to find some other way to serve those needs more properly in those settings. Most of the patients we're dealing with, they lack that stable lifestyle. Again, for my program, one of those big factors is homelessness. It is awfully difficult for someone to benefit from treatment if they're homeless and don't have access to resources. So That's a good example of that lack of a stable lifestyle. And for someone who otherwise might be successful in outpatient treatment, homelessness could be that trump card to say they really need to be in a safe, structured setting to allow them to benefit from the services that we have to offer. They also have to identify treatment goals that align with the program. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier. Since many of our patients have a variety of comorbid mental health and addiction related issues, we have to kind of figure out what needs to be treated and which of our residential beds is most appropriate. In Cincinnati, many of our folks will go through our short-term stabilization program, the SUD program, and if they are homeless, they then transition over into our homeless bed section upon completion. So that allows them to have a more focused drug and alcohol addiction stabilization before transitioning into the homeless DOM. And by doing that, we hopefully give them a longer period of time in residential treatment with that structure to really help them achieve those goals. And then in terms of just sort of what do we typically see? Well, these are some of the common things we see when the patients that we are serving are coming into treatment. I know in my program in Cincinnati, about everyone has some type of addiction. 98% roughly are coming with some type of addiction. But I have about 80% who also have comorbid mental health issues. So lots of depression, PTSD, other forms of anxiety, in some cases schizophrenia and other types of psychotic disorders. So most of the patients that we're serving in our homeless program have both the mental health and the recovery needs that need to be addressed concurrently in order to give them the best opportunity for success. We also see a lot of people who have had unmet medical needs. It's not uncommon for us to have someone come into treatment who has newly diagnosed cancer or diabetes or uncontrolled blood pressure. They haven't been taking care of themselves. They have not been in to see their physician in some time. And so a lot of times they don't even realize that they have these medical issues that are untreated. And so getting them linked up with care and helping them get on track with such things is really critical for their success. Many, if not most, have some history, sometimes current legal involvement. In Cincinnati, I'm also the director of our Veteran Justice Outreach programs. So a lot of the patients that we end up serving in our homeless DOM come to us directly from jail. Our VGO staff go into the jail, they do the outreach, they screen them, and we accept them, then they transport them from release directly into residential treatment. And that really helps for them to have a better opportunity to really transition directly into treatment without any gaps in care. And also many of our folks are also involved with our veteran treatment courts in Cincinnati. So while they're going through the DOM treatment, they're also attending court on a regular basis and working through those expectations. So that is really helpful also to help keep them on track and have an added layer of accountability. Other things that we see, most of the people we serve in residential have had a lengthy history of treatment. We are not typically the first stop for these folks. They have been in outpatient treatment. They have often been through multiple episodes of residential care. Their level of addiction and mental health issues tends to be on the more severe end of that continuum. And so they're people who really benefit from that added structure in the residential setting. We're not staffed as highly as an inpatient psychiatric unit would be, but we do have staff around the clock who are there to monitor things, to make sure that they're accountable, that they're there at bed checks. We're doing drug screens on them regularly. There's a lot of oversight in that residential setting that really does help give them some degree of sobriety, some degree of recovery while they're transitioning back into hopefully successful community reintegration and housing and employment and such. And so how do we do that? Well, in residential, we have an interdisciplinary treatment team. So we've got everything from psychologists to psychiatrists. We've got nurse practitioners and MDs. We've got social workers, vocational counselors, peer support, rec therapy, clinical pharmacists, dietitians. All of us work together to meet the needs of the veterans that we're serving and really have a very sort of holistic, integrative approach to doing that. What are the different things that each individual patient needs in order to be successful? What are the things that they need to address? What are the skills that they need to learn? Not only in terms of mental health and addiction, but basic financial management. A lot of our folks have a really hard time with budgeting and being able to, to live in a way that is supportive and in line with what the income they have. Sober recreation. Many of them have never really done anything sober, and so finding new hobbies or activities or recreation. Healthy eating from our nutrition. Learning how to take their meds properly and manage their diabetes effectively. So how do we address all those different needs in such a way that when it does come time for them to leave the program, they have a nice seamless transition? And that's where we will often partner with SSVF and HUD-VASH and some of the other programs that you've heard about today, so that they can literally leave the DOM or leave the residential program, into an apartment, leave with a job lined up, those types of things. Because otherwise, it obviously makes that transition much, much more difficult if those things are not in order before they leave us. And that is our goal. I like to say in our program, if we can do a good job, and by the time they leave us, if they have a plan for long-term recovery, if they can transition to stable housing, and then if they can leave with a living wage, then we've given them every opportunity for success going forward. And that's really our philosophy and our goal. Just as by way of a segue, I'm going to pass this off. The last thing I have on there is work therapy. The next presenter is going to go into more detail on that. But within the VA, one element of that is what's called the compensated work therapy program. And so a lot of times our services, especially janitorial, groundskeeping, food and nutrition, have contracts with our residential programs. And the patients, while they're in treatment, have the opportunity to work. They can work full-time for those services. They get paid for that work. And that allows them, while they're in that structured setting, to have the opportunity to earn money, to save money, and to serve as sort of a job hardening opportunity, getting them back into the workforce, getting them back into the routine of full-time employment, with the aim that transitions them into community job placement by the time they leave the residential programs. So with that, let me turn it over.
All right. So moving forward, I'm going to talk about a couple of the different programs that we have within the Veterans Health Administration to assist veterans with different needs in reentering the workforce.
A little closer. Yeah, or you can.
Is this better? So not to be confused with, we do have the Veterans Benefits Administration, who also has a program, Veteran Readiness and Employment, which I'll touch on because anyone who works with veterans will probably hear about that quite a bit as well. To start, we have the Homeless Veterans Community Employment Services. So going back to our discussion regarding HUD-VASH and healthcare for homeless veterans programs, we kind of recognize that there are some barriers that are very significant when it comes to veterans experiencing homelessness and reintegrating into the workforce that really would require building community partnerships and supportive partners who understand those barriers, which is how this program was born. Part of that is that there's a community employment coordinator who is designated to be at every VA facility who works specifically with veterans experiencing homelessness. They're integrated within our homeless programs so that they can do that kind of treatment team integration and work with those caseworkers to assist veterans, also while finding out what their local communities have to offer for those veterans so that they can quickly get them placed, especially in the case of needing rapid employment, where maybe we're trying to prevent homelessness before it's something that we need to go into the HUD-VASH system for. For veterans who are receiving HUD-VASH, they can collaborate with their caseworkers and with that veteran to look at a reentry strategy and how they would like to kind of return to work, particularly after when we consider, we talked about it's traumatizing. So how that might be impacting that veteran on a psychological level, their ability to kind of be confident and go back into that is typically impaired. So finding those really supportive environments is a big piece of that, in addition to addressing some of those typical barriers that we see, like gaps in work history or references or needing references. So That being said, I think we've talked a lot about how when a veteran's experiencing homelessness, there's usually a lot of other issues that are going along with that. And so sometimes that rapid employment model, just connecting with employers, that won't be enough. We then have our Veterans Health Administration vocational rehabilitation programs. Previously, well, still referred to as compensated work therapy, but we have expanded availability within that. So some programs are connected to that, some aren't. The goal of those programs is to assist veterans with disabilities in obtaining and maintaining competitive employment. What makes it really special is the small caseload size of the providers. So when you think of all the resources that we've heard about today, all the barriers that are facing the veterans that we work with, this is a spot where you've got one person that can really help them put it all together. And then continue to work with their psychologists and their caseworkers and their primary care physician, because a lot of times we see physical and psychiatric disability. And we do this through a range of modalities and various levels of intensity. These programs are rooted in recovery principles. So I think another thing that's special about this is now that we, if you think along the process where we've moved beyond maybe that immediate crisis, I need housing, and we're starting to stabilize, we can really start to shift the conversation around growth and moving forward in terms of thriving. So I always kind of think of it as helping that veteran shift that mindset from survival mode to to that growth mindset. It comes down to the idea that anyone can work with the right supports. So what we're really doing is that we're addressing systemic but also attitudinal barriers. So what vocational rehabilitation truly is a holistic counseling process that's not only addressing the external barriers that we see, whether that be employers having requirements for background or drug testing or whatever it may be, but also the attitudinal barriers that that person with the disability may be carrying with them, how that may be impacting their sense of self-efficacy or ability to move forward. We do this with each veteran's assigned a vocational rehabilitation specialist or a vocational rehabilitation counselor. Our counselors are certified rehabilitation counselors who are master's level counselors that are specialized in the medical and psychosocial aspects of disability. So again, bringing it all together, those different pieces that impact work beyond just applying for a job. So some of the things that a vocational rehabilitation specialist or counselor would be doing when they work with a veteran is starting with that assessment and counseling process, really digging into where do you want to be and where do you want to go from here, and then setting those goals, helping veterans break that down into manageable steps. Within that, we're also looking at what resources are out there that are going to help us get there. So it's a little bit of an in-between of the counseling process, but also case management involved as well. This is where we might start looking at, okay, well, VBA has these benefits and can pay for you to go back to school. So what do you need in the immediate so that you can maintain housing and get some income while we work towards that long-term goal? What WIOA programs are out there that, we can help you kind of get connected with, different resources like that to see what's that long-term pathway, and we can kind of work backwards from there. Benefits advising is a big part of this as well. So we talk about all the resources, and then we also look at the reality that most of these resources have income limits, or when a veteran starts working, they start losing those resources. And when we're talking that even in our society today, we're wondering, well, how are people kind of making it if wages aren't enough? And that's when we're talking about people with college degrees and protective factors. A lot of these marginalized populations that we work with may not have as much opportunity to get by. So I think a lot of times veterans who have gone through these different systems are left feeling like I have to choose between being able to work and the benefits that come from that and having my basic needs met and stability. So that counselor would work with them and kind of look at how those different systems would be impacted by work so that veterans can make informed decisions. Our programs can also help protect some of their VA benefits that maybe eventually they would have to give up should they return to work. Well, they can kind of try out work and make sure that it's maintainable for them. advocacy, job analysis, development placement, assistive technology, all those different pieces that you think someone with a disability going back to work may need to sustain work. A lot of times, accommodations can be informal. It might be something as simple as, an ergonomic chair or changing their desk. A lot of times it might be more finding that right job fit, the environment for them. Another piece that we're looking at, I think when we talk about veterans, we tend to talk about a lot of the common traits that veterans share, but veterans we work with are incredibly diverse, and our ability to build careers and integrate into the community is impacted by a lot of other factors. I think sometimes it's easy to assume that the veterans we're working with are seeing the world just from the lens of a veteran. But working with a range, I think the youngest veteran I've worked with is 18 years old. The oldest is 84. Your needs, your career development, how you see the world, how you see yourself in that varies greatly. So I think, again, that the individualized care that this provides is really special because it's kind of helping look through where are those actual barriers and how can we navigate those, and where is it that maybe your mindset can be addressed and help you kind of thrive where you want and go where you want to go. So not every VA has all of these modalities offered. Every VA is required to provide supported employment services and transitional work services to veterans. So I'll start with the most intensive, supported employment. That is typically for our veterans with either co-occurring disorders, oftentimes severe mental illness. And this is the most intensive, where these providers would be working with the veteran at least once, typically twice a week. A lot of times they're going to be finding out what their goals are, what their strengths are, and then actually going out to employers and carving a job. That's what it's called, where they would talk to that employer and develop a job specifically for that veteran. And then they would continue to meet with the veteran. They would go on site, do site observations. They would work with the employer to get feedback that they can include in their work with the veteran, and continue to meet with those treatment teams weekly that meet with them. So typically those within our intensive treatment divisions, like our psychosocial rehabilitation centers or intensive dual disorder treatment teams, so working with psychosis and substance use disorders. Community-based employment services, it's a similar process, but we recognize that not all veterans need that level of intervention. So this may be for a veteran who has, fairly acute symptoms, but is looking for a job that they wouldn't need a provider there on site with them or really working with their employers. Transitional work is where I think Dr. Faulkner mentioned, so you start with a transitional placement at a hospital before moving on to competitive employment in the community. And now we're also offering supported self-employment and supported education to assist veterans in those goals, especially supported education. That's nice because since we have those smaller case sizes, we can help them and give them more follow-on support if they're utilizing our VBA, vocational or veteran readiness and employment benefits, and going through school. And then vocational assistance is for any veteran who just needs kind of a point in the right direction. So another thing that's great about these services is that we don't have a definition or predetermined kind of definition of what would qualify as a disability for veterans to get services. Locally, that may vary a little bit, but for the most part, any veteran who says, I need assistance with employment, we can kind of get in there, start working with them and see what level they need and go from there. So.
Thank you, Chelsea. So now we'll have Zach come up, speak for our state partners. Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zach Ludy. I'm with the State of Ohio Job and Family Services, not VA. I'm with the community partner side of the house. So I just want to share a little bit about what we do today. Oh, what did I do? I escaped. Wrong button.
We'll get you.
Wrong button.
Just hit that button.
That button. Got it. Got it. Guess this is my first county fair. All right. Here we go. So what we have is through Ohio Department of Job and Family Services, we have Ohio Means Job Centers. You might hear them in other states called American Job Centers. We're a proud partner of the American Job Center Network. The best way to think about us is we are federally funded state workers in county offices. Makes a lot of sense when I try to explain that at Thanksgiving to my parents. So basically within the Ohio Means Job Centers, think of them like your local libraries. Think about resource room with computers, fax machines, phones. It can help folks with workshops as far as resumes, social media workshops, how to build your brand, budgeting, budget calculations, computer skills, resume writing, career exploration. So we work a lot with the VA and partner with the VA. She mentioned Veteran Readiness and Employment Program, Chapter 31, Veteran Readiness and Employment Program. They send folks to school. On the front end, we have a great partnership with those. We get anybody who's interested in going to school to the VA programs. On the VBA side of the house, we help provide career exploration to those folks to make sure they're making good, sound career choices. Because I know I didn't make the best when I first got out of the military. For example, if you want to be an underwater basket weaver, don't stay in Columbus, Ohio. You might want to look along the coastlines. Not a whole lot of water here. So my thing was I was aviation maintenance in the military, got out, thought I'd do aviation maintenance. I didn't do my research, didn't know my facts. I just went to school to get out of mom's house right when I got out of the military, and I ended up going to school for aviation maintenance. Ended up for an unknown airline in Detroit, Michigan, shoveling snow off aircraft wings in negative 17-degree weather, asking when I can get back to Florida again, where I was stationed. They said, about 20 years, kid. So that's why we work a lot with folks, a lot of transitioning service members. I attend a lot of the TAP briefings, Transition Assistance Program briefings out at Wright Pat for all the troops and soldiers getting out of the military, transitioning back to Ohio or wherever they're going with career exploration and a warm handoff to one of us nationwide. So inside that job centers, we work a lot. They serve everybody. The big wide net is serve everybody, but we do have specialized programs within those job centers that serve military veterans, military spouses, active duty service members, and military spouses as well. Within those centers, anybody that comes in gets first access, that's a veteran, gets first access to workshops and other things. So within my program, I'm called the Jobs for Veterans State Grant, or Department of Labor funded program. We actually have certain populations that we work with specifically within these Ohio Means Job Centers. We have folks that do one-on-one case management, help folks with the interview prep, help them, with hygiene and communication skills and how to do their resume and those types of things, and how to go to an interview on time and be prepared and those types of things. So within our Jobs for Veterans State Grant, I'm not going to read every single one of these, but we do have special populations. Our number one priority is special disabled and disabled veterans. So a disability, it could be physical, it could be non-physical. For myself, I'm a disabled veteran, but you may never know it, because everybody thinks when they see disabled veteran, they think wheelchair or something along those lines. That's not the case. There's a lot of different things that the VA service connects for disabilities. And we work around those disabilities. We talk about reasonable accommodations with employers. She had mentioned it earlier. Working around certain things, like for example, an individual with a traumatic brain injury we were working with recently needed a reasonable accommodation. He knows how to do the job and put the widgets together. He just didn't know how to couldn't remember how to start and stop the machine. So what they did with HR, something as simple as writing up a card to say, hey, here's the process to start it, here's the process to end it, laminated it. At the end of the day, now he's been there 3 years working for that company. Something as simple as that could be a reasonable accommodation. But we also work with offenders. Those that are formerly incarcerated or currently incarcerated. So we have a lot of our what we call DVOPs, or Disabled Veteran Outreach Program Specialists. I'll just call them vet reps for short. And they're out there. They work a lot with the social workers in the prisons and those types of facilities to help try to outreach to those populations. We also work with low income and 18 to 24-year-olds, the ones that had no idea when they got out of the military. Those are high targeted unemployment populations. Kind of talked about that already with what we do. In addition to Jobs for Veterans State Grant, we have OhioMeansJobs.com. You might have heard of it, with all the marketing and advertising going on lately with the radio and TV commercials and ads. There you can post thousands of jobs, view your resume, view resources and tools to help you job search online. We also explore career paths. We also get a veterans transition plan built into that. So if I'm a military service member getting out in the next 6 months, it'll automatically tell me what do I need to do in order to be successful with my transition, and has a list of almost 87 different steps depending at what point in your transition you are getting out of the military. Just one way we try to help curb that. We also do military priority of service within OhioMeansJobs.com. So whenever an employer searches for somebody like a welder, that veteran's resume will always come up first if they have the word welder in it. Just one way we try to help military veterans get linked with employers. Additionally, we have OhioMeansVeteransJobs.com. You can find information on professional licensing certifications to the various licensing and certification boards across Ohio. We also got military skills translator match up directly to job openings based upon your military skill set, as well as help you with that resume wording to get that military jargon out of there. And that is all I have. If there's any questions, I'll be sticking around here, and we'll talk about those here in a few moments. Thank you for your time.
All right, so I'm pretty sure I'm the last one, other than I think Justice Kennedy giving a closing. So I'm between you and the door. So I'm going to try to keep this engaging. I think it might be a little bit of a different perspective than you've heard on some of the other veteran employment, being kind of my background and my organization. So I'm going to give a couple quick introductory things on my bio because it's going to be pertinent. So I'm the founder of an organization called Overwatch Partnership that provides veteran transition services. So we'll get to that in a minute. I'm also a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserve, where I've served for about 17 years. I served active duty also for 5 years as a field artillery officer. And I mention that because I've personally gone through that transition. I have a lot of passion for it. I've been through it personally. And outside of all these things in my day job, I work for Nationwide Insurance as a finance portfolio manager within corporate finance. So just backing it up real quick, criminal justice degree, field artillery officer working in finance. So if I can do that, then there's all kinds of other veterans who are much more talented than me that can get and do these things in all kinds of different jobs if we can get them the right support to do so. So I want to lead that. I want to lead in with that up front. All right, so a couple things that I want to share with you today before we talk about Overwatch. So just provide a quick overview again from my perspective of some of the challenges facing veterans as they go through transition. Talk about some opportunities that I think we can work together on to maybe help better support veterans that are going through transition. And then I'll talk a little bit about Overwatch Partnership, my specific organization, for those that might be interested in it. So challenges facing veterans. So I got a lot of metrics up here. There's some sources up here if you want to look at them afterwards. But again, they're kind of relevant to the challenge that a lot of veterans face. And again, one caveat I think I should make based on some of the previous presentations. The veteran population that I work with is probably a little bit different than the rest of the folks. So a lot of the veterans that I'm working with are probably not homeless. They probably don't have significant challenges, at least with mental health or substance abuse. That doesn't mean they're any less deserving of getting help, transitioning, or finding meaningful employment. So throw that out up front. So 64% of veterans experience difficult transitions. So that could be across the board. It could be in getting the job. It could be acclimatizing to the job. But in general, most veterans, myself included, have a hard time transitioning. A large number of veterans also specific to that transition, just getting the job, finding the employment, finding something can be meaningful with. Again, transitioning to something that's meaningful for me. I thought I was going to be an FBI agent. I obviously don't do that. I work in corporate finance. Probably not as exciting. Maybe should have thought that through, but wasn't where I thought I would be looking at it, 10 or more years ago. The next bullet is I think is kind of a little bit of a new thing for a lot of folks when they see it. About a third of veterans report being underemployed. The next slide kind of talks through this in more detail exactly about what that is. But for those looking to help veterans, underemployment is a really important thing to understand because it's different than unemployment. So we'll talk to that in a minute. Next bullet. Veteran representation in private sector executives has fallen. So if we're looking at where things were, post-World War II, post-Korea, post-Vietnam, where we had a lot of people that were serving due to a draft, a lot of people that got out were then going out to companies and hopefully moving up in leadership. We don't have as much of that. It's a volunteer force. There aren't as many veterans in general, not as many get out. And due to some of the challenges with that transition, you're not seeing leaders in companies, so you're not seeing people that understand veterans when they come out and transition. Again, how to hire them, how to employ them, how to put them in leadership tracks that get them into meaningful employment. So That's another significant challenge. Again, last bullet, we've got a lot of veterans in Ohio. To be honest, I'm not sure if we're sixth anymore. The main thing to take away is there are a lot of veterans transitioning to Ohio, so it's something that is a big challenge. So veteran underemployment. So again, based on the different studies you look at, between a third to two-thirds of veterans are considered to be underemployed, which, we got to a lot of definitions earlier. Underemployment, full-time work that is either objectively or subjectively below a given employee or veteran's education, experience, or comparable compensation level. So that person thinks that that job is basically not requisite to their background or experience, and that's, we'll get into it, but that could also be due a little bit to the part of the veteran if they're not selling themselves right, and also on the employer who wants to hire veterans and not coming to the plate to help understand them. But again, looking at some of the challenges up here related to underemployment, a large portion of veterans say they weren't sure what career path they wanted to go to, and that was a part of their transition. Again, that was personal for me. I didn't know what I wanted to do. Some of these transition offices, TAP offices, ACAP offices help them with that. But again, it's sometimes as a veteran, when they get out, it's like when you're in college, do you know what you wanted to do when you finished up college? Probably not. I started out as a aeronautical engineering major, finished up in criminal justice. So same thing in the military. When you first get out, you may think that you want to go into aircraft maintenance. That might not be where you want to be in a few years. So those transition services aren't necessarily everything they need to be for a veteran that's getting out. Other transition challenges, again, education, certifications, and translating military skills. That's huge. For one, in certain career fields, you need to have certain certifications. So if you're going to go in IT, there's all kinds of different certifications required. You're going to be a project manager, there's certifications. Doing process engineering, there's certifications. So for employers or those in the room that work for agencies looking to place veterans, providing opportunities for those veterans to go through at no cost to them certification or kind of training boot camps are a huge thing that are helpful for veterans to be able to get those jobs, because then they're coming to the plate in the interviews with those things already, versus the employer needing to say whether they can do so or not, hey, I'm willing to assume risk on this skill or this certification just because you're a veteran and we think your employment experience is gonna work. That helps them be a little bit more comfortable. So that's definitely a challenge. And then the next bullet here, only 45% of veterans remain at their first job for more than 2 years, but beyond that, their retention is really high, which looking at that would probably tell us that there's something that's a specific challenge about that first job. And again, I think it really ties back to what was that transition, and did that veteran get put into the right job or the right level of job that was a fit for them? Because if not, they're gonna leave. And without airing dirty laundry, we see it nationwide. We see it at all kinds of different companies in Columbus and all over the state and the country. So that speaks to the challenge of getting those veterans into the right place. And then the last thing here, 70% of veterans take a step back in seniority. And again, especially for those veterans that stay in longer. So if you have somebody that's like a very senior enlisted, that's like a master sergeant, or somebody on the officer side that's a colonel, lieutenant colonel, it's even harder at that point, because they're not going to go into a company and become a CFO or a vice president or a CEO in most instances. So the higher up you get, the harder it is to get a company to be willing to bite on transitioning that veteran into a meaningful role if you don't help them with that transition journey. So in the next slide here, I'll talk a little bit about, again, just real quick, some recommendations. We don't have a lot of time today, but if there's people that want to engage outside of today, happy to chat and engage outside of today's conversation. So opportunities, and again, some of these things, there's organizations, there's agencies that are already doing this, some aren't. Some of this is specific to private sector, but for those who are interested, here's definitely some good opportunities, some best practices that I've seen or been involved in. So transition boot camps. So it's something that's at no cost to the veteran and not specific to even necessarily hiring them. So there's agencies that host these. There's specific companies. I know, for instance, in Columbus, Cardinal Health hosts a pretty good version of one of these, where, again, they'll do resume prep, they'll do skills translation in kind of like a half day or full day session. They'll do interview coaching, and they'll provide, in some instances, free offerings of in-demand technical certifications or skills. So that's one thing. The mentoring and networking piece, our organization specifically does that. There are others out there, but again, it's pairing a veteran with somebody that's in the career field or has gone through the journey that they want to do. So it's kind of a more personal thing that they're working with them over time on, again, which is what we do, which I'll speak to, and then providing networking opportunities, which I'll say right now during COVID is an especially challenged because everybody's tired of doing the Zoom meetings and everything else. So it's been difficult the last year or two doing the networking piece, but we're getting back around to it. And then onboarding, retention, and engagement. So once they hire those veterans, again, how do you continue to help them progress, get the coaching they need, acclimatizing to getting outside of the military? So there's things called associate resource groups, business resource groups. Again, they're in private sector, but also in government agencies, where again you can have people, whether they're veterans or non-veterans, for them to engage with as they go through that transition journey, which really can take a few years or more. Veteran and leader onboarding, training, and materials. Again, you don't want to put it all on the veteran. So for those leaders that want to hire veterans, or companies that want to hire veterans and place them under leaders, making sure that those leaders understand that retention journey and can help guide them and coach them through that journey is also important. I've also seen employment of onboarding buddies. So you assign somebody, again, that's a veteran or a non-veteran that works with that person as they transition to kind of be a personal, sounding board for that person as they go through that transition. So those are all kind of some best practices. Last one here, again, veteran hiring process improvements. So working with talent acquisition, working with recruiters to help them with that skills translation. Again, in my experience, it's been on both sides. You want to help that veteran to be able to better sell their skills so they can come to the plate in an interview and be able to say, yeah, I did this and it sounds different, but here's how I did project management, or here's how I did, how I did finance, or whatever else you can think of that they did in the military. Here's how it does translate, even if you wouldn't be aware of that. But it's also on the hiring manager side for them to help understand, have some skills translation tools, which I think we mentioned. Some of the ones that are out there that are kind of automated tools to help translate some of those things. And then lastly, just working with veterans associates in that application or resume review process. If you've got people internal to your agency, internal to your company that are veterans, and I think that was mentioned earlier by Ryan Blackburn in the earlier presentation this morning, bring veterans into your hiring process. I've done that personally at Nationwide. When we're going through a boot camp, they'll say, hey, hiring boot camp, they'll say, hey, can you screen these resumes for me and highlight some things that I might not understand out of it based on your military experience, because there's a lot of acronyms and, again, things that are really the same thing, but they sound or look different. So just some quick opportunities that are the best ones that I've seen and working through the last few years that, again, can really help those veterans that are transitioning to get in the right place and to get some meaningful employment. So, did that went through? The video. So just to break things up a little bit, segueing into the Overwatch partnership overview, there's a quick 2-minute video that kind of gives a quick introduction to our organization. Then I'll hit on a couple of key things, and then we'll be done with my portion. All right, so real quick on Overwatch partnership, gave you a quick intro with the video. Mission, you can read it on here. I'll highlight a couple things. So we support veteran transition through some key services that I'll highlight on the next slide. We also work with the overall veteran community, so a lot of the public sector services, state, local, mostly probably not federal, and then also with kind of other veteran outreach services and kind of try to bring a network together. Some mentions earlier of how do we kind of get a lot of the services together. We help be a part of that as well, but the biggest focus is on the veterans. So solution side, so 3 main services that we do: talent specialist advising. So we work with volunteer HR recruiters from companies all across Columbus, again, to help work with veterans on that skills translation, with kind of branding, with resume translation. We partner them up with a mentor. So 50% of our mentors are veterans. The other 50% are non-veterans, because if you're going to work outside the military, it's probably important that you know as a veteran how you relate to people that are not. So it's important for us that we bring in people that are veterans and are not on the mentor side. So we partner that mentee with a mentor who they then work with for the next 6 to 12 months on whatever they decide their individual journey needs to be. And then the last piece, which is new for us, is we're partnering with a for-profit startup, but at no cost to us or the veteran, on specific interview preparation. So they put together interview guides that are specific to that company, that even in some instances that person that's interviewing them, to give them a packet going into an interview and also a quick coaching session. So again, just setting the veterans up to best sell themselves and land that role that's going to be meaningful for them. So that's main services. Again, by the numbers, we're not a huge organization. I'll say that. We're specific to Columbus, Ohio. So These numbers are actually kind of dated, but I'll say it's probably not a lot more than that because the last 2 years has been kind of slow. So it's maybe up to maybe 130, 140 mentees at this point, which again, may not seem like a lot, but to us it's pretty meaningful. And for those out there that they're in different support capacities for veterans, for me personally, I've struggled a little bit with how hard it's been to engage veterans over the last 2 years. But I heard a story that's called The Starfish. It'd be meaningful. It was meaningful for me, so I'm going to share it. I'll take 60 seconds to share it. But I'd heard about it in a TV show called Ted Lasso, but it's not where the quote came from. But the story real quick is someone goes out to a beach, they see someone they think is dancing on the beach, and so they go up and they see all these starfish that are stranded out on the beach. And what the person's actually doing is twirling, kind of throwing the starfish out in the water, and the person goes up to him and says, "There's thousands of starfish that are stranded out here. How do you think you're going to make a difference?" And they go and they throw the other starfish out into the water, and they say, "Well, I made a difference for that one." So when I think about the veterans that we're helping, when I look at numbers and how challenging it can be at times to engage that population, even one is meaningful to me personally. So I just want to share that story because when I struggle with it, I'm like, hey, no matter what, if I made a difference for one person, then that's good enough for me. I think some of the numbers aren't showing up as much, but some of the metrics that were here that are the colors I think are weird on was just around people recommending the program. So in general, our feedback has been great as far as recommending the program to other veterans, developing a professional network, being placed in a job, which is not a guarantee. So we guarantee to work with a mentee, a transitioning veteran, and help them, but we don't guarantee employment for a myriad of reasons. But we do, that is normally an outcome of that. Last piece, again, and this is probably for a takeaway for those that are interested specifically on the transition side. I've highlighted some resources. Again, this is not the end all be all, but local organizations, obviously Overwatch Partnership is there. There's an organization called the Central Ohio Veterans Consortium. So for those that have not heard of them, it's specific to Central Ohio, but it's companies, nonprofits, governmental agencies at the local and state level that are partnering to try to bring all these resources together. So if you're in Central Ohio, you're looking for kind of a clearinghouse, they're trying to get there. They're not there yet. Columbus Rotary also does some veteran networking and is looking to stand up kind of something similar to the Central Ohio Veterans Consortium. And then there's resources for veterans if you're looking to point them to. Most college and universities, I know Ohio State specifically has a veteran military program. And then most of the companies have employee resource groups. Most larger companies have employee resource groups that you can point veterans to. And then I've just thrown out a couple national organizations that we've worked with, again, just as resources. So that's all I've got for today. If anybody, I'll hang out afterwards. I know this is quick. If anybody has questions, feel free to reach out to me, or we're on LinkedIn, we're on Facebook. We've got a great website. You can feel free to reach out to me or anyone from our organization through those means as well. Thank you.
All right, so we ran over our time with this session as well, but as we're transitioning, just checked. Anybody have any questions for any of the group that we could? Yeah.
Just kind of wondering what the residential drug treatment might look like in Dayton. We come from the Veteran Treatment Court in Stark County. We've sent several up to Wade Park, and they come back to us. They start using again. It's like, well, what did you learn when you were in residential? Why aren't you applying those skills? And like, I was walking the room with an iPad. I didn't really learn much. Is it looking the same right now in Dayton, or?
Well, I'm actually in Cincinnati. So in Cincinnati, no, and that's philosophically something that I never, even at the height of COVID, I said we're not doing virtual programming in residential treatment because that doesn't make any sense. So we found ways. We got creative. We had to limit numbers and groups, but we used technology to split them into 2 rooms and connect and provide treatment that way. So we've continued to do face-to-face care the entire time. In terms of the actual treatments themselves, I think most residential programs are offering, evidence-based, substance-related treatment, cognitive behavioral treatments, things of that nature. But to the point, it is different when you're doing that in a locked setting where you're being supervised very, very closely, and when you transition. And so for me, it's much more about having a good transition plan and making sure they are well connected back into outpatient care when they leave, because those gains, no matter how good they are in residential, will not endure if they don't have that type of connection. And that can be through VA providers, that can be through self-help groups. If there is a positive out of COVID, a lot of the self-help groups have virtual options. So, if someone is going to Wade Park for treatment, I would certainly encourage them to use those iPads to connect with an AA or an NA meeting back where they're going to be living when they leave, so that they already have that connection and can very seamlessly transition back into that self-help as part of their strategy when they do depart.
Be able to go to our local providers, but we can't send our vets there. So I didn't know if there was a plan for that gap.
So they're doing this. They're doing the short-term stabilization. Is that what you're saying? And then they're coming back to you all.
Yeah, and then most of them are relapsing.
Okay.
Almost immediately.
So do they have outpatient follow-up back?
They do.
Okay.
But it's not very effective.
Okay. And then do you have a sense of what proportion of them are struggling with opiate addiction?
100%.
So
Sadly.
I don't know what the resources are there, but research shows that 85% of opiate addicted individuals will relapse within the first year if they do not have access to medication assisted treatments like methadone, Vivitrol, Suboxone. So if that's not something that they have access to and that they can continue to use, and if that's not being allowed or encouraged, we're missing the boat, because opiate addiction needs medication-assisted treatment to be successful.
Can you speak to length of residential treatment? And
so the research would show that the bulk of benefit for research and residential probably occurs in the first 30 to 60 days. That whatever they're going to take away is likely going to be learned in those first 30 to 60 days. Once we go beyond 60 days, it flattens, the curve flattens, it's plateaued. There's not necessarily greater length of sobriety just because you're in treatment for 4, 5, 6, 7 months. So, if it's only 30 days, maybe there's an opportunity to extend that, an extra week or two to see if there can be a little bit better benefit. But again, it's going to come back to the transition. It's going to come back to what are the outpatient pieces that are available to them to kind of help them really stabilize and endure whatever they've learned in treatment. The other thing to keep in mind is that the average number of times it takes someone in treatment to actually get it and sustain sobriety is 7.
Right. I've heard all the statistics that you're talking about. One of the big gaps that I see is that we can put people in transitional housing, so it's not necessarily that residential program, but when they're at our local treatment providers, they can go to some of the sober living housing, and they do better, from what I can tell.
Right. So we do make use of that. We have people who actually finish residential and choose to go to sober living as part of their transition. And there are definitely times when that makes very good sense. One of the challenges you sometimes see with sober living environments is if some of them have more restrictive about what kind of medications they're allowed to be on, and that can be a barrier for those that are on the medication assisted if they don't allow methadone or Suboxone or those types of things.
Well, so at the end of the day, I see that we have the resources available through local providers, but I don't think that they have VA contracts. So that's sort of the issue. Kind of, you were talking about the transitional and trying to expand the programming. So what would be nice is if there isn't something within the VA system, if there was a network of providers that were going to accept TRICARE.
And each VA should have a community care coordinator because there is a lot of VA money available when we cannot meet those needs in the local community. But it does then rely on each individual community provider to go through the mechanisms to become established as a community care provider. And so there's got to be some partnership there in terms of them working through those steps to
That's
do
kind of
that.
what I'm looking at. I'd like to light a fire under the local VJOs to go out and talk to the local providers and try to establish some of those contracts so that we can put people in the program that they need immediately, because we don't have very good outcomes when we have to wait, right? We have people that overdose and pass away.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the VJO probably would, they might be able to get in touch with the community care. That's more on the patient business side of the house in the VA and more the administrative folks. But if they don't know who that is, they should be able to figure out who that is, and they can kind of make some of those connections and see if that's a resource that might be able to become developed in your area.
Well, because one of the limitations that I have is as a judge, I can't go out to the local treatment providers and say, hey, you guys should do this. This is an opportunity for you. But I see the need. So thank you for your information.
Sure.
Thank you. Did you have?
Yeah. I was just going to say real quick, the Chillicothe VA does have the GPD beds. That is going to be the equivalent to your sober living programs. So if they are going through treatment at the Chillicothe VA, then they do have the homeless team with the coordinated entry specialist. That it's Kay Payne. She can then get them. So if they're having that, they need that extra support, then GPD is what they are probably going to want. Kay can get them connected. That is going to either be at PICA or at LSS in Fairfield County.
Thank you. Any other? Okay, we'll transition. Okay, we'll transition back to you, Justice Kennedy. And thank you all. Thank you for your presentations, and appreciate the time.
Some of this information you have already seen in some other slides. This whole issue about law enforcement military liaison, this is all about finding our veterans sooner. And I believe that if you find them sooner as they hit the criminal justice system and you have some abilities to get treatment in early and do some diversion, we're going to have better outcomes. I'll skip this because you've seen this slide earlier when Buck did it for the Franklin County Veterans Service Commission. This is the current model. This is what happens in our justice system. So you arrest them, there's an arraignment, there's a pretrial screening, there's a trial and plea, and then you get to PSI. And what we know about this is it's at this point that the system really starts asking the question, are you a veteran? We try to get them to change the question and to ask it sooner. But because we're relying on self-identification, there are significant problems to it. There is the lack that they won't self-identify. It's late in the process as you look at the current model, but it's also limited. At the time that I took over veterans treatment courts from Justice Stratton, there were 9 in the state of Ohio. Now through our work, there's 26. As a result of that, we're trying to get them to change the way they do it when they ask that question. But a lot of people say, well, Sharon, that just doesn't make sense to me. Why won't they self-identify? Universally, every single meeting I had with a veteran who had been through the justice system, when I visited the prisons to meet with the veterans in the pods at Madison and Marysville, these were their answers. Shame, fear, and lack of belief that they were a veteran. For many people who have served, if they didn't pick up a rifle and go to a foreign country in a war, they're not a veteran. Therefore, in their mind, they will never give themselves that title. This is the statute where the General Assembly attempted to help find veterans. One of the sentencing guidelines for those who will sentence is you have to consider whether or not that service in the military actually caused or increased the chance that they would have criminalized conduct. So if you go back to this current model and you're looking at it this late under the PSI system, when I went out and visited 62 of the counties and met with judges one-on-one, one of the things we talked about is how can we make this identification sooner? Change the way we ask the question. Instead of, are you a veteran, to have you served? If there's any hesitation, to do the follow-up. Well, did you serve in the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Coast Guard, and really push them. Over and over and over, I heard story after story from court judge who actually then finds a veteran in their midst that they didn't know. Having that same conversation where I come from in Butler County with the Sheriff's Department. They have 1,200 people in jail on a regular basis. When I asked the question of the chief, he said they had 2 veterans in the jail. He knew because his intake officers literally 2 days before I had this conversation with him said there was a problem. We have a lot more veterans in the jail than are identifying. He said, how do you know? And they looked at one another and said, what do you mean, how do we know? We know. He was talking to 2 individuals who had served. They talk differently. They carry themselves differently. They find one another and they create their own, what I would call, group that they stayed with while they were in jail. When we gave the Butler County Sheriff's Office the VRSS system, they started running it every single Wednesday when they do jail count day. As a result of that, they went from 2 to 22 in 24 hours. It allowed them to contact the Cincinnati VA and bring a VJO into the system. So they're running that every time they have a new jail population that they're going to run that report for every Wednesday. They're now getting it at the first box. But not everyone is doing that or has that potential. Despite how many times I go out on the road and have the conversation, it's trying to get a lot of people to change the way that they do their current business. But one of the things I found very encouraging, and I'm just going to skip this, is this law enforcement military liaison. This model comes out of Cincinnati. The Cincinnati Police Department developed it. What they realized is they were making crisis call after crisis call to the same home. Understandable. Someone who's struggling with depression, PTS, someone who is struggling with the after effect of war, right? Having those reoccurring nightmares, going back and seeing themselves in that time and not really reintegrating back into civilian life. Law enforcement was making that contact over and over again. What they ended up doing is saying, how can we make a difference in this? And what they ended up doing is they started creating their Lean Forward program for law enforcement officers respecting service, restoring honor for vets in crisis. When they looked at this program, they developed a leadership-driven veterans in uniform. They provide materials and do outreach. They changed the entire system of how they handle a reporting system in the police department. And that becomes imperative because now the reports have check boxes of I am dealing with a veteran. And as a result of that, there's 2 reports, one that stays in the internal file, but one that goes into the military liaison program, so that every officer who's now in that precinct, working that beat in that district knows they make a call to that residence, that's a vet in crisis. They then connect it with community partners. Not only does the VA go in, but then also the nonprofits who are willing to work with them. So in that, they had nonprofits who will go out, who will fund things for the veterans, but also help engage in care. How does the individual that's in crisis know they're dealing with someone who's a veteran? They started using their military tags on their uniforms. According to Sergeant Corlett, the minute you walked up to that door and that individual who had served sees the tag, the first thing they say is, I served in the Army, I served in the Marine Corps, I served in the Navy. It changed the paradigm of the conversation with the individual in crisis. This becomes important because when you look at this and you think about the justice system and where we start, if you have the ability to have law enforcement actually make that designation at the time that they're actually engaging, and they recognize that there is a mental health, PTS, depression, there are going back in time to service, as a Vietnam veteran said it to me, I've never left the jungles of Vietnam because every time I go to sleep, I am back there. As he's talking about that crisis, if law enforcement engages him in that moment of crisis, and they're talking about taking their own life, which Sergeant Corlett told those stories about, you have the ability to bring in diversion and treatment services. Law enforcement makes the decision to arrest. They make the decision to charge. And if there isn't a crime towards an individual, and they have that ability to do that diversion and save the life, that's their biggest goal. The exciting part about this program was, if they could do it, why can't other police departments in the state do it? If you look at the numbers, a large segment of our forces who do policing engage in firefighting. They served in the United States military. Many of your 88 sheriffs, they themselves have served. So when you're meeting with them, they immediately find that connection that they should do more, as many of you do. We took this program, Justice Stratton and I went and met with Attorney General Dave Yost. And what he ends up doing is he created this Veterans Response Guide and program. He then, as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer for the state of Ohio, has engaged in this program and is set about, and this is in your materials, he developed this program of response guide of how to create it. It becomes important to share it with all of you because you're sitting in a sphere of influence that you have the ability to say to those in law enforcement that you engage on a daily basis, have you seen this project? Have you seen this program? What do you think your chief or your sheriff would think about engaging in it? The brochure gives you kind of a step-by-step approach of how to engage and create your own military liaison program. Right now, the Attorney General's office has this response program, and at the back of their guide, they tell you who their connection is at the AG's office to help you bridge that gap, and they will help you develop those military liaison programs. Their goal, when you read the Attorney General's quote, is about saving the life of the 22 who may take their life today. To me, it's a very worthy and noble cause to engage this and to make sure that we're all doing as much as we can and sharing the information that we have. Told you. While I thank you for being here and I would welcome your questions, I think Lyndon wanted to address one more thing for spouses who come to Ohio and seek education. Thanks for your time, and I really appreciate all of you coming.
Thank you, Justice Kennedy. Earlier, Justice Stratton asked me to speak about a new program, and I talked about the Military Spouse JD Network and the opportunities that are now available to spouses in the state of Ohio. But what she really wanted me to talk about is a brand new program that I learned about through the Military Spouse JD Network. And for anyone who's not familiar with that, if you know of a military member whose spouse has a Juris Doctorate degree and is having a challenge finding career continuity by following their military member, the Military Spouse JD Network is a nonprofit that specializes in assisting those spouses in finding meaningful employment. And this is a brand new program that specifically addresses the needs of military spouses with Juris Doctorate degrees who accompany their military spouse on an international or overseas assignment. Can you imagine how difficult it is for them as JD holders, lawyers, often admitted in their own home state jurisdiction to find employment when they go to Japan, as I did for 3 years, or they go to Germany for 6 years, as my spouse and I did. This new opportunity is called the Military Spouses Representing Veterans Fellowship. The Military Spouses Representing Veterans Fellowship. And it represents a salaried, full-time, 2-year fellowship open to new candidates each year, and those fellows represent veterans before the U.S. Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims and the Board of Veterans Appeals. And fellows in this program also create educational materials for the veterans advocacy community and for future fellows. It's sponsored through another a nonprofit called VetLag, which was founded by U.S. Marine veteran and military spouse Harold Butch Hoffman, and it's supported by VetLag and also by Aiken Gump Strauss Hauer-Feld. If anybody would like more information about this really unique and I think incredible opportunity, I, again, am the chair of the Military and Veterans Affairs Committee for the Ohio State Bar Association. You can contact me through their website, and I hope that's what you really wanted me to talk about, Justice Stratton. Thank you so much.
Yes, that's what I meant, but I was also glad you talked about the other program because that was also important. This has been recorded. We're going to edit it and we'll put it out for everybody to send. Please, everybody, send it to all your networks, all your connections, all your groups, all your associations. We want to spread this information because we had just a chock full of information today. It was so rich with lots of resources, and we really thank all those who participated, who took time to put those slides together, who put time in the materials, who traveled here, did the videos, to Mighty Crow for helping us organize all this, and all the team members for the committee that worked on this, and to Justice Kennedy and Alicia for their hard work, and again to our sponsors, Attorney General Yost, and to the Ohio State Bar Foundation for contributing some funding so that we could feed you lunch and snacks and pay for the facility and not have to charge anything. So again, thank you all for your service, whether you're a vet or whether you're helping vets. We appreciate you coming, and we appreciate all that you do. Thank you.